Dreamscape presents The Shape of Truth by Gillian Jackson, narrated by Caitlin Kavanaugh. 1. Anna, 2015. The polished oak coffin draped with a Union Jack was carried by 6 of the tallest Royal Marine cadets from the local corps. Youngsters nervous with the responsibility and weight of a man's body and more comfortable in baseball caps and trainers than their cadets' ceremonial uniform. It was the end of January, the most depressing month for a funeral, and an icy north wind chafed at the cadets' faces and whistled around the mourners' legs. I walked beside my mother, Caroline Greenwood, who leaned on me for support as we followed the procession into the church, her face pale and eyes red from crying. The vicar led the mourners, reciting the words of Psalm 23. "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want." Reaching for my mother's hand, her fingers were stiff with cold. "He makes me lie down in green pastures." The cavernous church echoed with organ music as the vicar raised his voice to be heard. "He leads me in the paths of righteousness." The solemn undertaker ushered us into the front pew, and my mother sighed heavily, dabbing at her eyes with a tissue. Neither of us actually believing that my father, Ronald Greenwood, was gone, his lifeless body prone in the coffin before us. At only 56, his death was sudden and entirely unexpected. A massive heart attack claimed the life of a man who we thought to be fit and strong, a man who rarely ailed anything, not even a common cold. I squeezed Mum's hand gently, my heart heavy for her. She would feel his loss more than anyone. Most of her adult life had been spent at Dad's side, caring for him and me to exclude any needs or desires of her own. The church was packed, mainly with Dad's former colleagues from the Royal Navy, the Royal British Legion members who had arranged the pallbearers and guard of honor. Ronald would be sorely missed at the Legion. He was a popular figure, a stalwart, ever willing to help out when needed. In his time, he'd served as Legion secretary and treasurer, meticulously keeping books and willingly taking on the roles others avoided. So many of those in attendance were strangers to me, and I'm not sure Mum knew all of them either. But we would mingle afterwards at the Legion and listen to their memories. Some would be familiar, others not. The eulogy paid fitting tribute to Dad's service in the Royal Navy, his bravery during the Falklands conflict, and unwavering support of the Royal British Legion since. The vicar's kind words elevated Ronald Greenwood to an exemplary human being, and I wondered if everyone attained such high stature after death. Do we all become saints when we're gone? It appears we do. When the service concluded, we made our way to the crematorium to say our final goodbye. Solemnly walking behind the coffin, strangely distant from the proceedings. The final drawing of the curtain was an emotional moment for Mum. I longed for the ordeal to be over, for her sake as much as mine. Yet a room was booked in the Legion, as was expected. There was more to endure before the day would be over. "So sorry for your loss, Mrs. Greenwood."
"Your dad was a wonderful man. He'll be a great loss, Anna."
The word loss was repeated in various phrases by strangers and acquaintances, a typically sanitized way to talk about death, as if Dad was simply lost in the supermarket, and we might find him in the frozen food aisle.
"Ronald was such a lovely man,"
one well-wisher told me afterwards, when we were safely ensconced in a booth at the Legion.
"Do anything for anyone, would Ronald. He'll be greatly missed.
I nodded, smiling my thanks for his kind words, taking on the role of hostess for my mother, who was with us in body but not in spirit, and I invited him to partake of the buffet. I could hardly reply truthfully to the man, to tell him his opinion of my father was poles apart from my own, that I'd spent the last 10 years of my life trying to avoid Ronald Greenwood, and that my feelings for him at times bordered on hatred. Such mean-spirited thoughts were not like me, and totally inappropriate for the occasion. Berating myself, I determined to concentrate on Mum for the rest of the day. Her grief, unlike my own, was genuine. The afternoon dragged on until, eventually, we could leave with our duty done. Dad had been given the send-off he would have wanted and expected. Sleet accompanied us as we made our way home, falling gently into the silent dark streets, a fitting backdrop for our somber mood. Unlocking the front door, a palpable sense of emptiness drew us inside, but at least the house was warm, and I was grateful Mum had the forethought to turn up the central heating before we left. "Why don't you have a lie down?" I suggested. Mum's face revealed signs of tiredness, with dark patches below her eyes and lines around her mouth, which I'd never noticed before, dragging her lips downwards in a sad grimace. "Yes, Anna, I think I will." She forced a smile and trudged upstairs to her room, the room she'd shared with Dad for nearly 34 years. I shivered, despite the warmth. Being only 32, relatively independent, and with no intention of marrying, I could barely comprehend my mother's emotional state. Her earlier description was of a sense of being brutally and unexpectedly ripped in two, and functioning now as one half of a whole. Dad was away with the Royal Navy for long periods in the early days of their courtship and marriage, and I know Mum missed him terribly. Latterly, since I left home 10 years ago, it's been just the two of them, 24/7, and they were happy to be together. Mum now faced so many adjustments, and I wondered fleetingly if our relationship would change now Dad was gone. My emotions after we'd laid Dad to rest were somewhat ambiguous. I disliked the man intensely and couldn't grieve for his passing, but the strength of my animosity towards my own flesh and blood shamed and appalled me. It was a trait I abhorred, yet seemed unable to alter. I'd never considered myself a heartless person, but my reaction to Dad's death made me wonder, shouldn't I feel something other than this sense of relief? From the day I left home, Mum was always the connection, and one I had no desire to sever. Maintaining a relationship with her meant that Dad and I would occasionally cross paths. Okay, I must sound like a heartless bitch, but in my defense, I could argue that my feelings for my father were matched equally by his for me. It was a mutual dislike, and had defined our relationship for as long as I could remember. Looking around the house where I grew up, my head swam with thoughts and memories, not all of them good. Dad's winter coat hung in the hall, his slippers on the rack beneath. I wondered how long it would take for Mum to summon enough courage to sort through his belongings. Moving into the kitchen, I decided to make something to eat for later, although neither of us had much of an appetite. The room had barely changed since I lived there, and more memories popped unbidden into my head, triggering a rush of anger and frustration. I turned at a sudden noise. A shiver ran down my spine, and I fully expected Dad to be standing behind me, waiting for my next mistake. A reason for yet another snide remark. But it was only the wind. So many incidents, mostly trivial ones, had been enacted in this room. Then there were the more relentless rows we frequently engaged in. Arguments which left me feeling very alone and often afraid of the man who should have been my protector. As a young child, I don't think I hated Dad quite so much. I remember occasions of actively seeking his approval, as little girls do. I colored endless pictures for him and made plasticine figures which I convinced myself he'd love. When Mom was baking, I begged to be allowed to make special cakes for Daddy, which she encouraged wholeheartedly, but my efforts were met with little more than a grunt or even complete disinterest. Mum made a fuss on his behalf and whispered how much he appreciated my gifts, but I knew otherwise. And as time passed, I stopped trying, taking my lead from him, the very man who should have loved and encouraged me. Many of my friends didn't get along with their parents either, particularly during those difficult teenage years. Yet still, I always felt the poor relationship with my father was more than simply the normal growing up, parent-child squabbles. His dislike of me was so apparent at times that it felt like something about my very existence displeased him. Dad was even reluctant to be in the same room as me, leaving the distinct impression that I'd done something wrong and the fault was mine. Why else would a father struggle to be civil to his own child? Perhaps he was jealous of Mum's love for me and our close bond, but wasn't he the adult? Shouldn't he have been above such feelings? It was easy to eventually give up on my father and even begin to dislike him for what amounted to an almost hostile attitude towards me. So much for happy memories. Was it any wonder I can't grieve for the man? An hour later, Mum came down the stairs looking hardly any better than when she ascended them. "Did you get any sleep?" I asked. "Not really. There's too much to think about, and my head's throbbing." She went to the kitchen cupboard to get some aspirin, her movements sluggish. "I was just about to boil some pasta. Do you think you could eat something?" "Sorry, love, but I don't think I could manage anything. You have some, though." Mum tried to smile, yet it didn't cover her sadness. "Not for me either. I'm not hungry. We'll have a cup of tea, shall we?" We took our tea into the lounge. Mum gazed around the spacious room and sighed. Like the rest of the house, the decor was dated but held the potential to be a comfortable home. Perhaps Mum would fill her time busying herself with new projects to update it. She was always keener than Dad to make changes in the house. "You know, you could move back home now if you wanted to." Mum's eyes rested on me, a hopeful expression taking me completely by surprise. "There's more than enough room here, and it seems silly paying rent on your place when you have other options." Entirely taken aback at the sudden suggestion, my mouth opened, yet no words came out. The thought hadn't occurred to me. Having paid rent since leaving home over a decade ago, Mum was right. It left me with very little money to save for a deposit on a house, but it didn't worry me. Getting away from home and from Dad was worth the exorbitant rent I paid each month, and I was fortunate enough to have a good job which covered my expenses. admittedly with little to spare. I finally found my voice. It's rather too soon to be making such huge decisions, Mum. Too soon for both of us, in reality. Wouldn't you rather move to a smaller place yourself? No, I don't think so. I feel closer to your dad here. Living back at home was undoubtedly a reasonable suggestion. But would it work? At 32, did I want to move back in with my mother? I enjoyed my independence and freedom and was comfortable in my little flat. Did I really want to give it up? Yes, the flat was small, with only one bedroom, a broom cupboard of a bathroom, and an L-shaped lounge with a tiny kitchen area. But it was a ground floor flat with the added luxury of a small square courtyard garden, a sun trap when the weather was fine, and a place to fill with colorful blooms in pots and troughs throughout the summer. It's a long time since I've lived with anyone. I'm probably too set in my ways now. It was the best answer I could manage, although probably not the one Mum wanted to hear. Think about it, love. It could be good for both of us. But maybe you're right. It's too soon to decide yet. Mum smiled, and the subject was closed for the time being. However, the conversation prompted me to suggest that it was time for me to go back home and to work. I'd spent a week staying with my mother, and, as they say, life goes on. 2. Anna. Being a lab technician in the local hospital pathology department isn't perhaps everyone's idea of a dream job, but I love it. Strange though it seems to some, it offers sufficient variety and challenge to capture and maintain my interest with the opportunity of learning new things almost daily. Friends rib me about dealing with blood and other more unsavory bodily fluids, but the samples are minuscule, and I'm rarely troubled by such gruesome thoughts. To me, it's pure science. In my 8 years there, I've secured 2 promotions and am currently one of 2 supervisors in the lab, heading up a team of 6. 5 more technicians work alongside the second supervisor, Joel Amos, in the adjoining lab. Although I've been at the hospital longer than Joel, he has seniority due to his degree and previous experience elsewhere. Yet it's never been an issue. We work well together. Generally, it's a great environment, and I'm happy to be here. I'm not driven by ambition and have no desire to move on, as long as the work interests me. When Joel first arrived, his Nordic good looks, inherited from a Norwegian mother, created quite a stir amongst the girls. His blonde hair is worn just a shade too long, and he frequently flicks it from his face in an unconscious action, or runs his fingers through it absent-mindedly. Baby blue eyes and a tall, muscular build ensure he gets noticed. Yet Joel appears genuinely unaware of the effect his presence has on the opposite sex. Admittedly, he's good-looking, but I think I'm impervious to such physical charms. To me, he's simply another colleague. After a week off on compassionate leave and the stress of Dad's funeral, it was a relief to return to normality. Yet my mind refused to engage on that first morning back, and my thoughts frequently drifted to topics completely unrelated to work. The key, please, Anna? Joel's voice broke into my reverie. I was unaware of him standing beside me. I think I physically jumped. What? Oh, sorry. Did you say something?
Can I have the key to the storage room? Are you okay? You seem rather quiet today.
Yes, I'm fine. Thanks. I fished the key from my white coat pocket. Sorry, I should have put it back in the key box. I forgot.
It's okay. No harm done. Look, I'm sorry about your dad. If it would help to talk, I've been told I'm a good listener.
Joel smiled, his blue eyes crinkling at the corners. Thanks, but I'm fine, honestly. Just a few things on my mind, you know.
Well, the offer's always there, Anna. You don't have to be alone.
Joel moved away to the storage room, leaving me wondering. Do people see me as a loner? If I'm perfectly honest, much of my time is spent alone. And life can be rather dull with any interest and excitement generated solely through work. I have a few friends from long ago college days, but most of them are paired off or married with children, so yes, there are times when I'd have to admit to feeling lonely. I haven't reached the age of 32 without having dated a few times in the past, but I find it difficult to trust any potential boyfriend and have always visualized my future as a spinster, an old maid, with the desirable advantage of having only myself to please. Sticking with the honesty theme, I don't need a psychologist to explain why I feel this way. It's almost certainly due to my parents' flawed marriage. Growing up feeling unwanted and unhappy, is it any wonder I get scared off at the first hurdle in any budding relationship? Perhaps that's a bit hard on Mum. I know she loves me, and always has. It's just that her life seems to have been spent playing referee between Dad and me, always trying to please him or keep us apart. I firmly believe being alone is a much better prospect and a more peaceful existence than being part of a family at odds. Isn't committing your life to another person a massive gamble at the best of times? No, marriage is not for me. I've always been adamant. By remaining single, there'll never be someone else's feelings to consider. I can be my own woman and please myself how I live without answering to a man for every action and decision. That's always been the plan. How is it, then, that this version of my future recently seems less and less attractive? Does domesticity have to reflect my parents' marriage? Perhaps not. But rightly or wrongly, ending a relationship before it becomes in any way serious has been my defense against becoming involved and possibly hurt. If romantic love exists, it's probably only in novels. At Dad's funeral, it was taken for granted that my parents' marriage had been a happy one. But there were huge cracks in it that no one other than me seemed aware of. And those cracks generally concerned me. Perhaps this is why I've never been able to visualize myself in the role of the happy little wife. Peacekeeper, domestic servant. How cynical does that make me sound? As soon as I could afford to, I moved away from home. Now I have a job I love, but when pushed to think seriously about it, no goals or ambitions for the future. Which makes me a bit pathetic, don't you think? However, I have a pretty little cat called Lucy, a petite tortoiseshell ball of fur, and the chief object of my affection. Doesn't that enhance the old maid image? And now there's my mother's offer to move back home, with Lucy too, of course. Surely this would be a backward step, and who's to say it will work out? With Dad out of the equation, I hope Mum and I will get on much better. But living together could be weird and might prove a step too far. The first day back at work since the funeral passed quickly. And once I disciplined my thoughts to focus on work, I managed to catch up on some of the projects waiting for me since before my time off. When Joel approached me again, I was absorbed in legitimate thoughts about work.
I was thinking, Anna, I have a couple of tickets for the theater, and, wondered if you'd like to come with me. It's a musical show, a mashup of songs from musical theater, if you like that sort of thing.
Joel, much to my surprise, was blushing. Yes, thank you. I'd enjoy it. The words came out of my mouth before I'd fully considered the implications. Did Joel mean this as a date? Or was he trying to be kind and take my mind off Dad's death? Hopefully it was the latter, and my answer appeared to surprise him as much as it did me. Joel told me the date, Thursday night, and left with a smile. Noting it in my diary, I wondered why I'd accepted his offer. The last thing I needed was the complication of a date, particularly with a colleague, but the more I thought about it, the more I looked forward to it. Perhaps Joel was right, and a night out would do me good. I went to Mum's for tea after work, but decided not to mention Joel. As much as she needed a new focus in life, I didn't want it to be getting me married off. Having spent the weekend at my flat, I'd rung Mum on Saturday and Sunday, checking up on her despite her insistence that there was no need and she was okay. My mother is a quiet, yet strong woman. Life would be very different for her now, and I'm unsure how our relationship will develop. Having made an effort to cook a meal, Mum barely ate anything. We chatted about inconsequential things, my work, the jobs she still needed to do to sort out Dad's estate, although he'd left a will and Mum was sole beneficiary, so things were reasonably straightforward. I offered to help in any way I could, although she had more experience than me in winding up an estate, having been her parents' executor when they died, an event I barely remembered as they were killed in an accident when I was 9.
You could come and help me sort out Dad's clothes, if you like. Perhaps they can go to a charity shop. They're always particularly grateful for men's things,
Mum suggested. I didn't relish the idea, but it would be a difficult task to complete alone. So we decided I'd come around after work on Wednesday night. Nothing like having something to look forward to midweek.
3. Caroline. The house feels so empty. I keep expecting Ronald to walk through the door after work, shouting, "What's for tea, love?" as he always did. Then I remind myself that I'll never hear his voice again, never feel his touch or be able to cook his favorite meal. I've grabbed 2 mugs from the cupboard to make coffee on more than one occasion before realizing I'm alone. Little things which have the power to startle, to bring the reality of Ronald's death back to me, to make the loss fresh and new, and make me weep. Things have changed, and I miss Ronald dreadfully. But not all the changes will be negative. For the first time in years, I feel a sense of freedom in my relationship with Anna, although perhaps it was too soon to suggest she move back home. An impulsive gesture, far too early for Anna. My daughter rarely visited her childhood home when Ronald was alive, except when she knew he'd be out, a situation which saddened me, yet one I understood perhaps better than she did. Ronald invariably found it difficult to get along with Anna. They were complete opposites in temperament, and the friction between them was apparent from very early on. I hoped when Anna was born and Ronald saw her beautiful vulnerability, he would fall in love with her as I did. But no, he couldn't even take to her as a tiny baby. Anna suffered from colic, and although I tried hard to comfort her through the night, she cried incessantly, which annoyed Ronald. He was a good husband, but clearly not cut out to be a father. a facet of his personality which I tried desperately to make up for. As Anna grew, it became evident even to her that her daddy didn't want anything to do with her. Initially, she accepted this as the norm. I lavished affection and love upon her, making our times together memorable so Anna wouldn't feel she was missing out. Still, as she grew older, the realization that this wasn't a typical family dynamic dawned on her. Her friends' dads took them out, gave them lifts to brownies and dancing class, but not Ronald. He may just as well have been a lodger as far as any closeness to Anna was concerned, and it grieved me to see the gulf between them widening as my daughter grew. Teenage years are always tricky, and my Anna was no different from any other girl her age, testing the boundaries, wanting freedom, convinced she was grown up. Ronald's answer to her rebelliousness was an attempt to lay the law down. He found it impossible to be flexible, couldn't understand how she was feeling, and expected unrealistic towing the line. For years I felt like a pig in the middle, an arbiter without hope of drawing the two together. Looking back, I think Ronald was jealous of my love for Anna. Sad, I know, and I constantly tried to appease him to demonstrate how much I loved them both, but it developed into a balancing act. I was continually spinning plates, loving both of them but afraid to show it, afraid to differentiate between them in the amount of time or attention I gave, torn in two directions, pulled almost apart in my futile efforts to unite them. The situation eased when Anna left home, yet I missed her so much it was like a physical ache. She did come to see me, but only when Ronald was at the Legion or at work, and he never entered into our conversations. How immature this makes my husband sound. Yes, perhaps he was childish in his attitude, yet I completely understood his reasons. Sadly, Anna never could, which was my fault entirely. But now my daughter is marvelous. Anna moved back home when Ronald died and stayed until after the funeral. A great comfort, and even though she's returned to her flat, she rings me every day. "How are you doing, Mom?" Anna greeted me with an affectionate embrace when she arrived on Wednesday evening to help with the endless sorting out. "Oh, you know, a day at a time, love. And you?" "Fine, thanks." Anna took off her coat and shook raindrops from it. The rain was getting heavy. It was a wet beginning to February, a damp and foggy month that I was always glad to see the end of. "I bought a couple of cakes from the bakery for us." Anna tilted her head to one side and smiled. "Sounds good. Are you trying to fatten me up?" I looked at my daughter, grateful for her concern. "You guessed." We ate the steak pie I'd prepared and lingered over coffee, neither of us in a hurry to start our task. "You always could make a great pastry, Mom. It was delicious. Mine's always like leather. I need more practice. Have you been out at all this week?" I knew Anna was concerned that I should start to build some sort of new life without Ronald. "Oh, the odd bit of shopping, and I met a friend for coffee yesterday." "Good. You need to make an effort." "I miss your dad." I said the words without thinking, and then stupidly added, "Don't you?" Anna looked stunned. I should have known better. "You can't say we had the closest of relationships, can you? Even from being very young, I always felt I was a nuisance to Dad, and he clearly didn't want me around." "That's not strictly true. Dad did try his best, you know." I'd opened a can of worms here. How could I have been so stupid when things were going so well between us?
Try his best? What was there to try, Mum? I was his daughter.
The anger was rising in Anna's voice.
Surely he should have loved me for who I was. I wasn't the most difficult of children, yet he couldn't wait to get rid of me, which you know as well as I do.
You don't understand. It was difficult for him.
Don't understand what? I know he had a hard time in the Navy, but you'd think he'd appreciate his family after all the trouble he saw. Anyway, he left the service after the Falklands, didn't he? Dad wasn't the only one to be traumatized, and it was over 30 years ago.
Yes, but settling back into civilian life wasn't easy. You were just a tiny baby, and he wasn't used to children. Anna's eyes flashed with fury.
Not many new parents are. Couldn't he have tried a bit harder? You always did defend him, Mum. But why? He was the adult. I was the child. Yet I don't ever remember any genuine affection from him. My only memories are of being in the wrong and not doing the right thing, whether at school or home. Would it have been too much to ask of my own father to have found something in me he could be proud of? And now he's dead, and I'm feeling guilty again. He's still making me feel like I've done something wrong.
Angry tears were spilling over. Anna's words were spoken and couldn't be taken back. I regretted allowing this conversation to develop. It was stupid of me to expect Anna to make allowances for Ronald when she didn't know the truth. A few moments of silence seemed to cool the room. I hesitated over what to say next, longing for Anna to understand why Ronald behaved as he did, but not wishing to hurt her. Eventually, I decided on honesty. Perhaps there is something you should know, Anna. Your dad tried hard with you. He really did, and I don't want you to remember him with such negative feelings. He wasn't a bad man, and maybe I should have told you this before, but then it wouldn't have been fair on your dad.
There you go, again, defending him. What about me? What is it I should know?
When your dad came back from the Falklands, I was already nearly 3 months pregnant with you.
So what?
He'd been on a tour of duty for 6 months, Anna. You weren't his baby, his biological child. I felt the blood drain from my face as shame washed over me. If I hadn't already been seated, I would most likely have collapsed. It was the hardest thing I'd ever had to say to my daughter, or anyone. Over the years, I'd considered telling Anna the truth many times, thinking she had a right to know, or that it would help her understand Ronald's position, but courage always failed me, until now. Somehow it was vital that Anna's memory of the man she'd called father was not one of a bully or an uncaring man. I owed as much to Ronald. The silence seemed to stretch for an eternity. I think we were both lost for the right words to say, until Anna's low, accusing voice broke into the quiet.
So, are you saying you had an affair while Dad was away fighting in the Falklands?
The words sounded dirty, disapproving, and understandably so. I hardly knew how to answer, feeling suddenly sordid. I was so used to defending my husband, not myself. I wouldn't describe it as an affair, no.
Just a one-night stand, then? That's bloody perfect.
Anna pushed the chair away as she stood, grabbed her coat, and ran angrily out of the front door into the pouring rain, slamming it as hard as she could, and I was left berating myself for being such a fool. What kind of Pandora's box had I opened?
4. Anna. It's hardly surprising that my thoughts refused to shift from my mother's revelation. Why hadn't she told me this before? And why do so now? I was stunned, at a loss for an answer. If anyone ever suggested to me that Mum was the sort of woman to have an affair, I'd have laughed long and loud. But clearly I didn't know her as well as I thought. Even now, in her 50s, she's an attractive woman, but most definitely not the sort to seek attention from other men. Mum loved Ronald. That much was plain to see. She cared for him with genuine affection and stayed with him through good and bad. Hardly the actions of a woman who would have an affair. Unwelcome thoughts crowded my mind, robbing me of sleep. Each rumination posed more questions, the most urgent being, who was my father? I knew Mum and I should discuss this rationally like the adults we were, yet I felt anything but rational and more like a petulant child. I wanted to stamp my feet and shout, "It's not fair!" I needed time to calm down, to process this shocking news. Mum rang soon after I arrived home, but when I saw her number, I didn't answer. Another childish reaction. Perhaps I was trying to punish her, when in reality, she's probably punished herself enough over the years, and likely regretted her actions and the hurt they'd caused Dad, and indirectly, me. Perhaps if Mum had remained faithful to Ronald, things would have been different. It was no longer surprising that he didn't like me. I was another man's child, a constant reminder of his wife's infidelity. If Mum's reason for revealing this to me was to explain Ronald's feelings, then to some degree she'd succeeded. Although there's so much more I need to know. Why had Ronald stayed with her? Why accept another man's child in name, but not emotionally? Would it have been better if they'd separated? The speculation didn't help, and my brain swam with thoughts, which stubbornly refused to shift. Yes, Mum and I needed to talk, but not yet. It was too raw. Sleep eventually came, and I woke after 5 hours, surprisingly alert. But with my mind still fizzing with the previous day's revelation. The day held responsibilities when all I wanted was to pull the covers over my head and go back to sleep. Impossible. The hours stretched uninvitingly before me, and I knew I'd struggle to concentrate at work. Still, I dragged myself out of bed and into the shower, hoping the water would wash away the unpleasant feelings, which returned with consciousness to trouble me again. I went through the motions of making coffee and toast, but left them on the side to go cold, and headed out to the hospital. With Mum's disclosure still at the forefront of my mind, I'd completely forgotten that I'd promised to go to the theater with Joel. Now regretting accepting the invitation, I wondered if I could wriggle my way out of it. However, when I saw the look on his face as he offered to pick me up later, I couldn't bring myself to disappoint him and decided to go. Besides, it would give me something else to worry about. Like deliberately bashing your hand to take your mind off the pain in your foot. The day passed quicker than I expected, although I longed to be home, to indulge my inner slob and to do nothing more taxing than watching mindless TV. But it wasn't meant to be. I was committed to going out. Hopefully, Joel realized this was only a platonic thing. Having 2 tickets, presumably, he'd simply asked me to accompany him rather than waste one of them. I scanned my wardrobe, wondering what to wear. Not being a great one for going out or socializing in general, there were a few choices, which should have made the decision easier, but didn't. What did people wear for the theater these days? It was such a long time since I'd been casual or smart. I settled on the semi-smart, as it was only the local theatre and not London's West End. Hopefully a calf-length skirt with high boots and a soft light blue jersey top was the right combination. I didn't want Joel to think I'd made a huge effort with my appearance, yet it was important to look right for the occasion. But what was the occasion? A date? Or a couple of friends sharing an evening out together? Stop it, Anna. My words were directed to the reflection in the bedroom mirror. You always have to overthink things. Just let it go and enjoy the evening for what it is. I finished brushing my hair, which was loose rather than pinned up as it generally was for work, and sighed at the finished result. I'd got it right. Not over the top, just enough. As I turned to move away from the mirror, I paused, struck by the reflection which stared back at me. On close inspection, I was clearly nothing like Ronald Greenwood. Why had I not noticed before? He had brown eyes, and mine were blue. I had my mother's oval face, yet not her petite frame, and her eyes were gray. Did my height or my dark blonde hair come from my biological father? Mum's revelation threw up many unanswered questions, yet there was no time to consider them. Joel was bang on time, and he also looked entirely different from when at the lab. But then, we all wore the same insipid white lab coats there. Individuality was non-existent in the working environment. A slightly awkward moment passed as Joel complimented me on my appearance. It sounded remarkably like the beginning of a date rather than the friendship thing I was aiming for, but I thanked him graciously, and we set off. Joel's black Peugeot 308 convertible was undoubtedly a step up from the battered 10-year-old Mini I drove when it deigned to start. To my surprise, I actually enjoyed the evening. The show was brilliant, and as I was drawn into the music, I felt my body and mind relaxing, letting go of my worries for a while at least. The cast was small but exceptionally versatile, and talented with infectious enthusiasm. Joel ordered wine at the bar during the interval, and we chatted easily about the first half and the music we'd heard. It amazes me how they can alter the whole feel of the stage with only a few simple props and clever lighting. Subtle but brilliant changes, I marveled. They've achieved exactly the right atmosphere and mood for each song.
You were singing along with most of the songs, Anna. Do you have a favorite?
Joel smiled, and I felt my cheeks burn. Oh, no, I wasn't singing aloud, was I? I love them all, but Les Miserables music really moves me. I saw the London show with a friend one weekend ages ago and became hooked immediately. Not knowing the story, I bought the CD and read up on it afterwards. To hear those songs again and with some idea of the plot makes them even more powerful. I love them.
I'm glad you came and that you're enjoying yourself.
Joel smiled again and reached across the table, covering my hand with his own. I was taken entirely by surprise and immediately snatched my hand away, as if I'd been scalded.
Sorry.
Joel looked hurt and confused.
I didn't mean to offend you.
I immediately felt stupid. It was hardly the most intimate of gestures, just a touch. Shouldn't we be getting back in now? I think they've rung the first bell. How pathetic was I? Joel drank the last of his wine and stood to leave, his arm outstretched to allow me to go first and being careful not to make physical contact. The second half of the show was as good as the first. Andrew Lloyd Webber's compositions featured largely in this section, and I found myself lost in the evocative music from shows including Phantom of the Opera, Aspects of Love, and Evita. When the final encore was over and the curtain fell, my thoughts returned to reality. Looking at Joel, whose handsome face still reflected some of his earlier confusion, I attempted to make up for my previous reaction by smiling warmly. "It's been a lovely evening, Joel. I've enjoyed it so much. Thank you." Joel smiled too, yet his eyes still held a degree of puzzlement. He appeared unsure of where he stood. On the way home, the conversation focused solely on the show, and when Joel left me at my flat, we said an awkward goodbye. He didn't attempt to touch me again. Walking into the darkness of the flat, I shivered. Lucy's presence was even more welcome than usual, as the little cat jumped down from the sofa, stretching her front paws before padding over to rub against my legs. Her affection lifted my mood. The visit to the theater was a brilliant midweek interlude in what was usually a rather mundane life, but it left me with a weird melancholy. Opening the back door to let Lucy out, I filled a glass of water, picked up an apple from the fruit bowl, and settled down on the sofa. I'd give Lucy half an hour or so before calling her in for the night. Strangely, I needed her company. Reflecting on the evening stirred mixed emotions. The music was incredible, and for that reason alone I was glad to have seen the performance. But Joel was a different matter. Undeniably good company and a very attractive companion, it somehow felt like I'd mishandled the evening. In hindsight, it might have been better to have laid down some ground rules before accepting the invitation, but I could hardly have given Joel a list of conditions. It was only natural he'd thought of the evening as a date, and truthfully, part of me knew this. Was I being unfair to him? Perhaps so. I can be so stupid at times, but I'd apologize tomorrow at work. Another question gnawing at the back of my mind was whether I wanted to go out with Joel again. Wasn't I the one who was intent on a single life? Seeing a man certainly threw that idea out of the window. Yet the thought of being with Joel outside of work appealed to me. He was great company with a gentle personality, amusing and even witty at times. Damn it, I'd probably ruined it by recoiling from his touch. It wasn't as if he'd been taking liberties. He'd only reached for my hand. Yet his simple touch seemed to pierce the protective bubble I've so carefully built around myself. His one gentle touch challenged the persona I presented to the world of being a happily single young woman. Was I honestly as happy being alone as I told myself? It was too late for such soul-searching, and my mother's revelations had confused me more than I cared to admit. This was certainly not the time to be making decisions about my relationships. I needed to get my head around the issue of my father, and the only way forward was through talking to Mom. An urgent mewing at the door broke into my thoughts, and rising to let Lucy back in, I decided to go to bed. Lucy followed, jumping up and claiming her space on the duvet. Stroking her small, warm head as she purred beside me, I wondered if my cat's company was indeed all I needed for a happy future. 5. Anna. I resolved to do 2 things the following day. The first was to thank Joel for our evening out and apologize for my pathetic behavior. The second was to ring my mother and arrange to see her again. Knowing what she was like, I was sure she'd be fretting, worrying about me and what she'd told me. Mom shouldn't have to feel this way when she's grieving. I was ashamed of my behavior towards her. She was still my mom, and I loved her, whatever she'd done in the past. It was a quiet day in the lab. with all work up to date. I'd have preferred to be busy without time to think. A hectic day always passed quickly. Still, it was Friday, and not much new work came in before the weekend. I made coffee in the small restroom, affectionately referred to as the cupboard, when Joel came in, stopping abruptly when he saw me. I smiled at him. "It's okay. I'm just having a coffee. Would you like one?"
Yes, please. Strong and hot. Milk and sugar.
He relaxed, returning my smile, and then sat in one of the 2 easy chairs, watching as I made the drinks. We drank our coffee in silence, and I found myself frantically trying to think of something to say to keep Joel in the room a while longer. I craved his company, but was afraid I'd ruined any chance of friendship which might have been possible. "I enjoyed our trip to the theater, Joel. Thank you for such a lovely evening. I've been playing CDs from the shows ever since, and I swear even my cat knows the words by heart now." What was I thinking? Rambling on like a madwoman. What would he think?
Good. I enjoyed it too. Maybe we could go out again sometime.
The suggestion both surprised and delighted me. Next time, I'd try not to make such a fool of myself. "Yes, I'd like that." I smiled and felt my face redden. Thoughts of Joel were popping into my mind quite frequently, and in a romantic way, too. I wondered what would have happened if I'd responded differently the previous night, what it would be like for him to kiss me. Then I reminded myself of my resolution to stay single, but were my reasons for such thinking now baseless? Knowing the truth about Mum's marriage was throwing every certainty I'd ever held on to away. I didn't even know who I was anymore. It seemed the most inappropriate time to be thinking of entering a relationship, but my heart was telling me I wanted to see Joel again, to have a second chance, and it looked as if it might be possible after all.
You seem a little distracted today, Anna. Is everything all right?
His perception shouldn't have surprised me, but it did, and for a moment I didn't know how to answer. I wish it was. Since Dad died, I've learned some disturbing things, which I can't seem to get my head around. I went to see Mum yesterday, and she told me something which wasn't easy to take in. I took a sip of coffee and raised my eyes to look at Joel, hoping I'd not scare him off again. Quite the opposite, it appeared. His expression showed nothing but concern. "Sorry, I'll not bore you with all my family problems. I'll get over it." I waved my hand, trying to make light of it.
It wouldn't bore me. If you do ever want to talk, I'm here for you, Anna.
Thank you. I might just take you up on it. Fulfilling the second promise to myself, I rang Mum to suggest meeting at the weekend for coffee, and proposed a neutral venue, thinking it would be more appropriate, although I didn't know why. Too many memories at her house, perhaps, or fear of losing my temper again if we were at my flat. Mum was delighted to hear from me, and I felt ashamed not to have rung sooner. We agreed to meet the following day, Saturday, at a quiet coffee shop on the high street. The morning was dry, with a chill February wind. As I entered the coffee shop, I saw Mum sitting in a window seat, staring somewhat distractedly into the street. She saw me enter and smiled as I approached. We ordered drinks, and when they arrived, I shivered, wrapping my hands around the hot latte for comfort and warmth, unsure of what to say now I was here. "I owe you an apology, Mum. My behavior the other day was completely out of order. I shouldn't have stormed off."
You had a shock. It was as much my fault as yours, although perhaps I shouldn't have told you. I just hoped it would explain why your dad, Ronald, felt as he did.
Maybe I understand better now, but it's raised so many other questions. I presume you know who my real father is? Are you going to tell me? Mum hesitated before replying. Her voice was low, and sadness clouded her face.
I honestly don't think it would do any good. He doesn't know about you, and I'd rather keep it that way.
But what about me? Don't I have a right to know? What if there was a medical emergency and I needed a kidney or something? Mum lifted her head and raised an eyebrow. Okay, I know it's a bit far-fetched, but it would surely help me understand if you told me more about what happened.
Please, Anna, I need you to trust me on this. It wouldn't benefit you in the slightest to know who he is. Haven't I always done what's best for you in the past? Can we just drop this and talk about something more cheerful?
Once again, I experienced the familiar sense of frustration and a swelling seed of anger. Perhaps it was as well we were meeting in a public place. However, seeing the hopeful expression on Mum's face softened my mood. So many good times from childhood flashed across my mind, and I knew for the present, at least, I would have to trust my mother's judgment. All right, Mum. I'll try to forget about it for now. But maybe next time we meet, at least have a good reason why you think I shouldn't know who he is. So can we leave it there?
I won't change my mind. Can you consider trusting me on this?
Stalemate. Disappointment niggled at me, yet I'd asked Mum to reconsider, and it seemed reasonable that we should both reflect before we next met. So the subject was closed, at least for the moment. Mum asked about work and how things were going in general. I clung to those good times I'd recently recalled, which helped keep me calm and see other facets of Mum's personality, instead of dwelling on this one significant disagreement. Yet still, it was almost impossible to look at her without thinking about my father, my birth father. Having always been the curious sort, I knew not knowing would gnaw at my mind. Would I be able to let it go? An hour went by, during which we managed to avoid talking about the past, other than in general terms. Walking home later, I was glad to have made an effort to remain calm. Our relationship was too precious to ruin. Surely we could find a way to resolve this issue, even if it meant compromise on both sides.
6. Caroline. I could procrastinate no longer, and was finally sorting through my husband's papers. His birth certificate and naval discharge papers were stored in a metal box, together with our marriage certificate and Ronald's death certificate. In the same cupboard, crammed with several years' worth of miscellaneous items we'd kept for sentimental reasons, were newspaper accounts of the sinking of the HMS Sheffield. On 4 May 1982, an Exocet missile fired from an Argentinian warship hit HMS Sheffield 8 feet above the waterline, tearing a gash 4 feet by 10 feet in her side. The missile's burning rocket set fire to the Sheffield, damaging the electricity generating systems and preventing anti-fire mechanisms from working. The water main was also ruptured in the attack, and as there was no way the fires could be extinguished, an evacuation was initiated. HMS Sheffield had only just relieved her sister ship, HMS Coventry, from defense watch when the missile hit. Fired from a distance of only 6 miles, the equivalent of point-blank range. The stricken vessel was towed away from the task force to prevent the assisting ships from becoming a sitting duck target for Argentinian aircraft. Burns casualties were evacuated first,
and uninjured crew members waited helplessly on the deck, watching and waiting for their turn. Ronald was one of the Navy personnel who watched in horror from the deck as injured shipmates were helped into lifeboats. In agony from their burns, the screams and cries of grown men could be heard above the rough seas as Ronald waited in turn, praying the Sheffield would remain afloat until they were all safe. Chaos and confusion colored the scenes on deck, with the faces of the injured barely recognizable, burned and disfigured by the greedy flames. Ronald told me later that fleetingly he'd wondered if they would all have been better off going down with their ship. He learned of 20 men who lost their lives that day, 20 comrades who would never return to their waiting families, and another 26 who were injured. It was a life-defining moment for Ronald, an event which would remain with him forever, as if the flames had seared some inner part of his soul, a part which was destroyed with his dead comrades. He, too, suffered injuries, painful burns to his hands and face, and a deep gash to his right leg, which later needed 26 stitches. Ronald played down the pain he suffered, always mindful of those who could no longer feel pain. It was an event which changed my life, too, although there'd been an even more personal violation while Ronald was away, serving his country. Returning to sea was not an option for my husband after the Falklands. Perhaps he'd lost his nerve, or maybe it was what we now know as post-traumatic stress disorder, but Ronald accepted an honorable discharge and only occasionally missed the sea and his comrades. Being a skilled engineer, he soon found work, and although I pleaded with him to take time off to recover from his ordeal, he was a proud man and started working again as soon as his physical injuries allowed. The memories were painful. I switched on a few lamps to disperse the early evening gloom, and the room was comfortably warm. When the doorbell rang, I'd already spread the papers over the dining room table and had studied each one, deciding which to keep and which to consign to the bin, telling myself to be practical and dispassionate. I answered the door, and Anna stood on the porch, wrapped up warmly against the bitter wind, dancing from one foot to another to keep warm. I was not expecting my daughter. "Why don't you use your key?" I asked. "I don't have it on me," she replied, as I dragged her into the warmth. Then, on seeing the clutter spread around the room, Anna paused. "Am I interrupting something?" No, I've been putting this off for ages. You can help if you like." I looked hopefully at her. "Are they Ronald's papers?" "Yes, although most of them can probably be shredded. I'd appreciate the help, but it's okay if you don't want to. I can finish it later." "No, I'll help. At least I can shred while you do the sorting." I made some tea, and we sat side by side at the table. I looked again at the documents and lifted another newspaper cutting with headlines about HMS Sheffield. Ronald was never the same after the sinking. He changed. I think a part of him went down with the ship and his lost colleagues. Yet he could never talk to me about it. It must have been horrific. I can't begin to imagine. Anna took the cutting from me and started to read. After a few moments, she placed the paper back on the table. "How did he change, Mum?" I was startled at the question. Anna generally avoided talking about Ronald. He'd been so full of life before the Falklands conflict. It wasn't always easy, him being in the Navy, but we managed, and the times we did spend together were special, wonderful. He had quite a sense of humor, which was what attracted me to him all those years ago. But after the sinking of the Sheffield, it all changed. After that,
The world became somehow black and white, and he was a bitter man. Ronald thought of things and people as either good or bad, and couldn't accept any gray areas. I don't know why there was such a change. Maybe it was the life and death situation, the atrocities he'd seen. I suppose I'll never fully understand why, but he wasn't the same when he came home. And then I was on the way, which would fall into the bad category, I should think. Anna's blunt words hurt and shocked me. The sarcasm so unlike her. Well, yes, it was difficult for him to accept. There were arguments about it, almost from the day he came home. It was a very distressing time. Why did he stay with you, Mum? I honestly can't understand why he didn't just up and leave, especially when you decided to keep me. Anna's desire to find out as much as she could about that time was clearly still paramount in her mind. And suddenly, I couldn't take the pressure any longer. The tears began to fall. What is it, Mum? I'm sorry. I don't mean to upset you. Anna reached out to hold me. I don't think she'd ever seen me cry before. Apart from a few restrained tears at Ronald's funeral, we were both trembling. I eventually composed myself enough to speak. Ronald stayed because he loved me. Even after you betrayed him? I didn't betray him, Anna. I loved him too. But I don't understand. If I'm not Ronald's child, you must have been with another man. Pausing to reflect, Anna's eyes widened as it suddenly dawned on her. Anna's hand flew to her mouth. You were raped. Oh, Mum, it wasn't an affair, was it? It was rape. The color drained from her face as the enormity and horror of the truth slowly trickled into her conscious mind. I turned my face away, unable to meet her eyes. A heavy silence filled the room. I broke the silence when I looked at my daughter and saw the pain and confusion on her face. I didn't want you to know, Anna. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't even have told you Ronald wasn't your father. It was a mistake. I should have let things rest, but I couldn't bear for you to remember him as a bad person. My daughter was stunned. Having just learned she was the child of a rapist, how could she ever come to terms with such a brutal reality? I berated myself for having told her, for handling things so badly. But it was out in the open, and there was a strange relief in that knowledge. Perhaps this new honesty could strengthen our relationship and draw us closer together. Anna needed time and space to think, so I left her alone and went into the kitchen to make coffee, squeezing her shoulder as I passed. When I returned with the hot drinks, she gratefully took the mug from me, yet remained silent, expectant, waiting for me to explain, to speak of the unspeakable. I owed her as much. I rarely went out while Ronald was at sea, but some of my old girlfriends were going to a dance, and insisted I join them. It seemed churlish to refuse. One of them was celebrating a birthday, and I thought it would be a good chance to catch up with them, so I went. There was a live band, quite a good one, and I was content to listen to the music and watch over the handbags while my friends danced. Mark approached me halfway through the evening. I remembered him from school. He'd been a couple of years above me and was quite popular with the girls, a reputation which had clearly gone to his head. I don't think he remembered me from those days, yet he'd apparently asked about me. I refused his offer to dance. He already appeared half drunk, but he insisted on sitting with me, only moving to refill his glass at the bar. I tried to be polite while making it clear that I was happily married, a fact he already knew as well as somehow being aware that Ronald was away at sea. Mark came from a wealthy family and was used to getting what he wanted. The drink made him more and more obnoxious, and when he started making lewd suggestions, I moved to another table, catching the eye of one of my friends who came over to see what was happening. Not wanting to cause a fuss or spoil their evening, I told her I was leaving, and quietly slipped away, eager to get home. It was a Sunday evening. The buses were infrequent, so, as it was a fine night, and not far, I decided to walk. I had no idea I was being followed until I reached home. As I opened the door, Mark appeared out of nowhere and pushed me inside, slamming the door closed behind him. I don't need to go into details, do I, Anna? I did try to fight him off, but he was a young man, strong and in his prime. It was a violent attack which left me shocked. When he finally left, I retreated to my bed, bruised and bleeding, and cried myself to sleep. I was so ashamed and embarrassed and didn't know what to do. The following morning, I rang my friend Ellen, one of the girls who'd been with me the night before, and she came over. When she saw the state I was in, Ellen wanted me to go to the police, yet I couldn't face it. It would mean telling them exactly what he'd done, going into detail and reliving it again. Perhaps they'd even think I'd led him on and wouldn't believe me. So I persuaded Ellen to keep quiet, and she's kept my secret ever since. For weeks, I was numb, living in a kind of stupor from day to day. When morning sickness began and I realized I was pregnant, I didn't tell Ellen. Even in the early stages of pregnancy, I knew I'd keep you, and wanted everyone to assume you were Ronald's child. It was only fair to him. When Ronald came home, so much had happened to him, and he was in shock. My priority was caring for him, not thinking about myself. It took several days before I felt able to tell him about the rape, yet I still kept quiet about the pregnancy. Outwardly, he was sympathetic. Inwardly, I could tell he was seething. I didn't dare tell him who had raped me. Ronald would have killed him for sure. So I said it was a stranger, an opportunist who saw me entering the house and forced his way in. A few days later, when I plucked up the courage to tell him about the pregnancy, Ronald exploded. I'd never seen him in such a rage, and, as I expected, he insisted on an abortion. My refusal was probably the catalyst which changed our relationship forever. Unable to continue, I paused for breath. My heart pounded rapidly, revisiting the most awful time of my life, dredged up some harrowing memories. Anna had listened silently, but I knew questions would be stacking up in her mind. "Oh, Mom, why did you let him get away with it? You should have gone to the police." A reasonable question. Shame, embarrassment? I don't honestly know. Somehow I thought it was my fault, although I certainly hadn't encouraged him, and it would simply have been my word against his. Mark's family were rich and had connections. Who was going to believe me? "But why didn't you have an abortion? You must have known I'd be a constant reminder of such a violent attack." "No, you were never that. I don't ever want you to think anything of the kind. You were the only good thing to come out of such a dreadful experience. You were my solace. And you know my views on abortion. I knew my marriage would never be the same again, and our lives had changed irrevocably, yet I still felt blessed to have you, even before you were born. Each day, feeling you growing within me, I loved you more and more. You were my comfort, and I don't care how you were conceived, Anna. I took a sip of my coffee and continued. I've always looked upon you as my child, my baby, not his. I felt an enormous love for you then, which has remained and grown over the years. Ronald, however, felt betrayed, as if I'd chosen you over him, which in a way was true. I could understand his feelings, although none of it was your fault. If he'd threatened to leave, I would have let him. There was no way I was going to give you up. You were my baby, helpless and dependent. You needed me, and my love for you was overwhelming. I know this must be difficult for you to understand, but never lose sight that you were and still are the most important person in my life. There was just one more question I knew Anna would ask before the subject was closed. You said my biological father was called Mark. But you must know his full name, Mum. Who is he? Mark who? If I tell you, Anna, what will you do with the information? I feared for the future. I don't know, but surely I should know everything. You've come this far. She was right. I couldn't leave things there. My daughter did have a right to know. His full name is Mark Appleton. I watched nervously as Anna's expression registered recognition of the name and the awful implications it presented. 7. Anna. Are you telling me my father is Mark Appleton, the MP? Surely there was some mistake. Another man, with the same name, perhaps. My mind was reeling with all kinds of thoughts, mostly unpleasant. The shock of my mother's revelations hit me like a physical blow. She'd been raped, and I'd been petty enough to think the worst of her. Shame filled me. How could I have been so insensitive? I wanted to ask more, to understand fully, but Mum looked washed out, ashen, and my heart ached for her. She'd suffered so much, and revisiting that awful experience can't have been easy. I saw Ronald in a different light, too, with perhaps a greater understanding. But what about myself and my biological father? Yes, he's an MP now. Mum's reply was barely a whisper. She lowered her head. Mum, don't look away from me. You have absolutely nothing to be ashamed of. You've lived with the consequences of that brute's actions every single day. It's robbed you of so much happiness, while he's built a career in public life and got away with his crime. Anger at the injustice of the whole situation replaced the shock of learning I was conceived in such a violent way. I think you should go to the police. Why should he get away with it? Oh, Anna, no. It's far too late to report it now. The police wouldn't be interested. Let's just leave well enough alone, shall we? But, Mum, Mark Appleton is a respected figure in the community with a role he doesn't deserve. Why shouldn't he be brought to justice? He has a wife and family, Anna. Think how they would feel. And what about you? How do you feel? How has it affected you all these years? And me too. Damn it, I even voted for him in the last election. I believed all his fancy talk about family values and being tough on crime. Well, it needs to begin at home for Mr. Mark Appleton, MP. What a first-class bloody hypocrite. I was fired up, into my stride, and ready to take on the world. Mum tried to bring me back to reality. It's a historic crime, love. Don't think I haven't thought about reporting it over the years, but I've looked into these things. And all it would boil down to is his word against mine. Only 6% of all rape cases are actually proven in court, and they're the ones with concrete DNA evidence. So there's no way I can prove he raped me so long after the event. But there is evidence. Me. A paternity test would prove, without question, that Appleton's my biological father. It's a starting point. I felt almost triumphant. It appeared Mum hadn't considered me as evidence, but then she'd never intended to tell me the true circumstances of my conception either. What good would it do to drag it all up again? And DNA will prove he's your biological father, but not that he's a rapist. I despise what he did, but I've never felt the need to get even or seek revenge. I'm not talking about revenge, Mum, but justice. Anyone who sets themselves up in public office should be beyond reproach. He's a liar and a rapist and not fit to represent us in Parliament. And have you ever thought that you might not have been his only victim? If he got away with it once, he could have gone on to do it again, and still could in the future. People like him rely on fear to stop his victims from reporting the crime. You're playing straight into his hands by letting him get away with it. It made sense to me, yet Mum was so clearly afraid of the whole episode being made public. So far, she'd managed to live with the consequences of that night, but for it to come out in the open at this late stage must be terrifying. In an attempt at reassurance, I continued. If you do decide to pursue it, you'll be able to remain anonymous. The police are very sensitive about these things today, more so than they were 30 years ago. You've suffered so much from this, Mum, and he really should be punished for what he did. Okay, I might have suffered, as have you and Ronald, but there's another side to consider. If the rape had never occurred, I wouldn't have you. The whole issue was a complex one to grasp, and I wondered if I'd ever fully understand it. Having always known Mum to be a strong woman, my admiration for her increased as I considered the difficulties her situation must have presented over the years. My mother continued to reason with me. Please, Anna, don't get hung up on Mark Appleton. He's not worth it, and that's not why I told you. I wanted you to understand Ronald better, to think kindlier of him. It was so much harder for him than for me. Knowing the circumstances of your conception, he argued that you'd be a constant reminder of the rape to both of us. Maybe there was an irrational degree of guilt in his reasoning, too, as he'd been away and unable to protect me. Throughout the pregnancy, Ronald tried to persuade me to give you up for adoption, but I couldn't. You were a part of me, even then. After you were born, Ronald couldn't look at you without thinking of your origins. Your very existence was a permanent reminder to him of the rape, whereas I could only see my precious daughter, a gift from God. I hoped that over time he'd change his mind and fall in love with you as I did, but sadly it was never to be. To Ronald, you were simply another man's child, and one conceived in violence at a time he was unable to protect me. It wasn't easy, and he threw out constant accusations that I'd chosen you over him. Yet he stayed with me and provided for us both. It's my one true regret that Ronald could never find it in his heart to love you for who you are. Mum lapsed into silence, and for a few moments, the only sounds in the room were the ticking of the mantel clock and the rain lashing against the window. Learning the truth inevitably changed my opinion of Ronald. Mum succeeded in that much, at least, and perhaps it was time to leave the subject until another day. We were both exhausted, physically and mentally. You haven't got very far with your sorting out,
Have you? I sighed. The muscles in my face relaxed, and the tension left my shoulders.
No, but some things are more important. I never meant to tell you all this, Anna. I only hope it doesn't distress you too much, and you can somehow come to terms with it.
It's been a shock, but it explains why Ronald felt the way he did. It'll take time to sink in, and won't be easy to process. But what about you? Will you be okay? I could stay here tonight.
Oh, I'll be fine on my own. I'm getting rather used to it, and you have Lucy to consider.
Before leaving, I hugged my mother with more love and affection than I could ever remember feeling. Having pushed and pushed until she finally told me the truth, I wondered what I was going to do with the shocking facts I'd learned. Unsurprisingly, sleep once again eluded me, disturbing thoughts running through my mind on a continuous loop. When sleep eventually came, it was fitful, with dreams of being chased by dark, menacing shadows and being unable to escape, with my legs like lead. I was fearful of being caught, yet had no idea by what or whom. As morning dawned, another gray and miserable day, the dreams were still vivid. I refused any attempt at analysis, firmly concluding they were simply dreams and best ignored. I wondered if Mum had slept at all. I clambered out of bed and reached for my phone, just to hear her voice and say good morning.
8. Caroline. It was nearly a week before Anna came round again, although we spoke on the phone, and her determination to persuade me to report Mark Appleton to the police was as strong as ever. I should have anticipated this complication when I disclosed his name, yet, idiotically, I didn't. My nature is one of a peacemaker. Goodness knows I've had plenty of practice over the years, but Anna seemed intent on confrontation. During the last few sleepless nights, I decided that if my daughter could not be persuaded to drop the issue, it would probably be better to go along with her wishes. Perhaps pursuing the matter was the only way Anna could cope with the stark and disturbing facts of her origins. Knowing you'd been conceived in such a violent way must have a considerable psychological impact, a blow to all you've ever believed true. I was only grateful she didn't blame me in any way, and she hadn't traveled down the road of thinking her whole life had been a lie. Time and time again during the following days, I wondered if I'd done the right thing in revealing the circumstances of Anna's conception. However, the wisdom of doing so was irrelevant. Now Anna had this knowledge in her possession. It could never be erased from her mind. Having always believed honesty to be the best policy, this was one of those cases which challenged my belief. I could only hope Anna and I would strengthen our relationship and move on. It would be tragic if it clouded our future as it had clouded our past. Anna visited again on Friday and appeared tired, a look I probably mirrored, but she entered the house cheerfully and using her key, which I took as a positive sign. We ate pasta and chatted about inconsequential things, yet I could tell she was itching to talk more seriously. Sure enough, after clearing the dishes, my daughter got down to business.
I thought we could make a list to help us decide what to do.
Anna was seated on the sofa, legs curled beneath her, staring hopefully at me. A list of what?
Pros and cons about reporting Appleton to the police. Haven't you been thinking about it, Mum?
Oh, love, I've thought of nothing else all week. But I honestly don't know if I can do it. And for all we know, he might have changed. That could have been the only time he ever did such a dreadful thing, so why drag it all up now? He might even have regretted his actions as much as I did.
But it's equally possible it wasn't the only time. They don't say a leopard can't change his spots for nothing. Surely he should be held accountable.
Anna's jaw was set, a look I knew so well. Okay, let's make a list. I agreed, somewhat wearily, producing a pen and notepad from the dresser and passing it to Anna. With the purpose and concentration of a general planning battle strategy, my daughter drew a line down the center of the first page and headed each column.
Right. What are the reasons for reporting him?
Anna looked expectantly at my blank expression. I'd been hoping she would do all the thinking. Because he broke the law? I offered weakly.
Oh, Mum, we're not talking about a shoplifter here. This was a violent and vicious crime which had consequences on your life, Ronald's, and mine.
Yes, sorry, you're right. The first reason must be that Appleton is, or was, a violent man, and needs to be accountable for his actions.
Good. That's better.
Then, scribbling the words down, she added,
Also, and a big plus, in my opinion, he's in public office, making decisions which affect other people, a position he attained by being a hypocrite.
Anna certainly felt more conviction about this task than I did. He's in a position of trust and might use such to repeat his actions? I offered tentatively.
Good one.
The list was taking shape, but there were reasons on both sides, the not-to-report side coming mainly from me. I'm merely concerned that it might have been an isolated incident, which perhaps he regretted afterwards. If that's the case, I'll feel mean and petty going to the police so long after the event. It could appear spiteful, or as if I have a hidden agenda.
I know, and it says a lot about your nature, but reporting a rape is not petty. What if we talked it over with the police without giving them a name? Do you think we'd be able to do that?
Anna pondered. It was an idea I could perhaps go along with, to test the water and see if the police would take us seriously. I've no idea, but I'd certainly feel happier not naming him rather than going for the jugular. Are you sure this is the way forward for you, Anna? It's as much about you as me, and I can live without this pursuit of justice. Are you certain you want to do this?
Absolutely. I'm convinced it's the right thing to do.
Determination was written all over my daughter's face. I found it difficult to decide whether it was worse for me to have been raped or for Anna to know she was the child of a rapist. Yet if this were the way forward, if this would help her come to terms with the facts, we would walk down the path together. At least we'd regained some kind of unity now, a new closeness which had been sadly lacking in recent years. Anna was the one to ring the police station to inquire how to proceed. I listened to a one-sided conversation, holding my breath as she was transferred to the appropriate officer. She then gave details in very general terms and finally made an appointment to see a detective the following day. As she replaced the receiver, Anna seemed pleased with the outcome of the call. Yet tomorrow was too soon for me. I'd expected it would take days before they'd see us. It wasn't as if it was an emergency. But it's Saturday tomorrow. Do they work at the weekend? I asked.
Yes, Mum. They work weekends and evenings, too. They could hardly do their job only during business hours, could they?
I suppose not. It's just so soon. Is it a woman we're seeing? Nerves were already churning in my stomach, and I began chewing my thumbnail, an old habit I should have grown out of by now.
Yes, Detective Sergeant Samantha Freeman, who apparently works solely on sex-related crimes.
Oh, what an awful job to have to wake up to every day. I couldn't imagine anyone choosing to do such a job, and wondered what kind of person this detective must be. I certainly wouldn't have long to wait to find out, and as Anna left to go home, we arranged for her to pick me up the following day in good time for our appointment. I said goodbye to my rather animated daughter, anticipating yet another sleepless night, which proved to be the case. 9. Samantha. Detective Sergeant Samantha Freeman was 5 feet 2 inches of attitude and sheer determination. Her elfin face, devoid of makeup, was framed by a short no-nonsense haircut, and her gray trouser suit and white shirt gave the impression of crisp efficiency. She greeted Caroline and Anna with a pleasant smile and a warm handshake. Then, apologizing for the room, a bland, boxy cubicle without windows, she offered coffee, which both women declined. "You're probably very sensible. It's machine stuff and quite revolting." Sam sat opposite mother and daughter, flicking a pen between her fingers, an A4 notepad on the table. Leaning back in the chair, she attempted to relax the pair with another smile. "Was it you I spoke to on the phone, Anna?" A nod confirmed this. "But the incident concerns Caroline. Is that correct?" Caroline's voice trembled. "Yes, but it was over 30 years ago. It's probably too late to do anything about it, and we'd quite understand if you thought we were wasting your time." Sam raised an eyebrow, studying the nervous woman in front of her who looked as if being in the interview room was the last place she wished to be. "Absolutely not. Rape is a very serious, violent crime, and it's never too late to bring the perpetrator to account. Perhaps you can outline the event for me today, and we'll meet again later to take a more formal video statement, if it's okay with you." Anna nodded as Samantha continued. "Are you happy for your daughter to be present while we discuss this? I'm sure she'd understand if you wanted her to wait in the corridor." 2 pairs of eyes turned towards Caroline, who shrugged and appeared to sink lower into the chair. "Anna knows all about it, and I'd like her to be here, especially if we're not going to get into all the details." "Good. Let's crack on then, eh? I know it happened a long time ago, but can you give me an idea of the date?" Samantha's pen was poised above the notepad, while Caroline counted back 9 months from Anna's birth and came up with the month and the year. "That's great. We don't often have such a clear time frame to work with. And your daughter told me you know the perpetrator? So can you give me his name?" Mother and daughter exchanged a glance before Caroline stammered, "We wondered if it's possible to explain what happened without disclosing his name, and then for you to tell me if some kind of prosecution is viable." She squirmed in the plastic bucket seat. Samantha looked directly at her. "Caroline, if you intend to bring this charge, we need a name. I realize this is a historic case, and quite honestly, if you came here to report a rape so long ago by a complete stranger, I'd have to tell you it would be almost impossible to investigate. As you know who this man is, we need you to tell us so we can investigate the allegation and, if appropriate, charge him." "Yes, of course." Caroline lowered her eyes. "His name is Mark Appleton." A look of surprise crossed Samantha's face, but was gone
in an instant. Are we talking about Mark Appleton, the MP?
Yes, the very same.
All boats were burned, and on a gloomy Saturday afternoon in February, Caroline Greenwood outlined the worst experience of her life, while D.S. Freeman listened with trained ears and an expressionless demeanor, making the odd note on her pad. 30 minutes later, Caroline quietly asked,
"Could I have that coffee now, please?"
Samantha left the room to fetch it, returning in just a couple of minutes with 2 steaming polystyrene cups. As she'd warned, it was pretty revolting. Yet Caroline drank the scalding liquid in need of the caffeine boost, while Sam quickly scanned the notes she'd taken. There are 1 or 2 things I'd like to clarify. Firstly, I have to ask why you didn't report the rape at the time. Caroline's face dropped. Sam felt sorry for her, but she'd face worse than this if she pursued the case. I need to ask because if this comes to court, which I hope it will, that will almost certainly be the defense's first question. They'll try to make out you've decided to accuse Appleton at this late stage for some entirely unconnected reason. A grudge, perhaps. So you see, we need to know. Caroline took a deep breath and paused to consider her answer.
Shock, fear, guilt. There was such a jumble of emotions after it happened, and I couldn't think straight. Even then, Mark had influence. I knew of him from school, even though he was a couple of years above me, and his family was well known and respected locally. Who was going to believe my word against his? And then, a few days later, Ronald's ship was sunk. He was on the Sheffield during the Falklands conflict, and there was the uncertainty of not knowing how he was. I was in such a state. I couldn't have handled going to the police, so I tried to put it out of my mind and concentrate on Ronald. Sam nodded. It was a good enough reason, certainly believable, so she left the subject there. And did you tell anyone about the incident later that night, perhaps, or soon afterwards? Well, I told my husband when he came home, which wasn't for a while due to his injuries. I had to tell him, because by then I knew I was pregnant with Anna. So will your husband support you in this allegation? Will he testify on your behalf? Sam could see a glimmer of light. The fact that Caroline was the wife of a veteran would be in her favor. The husband could be called as a first disclosure witness and be able to testify to his wife's state of mind. Ronald died recently, so no, he can't. The detective's mood was instantly deflated. Caroline continued. But I did tell my friend Ellen the next morning. I was still so upset and didn't know what to do, so I called her, and she came around. Ellen wanted me to go to the police, but I was too afraid. Are you still in touch with Ellen? Sam crossed her fingers under the table. Yes, we send Christmas cards. She lives in Leeds now, but I have an address at home. Ellen doesn't know Anna is Mark's child. In fairness to Ronald, I always kept it a secret. It doesn't matter. DNA will be our proof of paternity, although that's further down the line. I'll need Ellen's address, if you could let me have it. Yes, I'll ring when I get home. Caroline exhaled, and her shoulders visibly relaxed. Thank you both for coming today. Sam smiled at the 2 women. I know this has been far from easy. If it helps, I'd like you to know that I believe you entirely. Not everyone who comes in with this kind of story tells the truth. But over the 7 years I've been doing this job, I've developed a very sensitive hogwash radar, which rarely lets me down.
If you're certain you want to pursue this, I'll be 100% behind you, and will work my socks off to bring this man to justice." Both women nodded solemnly as they listened intently to Samantha Freeman. "What happens now is that I open a file and begin my investigation. This will take time, as nothing in today's justice system moves very fast, I'm afraid. But when I'm confident I have a case and the CPS agree, things will start to happen. I'll give you a card with a direct number to reach me here, and I'll put my mobile number on the back. Please ring if you have any queries or worries. If I don't answer, leave a message, and I'll get back to you as soon as possible." Caroline took the card.
"Thank you. You've been very encouraging. Can I just ask a couple of questions?"
Sam nodded.
Does the fact that Anna is Mark Appleton's daughter need to be made public? Maybe I'm looking too far ahead, but it's my biggest worry. I would hate her to suffer because I've decided to go ahead with this.
I can't deny it could be a problem. Anna's DNA is our only concrete evidence. In due course, we'll need a sample. A simple mouth swab will be sufficient, Anna, and then we'll collect one from Appleton. However, we'll not initially be disclosing to Appleton or his solicitor that you are his daughter. That's our rabbit out of the hat. We'll give him enough rope to hang himself before revealing this detail. But eventually, his defense will have to be told. Of course, we'll request that your name's not revealed, but because of who he is, there's bound to be media attention, and leaks do happen. There's always the chance that Appleton will hold his hands up and confess, but the man has a lot to lose, so I don't think that's a realistic possibility. Let's see how I get on with the initial inquiries, shall we? There will be dozens of questions which come to mind over the next few days, and I suggest you jot them down, and we'll consider them next time we meet. Are you okay with this?
Fine. Thank you so much. You've been very kind.
Now, the only other thing you can help me with is a photograph of yourself from around that time, Caroline. Do you have one?
I can find one and drop it in for you.
Great. And I'll keep you informed of any progress and hopefully be in touch within a week. Possibly sooner.
Sam showed them out before hurrying off with a sense of purpose. Caroline and her daughter made their way back to Anna's flat, both physically drained, yet still craving each other's company and the chance to discuss the afternoon's experience. Letting Lucy into the garden was the first job, followed by boiling the kettle for a decent cup of coffee. Next, Anna took a couple of pizzas from the freezer and put them in the oven. Comfort food. There'd be ice cream for afters. The enormity of what they'd initiated sat heavily on Caroline's heart. She wished she possessed her daughter's confidence that they were doing the right thing. "What did you think of Samantha Freeman?" Caroline asked.
"She's brilliant. I wouldn't like to cross her, so I'm glad she's on our side. I'm hoping she'll prove as effective as she appears."
I agree. Not being believed was always at the back of my mind, so she certainly reassured me. And if we can keep your name out, I'll be eternally grateful.
Mom, don't worry about that. If it comes out, so be it. It would probably only be a 7-day wonder before people forget and move on to the next big story. Getting a conviction is the most important thing, and I have every faith in the feisty Samantha. She's probably the perfect person for that job. 10. Anna.
Everything all right, Anna?
Joel startled me. I was miles away, as usual.
My mood somewhat low and once again distracted from my work.
Yes, thanks. I'm fine. It was just a rather unusual weekend. Sorry, did you want something?
No. Well, yes. I was thinking of going to the Nicolas Cage film Captain Corelli's Mandolin tonight. It's showing at the art center, and I wondered if you'd like to come with me. Unless you saw it the first time and didn't like it.
That would be lovely. Thank you. I did see it years ago, but it's such a great film, I'd enjoy seeing it again. I surprised myself at the thrill of pleasure this unexpected second chance with Joel prompted. We chatted about the film for a minute or two, then he arranged a time to pick me up later that evening. I couldn't help but notice Joel's smile as he went back to work. As for me, I was grinning like the proverbial Cheshire cat. The invitation added another distraction to my already overactive mind, but a pleasant one, and a change from my worries about the forthcoming police investigation. I blinked several times before being able to focus on the slide in the microscope in front of me. The rest of the day dragged, and it was a relief when the time came to head home. Bumping into Joel on the way out, a strange and exciting warmth enveloped me in being able to say, "I'll see you later." Kefalonia was the perfect setting for a romantic love story. Located on the rocky northern coast and gorgeous sandy beaches of the southern part of the island, the film moved me every bit as much as it had the first time around and rekindled a desire to visit Greece. Joel drove us back to my flat, so I invited him in for coffee. He appeared somewhat nervous when accepting. There was a shy side to this man, which I found endearing. Glad I'd taken the time to tidy up, I concentrated on making the coffee while wondering how the rest of the evening would work out. We sat in my tiny lounge and discussed the film and its location, after which I tried desperately to think of something interesting or witty to say, but my mind was blank. Lucy came to the rescue by introducing herself in her particular feline way, weaving between his legs and demanding Joel's full attention. She became the center of conversation, and I was pleased to learn that he too was an animal lover. We chatted about the merits of cats versus dogs and what we admired about them both. I confessed to envying Lucy the ability to simply live in the moment, enjoying each minute with no thought of tomorrow or the cares it might hold. I sighed, an involuntary reflex which Joel noticed.
How have you been coping since your father died, Anna?
His concern didn't feel at all intrusive, and before I knew what was happening, the whole story tumbled from my lips, beginning with Ronald's death, the discovery of my origins, and even the recent visit to the police. As I poured out the sordid details of my birth, it was an effort to hold my emotions in check. A few silent tears escaped as I spoke, and when the story was finally out there, Joel reached out his arms, enfolding me in his warm, strong embrace. Only then did I allow myself to let go, to shed the pent-up tears I'd been trying to ignore since my mother's revelations. After what seemed an age, I pulled away, apologizing for my outburst. I must have looked a mess, too, which strangely mattered.
Don't apologize, Anna. I feel privileged to be the one you've chosen to share this with.
Joel in no way pushed for details or expressed shock and horror. He simply allowed me to talk in my own time. I suppose everyone wants to think they were a longed-for baby, and their parents were in love and planned to bring them into the world. It's been a shock to find out I was nothing more than the product of a rape, a violent and unwanted accident. My tears threatened to flow again.
No, Anna, you mustn't say that, or even think it. Just imagine how much your mother must have wanted you. What she suffered to keep you, even when her husband was so set against it. What she was prepared to go through for you is nothing short of incredible. Your mum must be a remarkable lady who loved you from the minute she knew of your existence. It seems to me you were loved more than most babies, considering what she was prepared to undergo to keep you."
Joel's words startled me, turning everything I'd been thinking and feeling upside down. My conception may have resulted from violence, but Joel was right. My mother showed immense courage. A sudden feeling of guilt washed over me for the negative way I'd been dealing with this, and for the hard time I'd given Mum, who certainly didn't deserve it. Joel smiled.
"Now I know why you're so pensive at work. With so much to cope with, it must be continually on your mind. Will the police press charges?"
It's too early to say. D.S. Freeman needs time to investigate, after which she'll approach Appleton and charge him, or at least get his side of the story. Nothing will happen quickly, and I think the CPS have the final say on whether to prosecute. On the other hand, it's possible and rather concerning that a man in his position will be able to pull a few strings and perhaps get away with it. It was much easier to talk to Joel than I had expected, but then, had I said too much? It struck me rather too late that maybe I shouldn't have named Appleton. "You won't tell anyone, will you? I mean, his name or anything?" Anxiously looking into Joel's gentle blue eyes, I saw nothing but compassion and immediately regretted asking the question. But Joel was not in the least offended, and quietly reassured me that nothing I'd shared would be repeated to anyone. It was time to change the subject. "More coffee?"
"Thanks, but no. I'll be awake all night if I drink any more. You must be tired, Anna. I'll go. Shall I?"
Unable to think of a reason to detain him any longer, yet not ready for our time together to end, I nodded, feeling better than I'd done for days. "Thank you for such a lovely evening, Joel, and for listening to me moaning about my problems."
"I've enjoyed it too, and you weren't moaning. I take it as a compliment that you trust me enough to share your concerns."
Joel stood to leave, and I fetched his coat. Being in such close proximity sent a shiver through my body, and when he looked directly into my eyes, I grew suddenly weak. He touched the side of my face very gently, his hand cupping my cheek as he leaned over to kiss me.
"Is this okay?"
Joel asked tenderly. Not trusting myself to speak, I nodded, and he moved closer, drawing me into his arms and kissing me again, this time with a little more urgency. My arms seemed to fit perfectly around his body, relaxing into his hold, and I wished the moment could last forever.
"I should go now."
Joel spoke the words softly into my hair. "Yes." I remained in his arms, savoring the closeness and comfort of his lean, strong body, reluctant to move. Eventually, he did go, leaving me with something other than my parentage to dwell on. Something good and unexpected, new and scarily fragile. 11. Samantha. Sam Freeman, known to be something of a terrier among her colleagues, was passionate about her job. Before even considering arresting Mark Appleton, Samantha would need to put in hours of research. But first, she would check out what sort of woman Caroline Greenwood was. As expected, her digging revealed nothing of concern. No criminal history, no bogus allegations in the past. Zilch. The woman was precisely what she appeared to be. A law-abiding citizen who'd lived with a terrible injustice that Sam intended to put right, as far as was humanly possible. Caroline's story had a ring of truth, and was certainly believable. The detective's instincts were usually spot on in this regard. The two women had made quite an impression on Samantha. Caroline's age was difficult to guess, but her face and the information she'd given suggested someone in her mid to late 50s, even with her anxious expression and worry lines. She was a small-boned, petite woman, whom Sam could easily imagine being overpowered by a man like Appleton, and she must have been quite good-looking in her day. Caroline was still an attractive lady. Anna was a striking young woman, much taller than her mother and about Sam's age, with shoulder-length fair hair, a perfectly symmetrical oval-shaped face, and intelligent blue eyes. She bore little resemblance to her mother, and when the detective Googled a photograph of Mark Appleton on her computer, she found herself confronted with those same blue eyes and dark blonde hair. Confirmation that, yes, Anna Greenwood could certainly be Appleton's daughter, and the physical likeness would only help their case. Sam's next step was to arrange for DNA samples from Anna and a more formal interview with Caroline, when her statement would be videotaped. If Anna's DNA matched Appleton's, it would be indisputable evidence, with the only sticky bit, as far as Sam could tell, being if Appleton somehow found out about Anna and claimed the sex was consensual. Fortunately, that explosive little nugget didn't have to be revealed to the MP or his legal representative for a while, and Sam was confident he would initially deny all knowledge of even knowing Caroline. Digging into Appleton's history drew a blank concerning any nefarious exploits in his past. It would have been helpful to find a string of complaints against him from other women, a sexual harassment accusation perhaps, or some other question mark over his character, yet it appeared Samantha's job was not going to be so easy. On paper, the MP seemed to be a squeaky clean, devoted husband who'd been with his wife for over 20 years. However, it was only the start of the investigation, and after Caroline's formal interview and complaint, Sam was sure there would be enough to arrest and charge him, after which she would seize his laptop. The opportunity to search Appleton's browsing history would provide an insight into his character, which sites he visited and what images he downloaded might reveal a different side to the MP. The tech guys would dig around into his cyber history, and who knew what gems they might unearth. On the Tuesday after Sam first met the Greenwoods, she rang Caroline to arrange for her to return to the station for a formal interview. "Hi, Caroline? Samantha Freeman here. How are you?" Friendliness came naturally to the detective sergeant. She was upbeat and always sought the best in people, despite the type of work she chose to do. "Oh, hello. I'm fine, thanks."
There was a distinct tremor in Caroline's voice,
an underlying nervousness which Sam hoped didn't signify a change of heart. "I wondered if we could arrange a time for your formal statement?" Sam paused for an answer, understanding the silence. "You still want to make a complaint against Mark Appleton, I trust?" "Oh, yes. I've thought of nothing else these last few days. Has anything happened?" "I've been preparing the ground, looking into our MP, but I can't approach him until we have your official complaint. Are you free this afternoon?" She thought it would be better for Caroline to get the formalities over with as quickly as possible. "Yes, I can be. Do you need Anna as well?" "Not for the statement, although if you'd like her with you for moral support, that's fine. We could maybe take her DNA sample at the same time." "I'll ring Anna and see if she can get out of work early. Would 4 p.m. be okay?" "Brilliant, Caroline. There's nothing to worry about. It'll be the same as the other day. You'll relate exactly what happened again, and we'll record it this time. I'll prompt you with the odd question if we need to be more specific. Do you think you could bring the photograph with you too?" Samantha asked. "Yes, I've found one which was taken around then, so I'll see you later." "Great. Thanks."
If Anna can't make it and you'd rather postpone, give me a ring. There's nothing to worry about, Caroline. You're doing the right thing." Sam ended the call and turned to her laptop to book a room for later in the afternoon. Mrs. Greenwood sounded nervous, which was understandable, and the detective wondered if the woman had seriously considered what kind of can of worms she was opening. Caroline sank onto the sofa after the call, exhausted, although she didn't know why. It wasn't an entirely unexpected call, just one which made her decision to go through with this final and rather scary. Dialing Anna's number, Caroline sighed when it went to voicemail. Leaving a message, she hoped her daughter would pick it up at lunchtime and be free to accompany her that afternoon. If not, she'd rather go herself, rather than rescheduling. It would be okay if Caroline kept in mind that she was doing this for Anna. She'd find the strength to see it through if this was the course of action her daughter needed. Anna returned the call at lunchtime and agreed to go to the police station with her mother. Caroline was relieved. For all her determination, this wasn't something she wanted to face alone. At 4 p.m. that afternoon, mother and daughter were once again inside New Midridge Police Station on Green Street, the stark reality of what they were embarking upon uppermost in both women's minds. A smiling Samantha greeted them and led them to a comfortable interview room where Caroline's eyes traveled immediately to the video recorder. Sam waved her hand in dismissal. "Just try to forget the camera's there." Caroline inwardly squirmed. She hated having her photograph taken, never mind being videoed. Anna sat at the back of the room, out of her mother's sightline, at the detective's suggestion. "We need you to focus on your statement, but if you need a break, let me know, and we can stop for a while." Sam smiled reassuringly before switching on the machine. Caroline traveled back in mind to that horrific night in the spring of 1982. It was still as clear and as raw as the night it happened. Even the colors were vivid in her mind. The green dress she'd worn, Ronald's favorite, the scent of spring flowers drifting through the open window, heralding better weather ahead as she prepared for a rare evening out. The majestic dance hall was the place to be in New Midridge in those days, and despite her reluctance, Caroline remembered feeling a frisson of excitement on entering its doors. She could almost hear the live music as she began her story, at the point when she noticed Mark Appleton and recognized him from school. Caroline moved on to when he approached her and related how Appleton grew more obnoxious as the evening wore on. As she spoke of her discomfort at his attention, it felt as if he was in the room with her, and Caroline shuddered. She recounted her decision to leave and go home alone, a decision she'd bitterly regretted many, many times since. As Caroline formed the words and the story took shape, it became increasingly difficult to continue. Her voice wavered at times, but sheer determination carried her through. Describing how Appleton pushed his way into her home, gripped her by the arms, and forced her onto the floor. Caroline knew she had to say the words. Samantha had explained the need to be specific. "He raped me. Mark Appleton put his hand over my mouth and forced himself upon me." Caroline's face was ashen, her eyes closed as she paused for breath. Sam interrupted her thoughts. "Did you tell Appleton to stop at any time, to make it clear to him that you did not want intercourse with him?" "Yes, several times. I begged him to stop, to leave me alone, but he slapped me and told me to shut up." Tears flowed freely down Caroline's face as she relived that awful night. Samantha sat close to Caroline, nodding encouragingly, until eventually she turned the camera off and opened the window to let some air into the room.
You've done well, Caroline. I know how difficult this has been, but we've got everything we need. So well done you. Sam smiled at both women. Anna stood and embraced her mother, and they both relaxed as the ordeal was over. Or was it just beginning? They left the station at nearly 5:30 p.m. I know how tough it must have been, Mom, so thank you. I'm taking you for a meal. Don't say no. It'll take our minds off things, and we deserve a treat. Caroline admitted to being hungry. She'd not eaten since Samantha Freeman's call that morning, and spending time with Anna was always a pleasure. She squeezed her daughter's arm as they made their way to the car to go in search of somewhere to eat. 12. Samantha. With Caroline's statement on record, Sam could begin putting together a case against Mark Appleton, a task made so much more complicated by the historic nature of the event. Appleton being a public figure was also problematic. Before an arrest could be made, the detective would need to be confident the necessity test was strong enough to withstand scrutiny. Sam was satisfied that Caroline would make a good witness. Her character was solid, and she was believable. But anyone can make an allegation, and Appleton's defense would undoubtedly dismiss it as a hazard of being in public life. Ellen Harding could be the key to corroborating the allegation. So Sam's first priority was to find out precisely what Caroline's friend remembered about the incident. Armed with Ellen's address and phone number, the detective rang to make an appointment to visit her in Leeds. The woman sounded surprised, an indication that Caroline hadn't been in touch to forewarn her of the visit, which pleased Sam and boded well for an independent statement. Ellen agreed to see her later in the day when she would be home from work, and a time of 6 p.m. was arranged. Samantha asked DC Jenny Newcomb to accompany her. The two had worked a few cases together and were a good fit. Jenny reminded Sam of herself as a young DC, eager and tenacious. Leaving at around 4 p.m. would allow sufficient time. The drive was generally just over an hour, although it would be rush hour, and the traffic into Leeds could be horrendous. Jenny spent the morning reading up on the case and watching the video of Caroline Greenwood's statement. So when the two detectives met to discuss it, the young DC was up to speed and as fired up as Sam.
What an awful experience for a couple to live with. And it must have a profound effect on the daughter. To know you're the product of a rape? It's unthinkable.
Absolutely. I rather think it's the daughter who's pushing for a conviction. Perhaps she needs to do this to gain some kind of closure. Anna's only discovered the truth since the man she thought to be her father died.
Bloody hell! Did the mother keep it to herself all this time?
Yes. Her husband knew. He was away at sea when the rape occurred and couldn't possibly have been the father. Can you imagine what it did to their relationship? The only other person who knew about the rape was this friend, Ellen Harding, although she doesn't know Anna is Appleton's child, and I'd like to keep it that way. The longer we can hold the information back, the better. Jenny nodded in agreement. As expected, the drive to Leeds was frustrating, with endless lane closures, roadworks, and manic rush hour traffic adding to their traveling time. Rain pounded the car for most of the journey, making driving difficult, especially on the motorway, where heavy lorries rumbled past them at speed, seemingly oblivious to the hazardous driving conditions. Even with an early start, the detectives arrived at the quiet suburb a little late for their appointment, but Ellen Harding seemed unperturbed. Inviting them in, she offered coffee, which they accepted readily. And soon the three women were seated in a cozy, immaculate lounge which smelt of cinnamon and furniture polish. Samantha took a welcome sip of coffee. So, Mrs. Harding, as I said on the phone, we're investigating an incident from 1982, which I hope you can help us with. She smiled reassuringly at the wide-eyed woman sitting opposite her. You did say you remembered the incident? Absolutely. It was my birthday, the 1st of May, and I suppose it was me who persuaded Caroline to go out with us that evening. Jenny took notes. Her eyes lit up as she jotted down the date. We went to the Majestic Dance Hall, Ellen continued. I don't think it's there anymore. Pulled down years ago, if I remember rightly, but it was the place to be seen back then. There was always a live band, and it was crammed to capacity every night. I loved it. Caroline didn't particularly want to go. Most of the time she stayed at home, moping about Ronald and feeling guilty if she dared to enjoy herself while he was away. I talked her into coming, but could tell she wasn't comfortable. I saw Mark Appleton talking to her, making a nuisance of himself. He thought he was God's gift to women in those days. Afterwards, I wish I'd stayed with Caroline, or at least walked her home, but we weren't to know what he'd do, were we? Ellen exhaled. Hindsight's a wonderful thing, isn't it? So you knew Mark Appleton even then? Sam asked. Oh, yes. I was at school with Caroline. Mark was there at the same time, a couple of years ahead of us, I think. And he wouldn't remember the likes of us. We'd just be little kids to him. Even then, he had a kind of presence about him, you know? Confident, good-looking. We all hero-worshipped him, I suppose. Even Caroline? No, not really. Caroline was never into boys at school, more the studious kind. And when she met Ronald, there was never anyone else for her. So sad to think he's gone. She loved him very much. Ellen sighed. What else can you tell me about that night, Mrs. Harding? Sam wanted to keep her on track. It's Ellen, please. There's not much else, really. I was dancing and having a good time with the other girls, while Caroline sat with the Coates most of the evening, a typical wallflower. She always was the shy one of our crowd. When she came to say she was leaving, I just let her. If only I'd known what would happen. Her brow furrowed, the memory clearly painful. And when did you learn what had occurred? The next day, Monday. I'd taken the day off work, anticipating being a bit off-color after the birthday celebrations, and Caroline phoned and asked me to go round. She sounded upset on the phone, but gave no clue as to what had happened. When I arrived and saw the state she was in, I was horrified. My initial instinct was to take her to the police station to report Appleton, but she was distraught and begged me not to say anything. And how did she seem? Can you describe her appearance, her mood? Samantha wanted to keep their witness focused, to get a clear account of Caroline's physical and emotional state. As you'd expect, she was terribly distressed. It was difficult for her to tell me what he'd done as she kept crying. Her face was a mess, too. The bastard had roughed her up a bit. Her eye was swollen, the left one, I think, and bruising was starting to appear on her face and arms. I didn't know what to do for the best. Caroline was in no state to be left alone, so I stayed with her for the rest of the day, making hot drinks and trying to get her to eat something. I ran her a bath and didn't leave until late that night, when she was ready for bed. Poor love was exhausted by then, and I knew she'd sleep. Before I left, she swore me to secrecy, made me promise not to tell anyone. You've described how Caroline appeared, but we need to know exactly what she told you concerning what happened with Mr. Appleton. Did she relate the attack at all? Sam needed to be clear. The incident was rape and not only a physical attack. Ah, yes, I see what you mean. As for exact words, that's a bit hazy, but Caroline certainly said Mark had raped her. She told me she struggled at the time, yet he was too strong for her. She was just a slip of a thing then. I remember being disgusted. We knew he was an arrogant sod, used to getting his own way, and although shocked, I wasn't entirely surprised. What does surprise me is hearing from you. Why is Caroline dragging it all up now, when she's kept it a secret for all these years?
Perhaps it's connected with the death of her husband. An emotional time for anyone.
Jenny offered helpfully. Neither officer would tell Ellen about Anna. She didn't need to know that little detail. I'm glad she's finally doing the right thing. Mark Appleton needs to pay for his crime. Poor Caroline's lived with this all these years, while he is swanning about living the high life. It makes me sick to think about it. Thank you, Ellen. You've been very helpful. Would you be prepared to testify if it comes to a trial? Sam was sure she knew the answer, but had to ask. Damn right I would. Mark Appleton deserves to be locked away for what he did. How he ever got to be an MP amazes me. He's an arrogant, selfish sod, and I'll happily do anything I can to see him pay for what he did to Caroline. It was dark when the detectives finished the interview, and the rain lashed down as they thanked Ellen and left her warm, comfortable home to head back to New Midridge. They dashed through the rain and hurried into the car.
That was pretty straightforward. And to have an exact date for an incident like rape is a bonus. Even Caroline wasn't sure of the date.
Jenny Newcomb shook her hair, spraying water over the dashboard. It's certainly a good result, although Ellen Harding will only be a first disclosure witness. A clever defense will try every trick in the book to refute her evidence. In the end, she can only testify to what Caroline told her. She didn't witness Appleton raping her. It's a shame she didn't see him follow her out of the dance hall, but I suppose that's too much to ask. The defense might also suggest a collaboration, the women getting together to cook up a story, but I think Ellen will make a credible witness. Sadly, though, it's not hard evidence. Sam joined the flow of traffic on the motorway and concentrated on her driving. The rain was relentless, spray from other traffic making visibility difficult. Sam tucked into the inside lane and kept her speed down to a steady 60 miles an hour, allowing herself to look forward to a Chinese takeaway and a glass or two of red wine when she eventually arrived home. 13. Samantha.
So what happens next? Do we arrest Appleton?
Jenny looked expectantly at her DS. It was the morning after their interview with Ellen Harding, and Samantha smiled at the DC's eagerness. Jenny appeared as keen as she to move the investigation forward. I wish. With our suspect being such a high-profile figure, we'll have to be ultra cautious with this one. I need to run it by D.I. Owen before we proceed. Do you know if he's in the office today?
I saw him in the canteen a few minutes ago. I'm sure he'll enjoy you disturbing his bacon sarnie.
Jenny smiled as Sam hurried off to find D.I. Harry Owen, her immediate senior officer, and the one from whom she sought advice and guidance. Most of his time was occupied with the most serious crimes in the area, unlawful killings and attempted murders of which, sadly, there were enough to keep Owen and his team busy. Generally, Harry left Samantha to make her own decisions, trusting her judgment implicitly and readily admitting the DS knew far more about the world of abuse and sexually motivated crimes than he did. Sam appreciated the autonomy. When she slipped into the seat beside him, Harry was wiping tomato ketchup from his chin. Sir, I'm dealing with a historic accusation of rape. Can I run a few things by you before I go any further?
You can if you get me a refill.
He pushed his empty coffee cup across the table. Sam shook her head as she went to buy him another, and one for herself. When she rejoined him, Harry asked,
Why the sudden need for my advice? You know the procedure for these cases inside out.
You see, the suspect is Mark Appleton, our local MP. She paused for a reaction. The DI raised his eyebrows and gave a low whistle.
How sure are you of his accuser?
The obvious question. She's 100%, sir. I'm certain. An ordinary woman who has suffered all her life because of this. After the rape, which she didn't report at the time, she discovered she was pregnant with her daughter Anna, who seems to be the one driving this charge. There's also a first disclosure witness who's pretty sound too.
And what do you want from me?
I'd like to arrest Appleton, yet his position makes it a little tricky. What would you advise? Sam's fingers were crossed under the table as she waited for the green light.
I think you need more. It's too soon, and the arrest of an MP would inevitably find its way into the press and make the investigation even more sensitive. My advice is to proceed carefully and invite Appleton in to answer a few questions. But it has to be a request, not an arrest. I also think you need to keep DCI Kent up to speed on this one. I'm off after today, on secondment to Northumberland, and will be away for a week, at least. The DCI will want to be kept in the loop, and the sooner the better.
A slightly deflated Samantha finished her coffee and thanked Harry. She returned to her office where Jenny waited, eager for news. The DI thinks it's too soon for an arrest, which is about what I expected, and he thinks I should talk to the DCI today. But first we're going to open a policy file. Jenny wrinkled her nose.
Is that a good thing?
We don't have a choice. Looking to arrest a serving MP has its own peculiar pitfalls. If we write down every aspect of the case, each decision we make, together with our reasoning and justification for each action, it will prove we're doing things by the book, imperative, with what will undoubtedly be a high-profile case. Appleton can afford the best representation, and as a politician, wriggling out of things is second nature. Sam swung her computer screen around so Jenny could see the notes she'd already made to start the file. The first job for you is to write up Ellen Harding's testimony, verbatim, as far as possible, to add to the file.
Yes, boss.
Jenny moved straight to her desk and fired up her computer. Sam was aware that many detectives avoided compiling a policy file, relying on other less comprehensive methods of recording an investigation. Eventually, they were obliged to hand over all their paperwork to the defense as part of full disclosure. Naturally, many officers would rather not have every little nuance of the case available for such scrutiny, but Samantha was determined to do everything correctly. Looking at Jenny hunched over her computer typing up Ellen Harding's statement, Sam recognized that a policy file would also serve as a good opportunity for the young DC to see the rationale behind every decision made. Admittedly, it would be burdensome. Yet Sam was convinced it was the only way forward. It might have been too early to arrest Appleton, but Samantha was keen to ask him to attend the station, voluntarily, to answer questions about the allegation, wanting to get the measure of the man and observe his reactions to Caroline's claim. She would finish the paperwork first, and then update the chief inspector. DCI Gordon Kent ran his fingers through his hair, exasperated at the seemingly endless paperwork mounting up on his desk. When Kent had accepted his promotion, he assumed he'd be able to delegate most of the day-to-day stuff and remain hands-on as much as possible. He'd also naively assumed that with all the advances in technology, much of which went over his head, there'd be less paper to wade through. Yet everything logged on the computer was also printed off, belts and braces style. So much for a paperless society and saving trees. Then there was the financial management, which he could well do without. Kent joined up to be a policeman, not an accountant. Sometimes, although he'd never admit it, he envied the detective sergeants and inspectors with whom he worked. A knock at his door brought a welcome distraction, and as D.S. Freeman entered the room, he smiled. Samantha was a good officer and a hard worker. Gordon appreciated the hours she put in, without even considering applying for overtime. It eased his burden and was an example to the more junior officers.
Good morning, Samantha. What can I do for you?
He leaned back in his chair and rolled his shoulders to iron out the kinks. Just a heads up, sir. There was no way to sugarcoat her reason for being there. I'm looking into an allegation of historic rape against Mark Appleton.
Mark Appleton, the MP?
Kent's mind leapt to the ramifications of such an allegation against a high-profile figure. Sam nodded.
Okay.
He sighed.
What have you got?
The woman concerned, Caroline Greenwood, claims Appleton raped her in 1982, after following her home from a dance hall and forcing his way inside.
1982? Why has she waited until now to report this?
She has a daughter, Anna, whom she claims is Appleton's child. Caroline was married at the time, and her husband was away fighting in the Falklands. He brought the child up as his own, but has recently died, and Anna's learned the truth about her parentage. I think she's the one who's pushing for a prosecution. A way of getting closure, perhaps? Sam paused as Kent processed the information.
Are you sure it's not revenge?
Kent asked. Absolutely, sir. Caroline's a reluctant victim. As I say, the daughter's the one who appears to be the driving force.
And is that all you've got?
There's a first disclosure witness, a friend of Mrs. Greenwood, whom she told the following day. I interviewed this lady yesterday, and she checks out. She even gave us an exact date. It was apparently her birthday celebration. She's a good witness with a clear memory and no reason to lie. Of course, the daughter's DNA will be the conclusive evidence, but we can't get a sample to compare without Appleton's permission. Samantha's eyes remained fixed on her boss. Kent raised an eyebrow, unsure exactly what the DS wanted of him.
You know, there's not enough to arrest the man, don't you?
Sam nodded. Yes, sir, but I'd like permission to invite Mr. Appleton in to answer questions. Perhaps he'll give a DNA sample voluntarily? The DCI didn't think so any more than it appeared she did.
Make sure he has his solicitor with him. And tread very carefully here, Samantha. This one has to be by the book. The press will be all over it. And I don't have to tell you, this has the potential to be a media dream, do I? And a nightmare for us.
Samantha Freeman left the room smiling. She'd got the go-ahead and would ring Appleton straight away, being as polite as her mother had always taught her to be. Hopefully an unexpected call and news of the allegation would shake Appleton into making mistakes. Sam would be observing his every move, waiting to take advantage of any lapse in the man's concentration. Samantha knew the house wasn't sitting and assumed there was a fair chance of Appleton being in New Midridge. Googling his name revealed his constituency office's email address and phone number. The email option was out. It would allow him to reflect on why the police wished to speak with him and allow him time to prepare. Sam wanted to hear the man's voice, judge his reaction, and take him by surprise. However, it was she who was surprised when an efficient secretary informed the detective that Mr. Appleton was indeed in the office and put her through without question. Good morning, Mr. Appleton. My name is D.S. Samantha Freeman from New Midridge Constabulary. I'd like to make an appointment for you to come to the station to answer questions concerning a serious allegation against you. A few moments of silence hung between them before the MP replied.
I would need to know what kind of allegation you're talking about, Detective, and who has made it.
His voice was slow and deliberate, and Sam sensed a cool annoyance in the tone. The allegation is of a sexual assault, a historic incident, and I'm afraid that at the moment I can't tell you the name of the person involved. I'm sure you understand. Sam tried to remain polite and keep her manner light. Would you be available later today, perhaps? Another moment of silence as Appleton hesitated.
And I'm sure you'll understand that I'm a very busy man, Ms. Freeman. I can't simply drop everything and come running at the suggestion of an unsubstantiated, anonymous allegation.
It's Detective Sergeant Freeman, sir. And yes, I understand how busy you must be, but I'm assuming you would wish to have this dealt with as swiftly as possible.
Will I need my solicitor present to answer your questions?
Appleton's voice was clipped. That would be advisable, sir. Shall we say 2 p.m. at the Green Street station?
I shall do my best, Detective Sergeant.
Thank you, sir. I'll look forward to meeting you. Sam gave Appleton her telephone number, ended the call, and sat back smiling. The MP was clearly rattled and possibly annoyed at being outmaneuvered by a woman. This was one interview that D.S. Freeman was going to enjoy. 14. Mark. Soon after 2 p.m., Mark Appleton was ensconced in a bare, stuffy interview room in Green Street Police Station, the same room Caroline and Anna Greenwood had occupied just a few days earlier. On this occasion, D.S. Freeman did not apologize for the windowless room or offer any coffee, disgusting though it might be. Appleton's lawyer was seated beside him, and Samantha and D.C. Jenny Newcomb sat opposite the two men. Thank you for coming in at such short notice, Mr. Appleton. Sam extended her best smile. This is just an informal chat, and if you have no objection, I'd like to switch on the tape recorder. Appleton shrugged and shuffled uncomfortably in his chair as she switched on the recorder. The lawyer, a small, balding man called Arthur Jensen, decided to be the first to have his say.
For the record, I'd like to state that my client is here voluntarily, having taken time out of his busy schedule to accommodate this enquiry.
Jensen's client didn't appear to want anyone speaking on his behalf, and interrupted, staring hard at Sam.
Look, I can assure you that whoever's made this absurd accusation against me is lying. Having to come here like a common criminal is quite degrading.
Appleton appeared intent on stamping his authority on the interview from the outset, and continued.
Surely, you know that this kind of thing happens all the time to men in my position. Women try to make a name for themselves or think they can cash in by selling their fictitious lies to the media. Can we get this error sorted out quickly? I have places I need to be.
It's not quite as simple as that, Mr. Appleton. Wide-eyed, Sam stared at the man as she explained. We have a duty to investigate such a serious allegation, but if you're prepared to answer our questions truthfully, we will perhaps get through things a little quicker.
I hope you're not insinuating I would lie about such a matter. I don't have to lie. I didn't do anything.
Appleton's face grew darker as he scowled at the women sitting opposite him. Jensen put a hand on his client's arm. Appleton drew in a deep breath and relaxed his shoulders.
You said this was a historic incident? Will you tell me about this so-called allegation so I can get out of here and back to work? I'm a very busy man.
Samantha nodded briefly and referred to her notes. The alleged incident occurred in 1982 to a woman named Caroline Greenwood. The MP scowled, with a moment's hesitation before his reply, a pause which didn't go unnoticed by the detectives.
Never heard of the woman.
His tone was clipped and dismissive, but Sam could tell the name registered, no matter what he said. She looked down at the papers spread on the desk, turning the top sheet over, pretending to read details from the file, and allowing a few moments of silence, enough time for the MP to feel uncomfortable and hopefully give something away. Mrs. Greenwood claims that on the evening of 1st May 1982, you followed her home from a dance at the Majestic Dance Hall in New Midridge, where you forcibly entered her home and raped her. Arthur Jensen interrupted.
This is a grave allegation, D.S. Freeman, and from over 30 years ago. Why has this woman only come forward now?
Her reasons are irrelevant, Mr. Jensen. If a crime was committed, she has a right to report it and seek justice no matter how much time has elapsed. And, as I'm sure you're aware, crimes of a sexual nature have a severe psychological effect on the victim. It's not unusual for reporting of such crimes to be made long after the incident occurred. Sam turned back to his client, whose face was a dark red, and asked, Mr. Appleton, how do you respond to this allegation? The MP was clearly struggling to control his temper. His chin jutted out.
I told you, I've never heard of this Caroline Greenwood, and I certainly didn't rape her.
Could you take a look at this photograph, please? Sam pushed the photo across the table. The young Caroline looked happy and carefree, a state that was soon to change. Appleton gave the image only the briefest of glances.
Is this her?
Samantha nodded. Yes, this is Mrs. Greenwood at around the time of the alleged incident. Do you recognize her?
No. I've never heard the name before, and I don't recognize this woman.
Appleton raised his face and focused on a spot above Sam's head, refusing to meet her eyes. She smiled slowly. He might just as well have admitted it, as far as Sam was concerned. His attitude only served to convince her of his guilt. And May 1st, 1982, Mr. Appleton, can you remember what you were doing then?
That is an absurd question, Detective Sergeant. And you know it. How can anyone be expected to remember so far back?
Perhaps you can remember if you were living in New Midridge then, sir?
Jenny chipped in.
Yes, I was. But I certainly didn't frequent this dance hall you mentioned. I was studying at the time, and life was rather busy.
But you were a young man in 1982. What, in your early 20s? Surely you socialized with friends, and the dance hall was one of the few places to meet in those days.
No, D.S. Freeman. I cannot remember ever visiting this venue, and I don't recognize that woman.
Appleton gave a tight, forced smile.
If we've cleared this up, maybe I can leave now?
You're free to leave at any time, Mr. Appleton. And I'm sure I don't need to ask you not to try to contact Mrs. Greenwood about this matter. The MP flashed her a dark look as she continued. We appreciate you coming in to answer these questions. Thank you for your time, sir. Appleton and his lawyer stood to leave. Sam continued. Could I ask one more favor, Mr. Appleton? Would you be prepared to give us a DNA sample? Voluntarily, of course. Sam smiled sweetly at his shocked expression as Mr. Jensen jumped in before his client had time to reply.
If this alleged incident happened 30 years ago, as you say, why the need for DNA samples now?
Purely for elimination purposes. She looked expectantly from one man to the other as Arthur Jensen whispered in his client's ear. Appleton replied with a shake of his head. Jensen spoke again.
No, Detective Freeman, my client will not be giving a DNA sample. He has no knowledge of this woman and what she claims happened to her, and does not wish to be further inconvenienced.
With this last remark, the men turned and left the room. Sam turned to face Jenny as they both relaxed.
There's not much to go on, is there?
Jenny sounded dejected.
On the contrary, he's just given us more ammunition with his emphatic denials. His denial of knowing Caroline or having been to the dance hall can be noted in the policy file, and it's on tape. Make sure you count the exact number of times he said it, and his refusal to give a voluntary DNA sample notches up the reasons for arrest. An innocent man would have no problem providing a sample. We have to ask what our Mr. Appleton is afraid of. Samantha was committed to fighting for Caroline Greenwood and bringing this arrogant man to justice, applying all her tenacity and training to ensure that Mark Appleton would pay for what he'd done. 2 hours later, Jenny Newcomb passed the policy file to Samantha.
Here you are, all transcribed and in order. I've added Ellen Harding's statement, Appleton's interview, and Caroline's allegation.
The young DC looked pleased with herself and was clearly enjoying working on this case. Thanks, Jenny. I'll take it to the DCI and double-check, but I'm pretty certain we have enough now.
I think Appleton saw it as an affront to have 2 women interviewing him, not a higher-ranked male officer. He probably thinks his status demands better.
I'm sure you're right. Now, let's see what DCI Kent has to say. Gordon Kent skimmed the policy file, removed his glasses, and looked at Sam, his expression inscrutable. Sam let go of the breath she'd been holding, hoping for the DCI's go-ahead.
I'm sorry, Samantha, but there's nothing substantial here, and certainly not enough to make an arrest. It's all statements and allegations, no actual proof.
Kent rubbed his eyes with the forefinger and thumb of his right hand, then pushed his chair away from the desk. But, sir, the proof is the daughter. All we need is Appleton's DNA for comparison with hers. The case will be a slam dunk then. It wasn't what Sam expected. The DCI was clearly hesitant to allow her to arrest Appleton, and her frustration was rising. Kent sighed.
I wouldn't be too sure. What if this young woman's DNA doesn't match? The mother could have had any number of sexual partners at the time, and not know for sure herself.
Mrs. Greenwood was happily married, and her husband was away at sea fighting in the Falklands conflict. Appleton raped her, sir, and the DNA will prove Anna is his daughter. Why would she make such a claim if it weren't true? She's an intelligent woman, and would be aware that a negative DNA match would prove her to be a liar.
Perhaps she invented the story of rape to cover up the fact that she'd been with another man and was pregnant. There are too many pitfalls here, Samantha. And if the DNA does match, our MP could always claim the sex was consensual. It would be virtually impossible to prove otherwise after so many years.
He's emphatically denied even knowing Caroline Greenwood several times, and he claims never to have visited the Majestic Dance Hall, but we have a witness who can place him there on that very night. It'll look suspicious if he changes his story when he knows he's been caught by the DNA match. Then there's his refusal to give a voluntary sample. Surely that suggests he has something to hide. Sam's eyes were wide and anxious. She'd not seriously considered that the DCI would refuse her request to arrest Appleton.
I can see where you're coming from, yet I'm still not sure there's enough here to meet the necessity test. Leave it with me, Samantha, and I'll speak to someone at the CPS, get their take on it.
Kent closed the file and moved it to one side of his desk. If it were Joe Public instead of Mark Appleton, I'd be able to arrest him. Sam spoke sharply from disappointment, and immediately realized it sounded disrespectful. Gordon Kent raised an eyebrow.
You're probably right, but this is Mark Appleton we're dealing with, and he's a well-respected MP. Sadly, we do need to tread cautiously in this case. I'm not saying he'll get away with it, or that you're not to keep investigating. I'd just like to get the CPS's take on the case before we arrest him.
Yes, sir, I'm sorry, I didn't mean...
I know, and I'll get back to you as soon as I get an opinion from the CPS.
D.S. Freeman left the room dejected. This wasn't what she'd expected or hoped, And now she would have to disappoint her DC, Caroline, and Anna Greenwood.
That's so bloody unfair.
Jenny Newcomb did all but stamp her foot.
Can't we get this DNA surreptitiously? Once we have the evidence, he'll have to admit to rape.
You know we can't use evidence obtained illegally. Sadly, for the moment, we've given it our best shot, and DCI Kent hasn't instructed us to close the case. I think he'd be happy for us to keep digging.
But there's nothing else to dig into. Caroline's told us everything, and there's only Ellen Harding to support her claim. Haven't we reached the end of the road?
Not entirely. I'll have to speak to Caroline to let her know the DCI's decision. It'll be disappointing, but maybe she's thought of something else we can use, or even something she's so far not revealed. Sam was reluctant to concede. The word defeat wasn't in her vocabulary.
Let's hope so. Although she's such an open and honest person, I think if there was anything else, she'd have told us by now. Damn, I need a coffee. Want one?
Sam nodded and picked up the phone to ring Caroline Greenwood with the bad news. 15. Caroline. It's 6 weeks since Ronald's funeral. 6 weeks of living on a knife edge with only myself to blame. In trying to do the right thing, I've become embroiled in something I never wanted to happen. Rape is not something the victim can ever forget, and my way of dealing with it has always been to push it to the back of my mind. Avoidance, perhaps, even cowardly, yet better than allowing it to define who I am and to shape the rest of my life. I'm not entirely sure what I hoped to achieve by telling Anna about her true parentage. Greater respect and understanding of Ronald, perhaps. Or maybe part of the reason for my disclosure was because I've occasionally wondered if my daughter had a right to know the truth. But for her to learn the awful circumstances of her origins hasn't been easy for either of us. However, words can never be unspoken once they are said, and regrets are pointless. In hindsight, maybe I didn't think it through sufficiently or fully consider the implications. I certainly didn't anticipate Anna's desire to press charges against Mark Appleton. That one threw me. Reporting the incident to the police has proved an embarrassing and painful experience. Yet I was raped. It's a fact I cannot undo, and an experience which haunts my every waking moment. Perhaps I, as well as my daughter, will gain closure from finally having reported the crime. How it will pan out is as yet a mystery. Can I cope with the stress of a court case? I simply don't know all the answers. But if this is what Anna needs to come to terms with the reality of her origins, then I will move heaven and earth to see this through to the end. The only positive thing is that Anna appears to have met a young man of whom she's particularly fond. I've yet to meet Joel, but I already like him, as he seems to have added an element of happiness to her days and present troubles. The downside, for me, is that the chance of Anna moving back home is considerably decreased. Naturally, she'll want her own space, something I should have expected. What 32-year-old woman wants to live with her mother anyway? While mulling over these thoughts, the phone rang, and my heart missed a beat when I saw D.S. Freeman's number on the screen. Caroline? It's Samantha Freeman here. How are you? Oh, hello. I'm okay, thank you. Have you some news? I both longed for and dreaded news, my emotions constantly dipping, fearing what might happen next. Sam's brief pause hinted that the news she was about to impart was not good. I held my breath and listened to the detective draw in a breath of her own.
We've managed to interview Mark Appleton regarding your allegation, and predictably, he denies the incident and insists he doesn't know you.
It was no more than I'd expected. Mark wasn't going to hold his hands up and admit his crime simply because the police challenged him. The man has far too much to lose. But the tone of Samantha Freeman's voice was more concerning. Gone was the enthusiasm and eagerness for justice. Had she decided to call it a day? No surprise there, then, I replied. Mark was hardly likely to own up to what he did. An audible sigh came from the other end of the phone. So what happens next? I asked.
I've had a word with the DCI, and I'm afraid it doesn't look good. He's unsure we have enough on Appleton to proceed with an arrest, and without any solid evidence, it's unlikely the CPS can build a case.
But what about my statement? And there's Ellen. Didn't she confirm it? I felt quite nauseous, fearing we'd gone through all this for nothing.
Yes, we've spoken to Mrs. Harding, and she concurs with everything you told us. Caroline, I believe you. This has nothing to do with us thinking it didn't happen. Sadly, a historic case works in Appleton's favor. The CPS would look for DNA evidence and solid proof from other sources than yourself and Mrs. Harding. I'm sorry, but unless something else turns up, we appear to have reached a stalemate situation.
But Anna's DNA will prove he's her father. Isn't that concrete enough? I knew, though, that it wasn't so simple. Perhaps this was the end of the road as far as getting justice was concerned, and I was already thinking ahead about how I would break the news to Anna.
We did ask Mr. Appleton for a DNA sample, but he refused, and we can't force him to comply unless he's arrested. I'm sorry, Caroline. It's a bit of a vicious circle. Can you think of anything else which might help us out here? Another person you told about the incident, perhaps?
No. There was only Ellen and Ronald. So is there nothing you can do? Will the case just be closed now?
No, I'm not closing it. I'll keep digging in the hope of something else turning up. I'm sorry. I know how disappointing this must be for you and Anna. But if you think of anything else, please ring me.
Samantha's disappointment seemed genuine, and I had a mental picture of her face and the frustration she must feel. Can I ask, if this had been anyone other than Mark Appleton, would you have arrested him? Perhaps it was unfair of me to put her in this position, yet I was almost sure I knew the answer, and that D.S. Freeman would be honest with me. She hesitated for a moment before answering.
Yes, I'm afraid his position does make a difference. I probably would have arrested him without seeking approval from my DCI if he hadn't been an MP. It's wrong, and beyond annoying, yet a fact. Politics shouldn't have any place in the justice system, although sadly it does, and everyone covers their backs these days. Mr. Appleton can make trouble for many people, therefore we work as if treading on eggshells. It's wrong, and I don't like it any more than you do, which is why I'm not closing the case. I'll keep on with the investigation, and if anything turns up, I'll let you know. And I hope you'll do the same. You've been courageous in coming forward, and I'm devastated not to have better news for you.
Samantha rang off, and I was left deflated. A feeling of being alone and discouraged wrapped itself around me like a blanket, and tears stung the backs of my eyes. I mentally pulled myself together and refused to give way to such negativity. It would allow Mark another victory over me. From the outset, I knew that choosing to press charges against a rapist was a monumental decision, and might come to nothing. At least I've been spared the ordeal of going to court and perhaps being humiliated by Appleton and a team of clever barristers. My concern now is for Anna.
I'll get over this. I've lived with it for more than 30 years and have my own coping strategies, albeit not always successful ones. But Anna has been pinning all her hopes on making Mark accountable. How will my daughter take the news that we've failed at the first hurdle? 16. Anna.
Life has altered beyond recognition over the last few weeks, with Ronald's death the catalyst for this change, albeit indirectly. Having thought my destiny to be mapped out and that I was in control of my neat-as-a-pin ordered little world, it's been turned completely on its head. And I'm uncertain how I feel about anything. Joel occupies much of my thinking, and yes, even though I was the one who was never going to become romantically involved with a man, it's happened, and thrown my tidy little package of reasoning into turmoil. This is, however, one aspect of change for which I have no regrets. Someone once told me that a good test of your attachment to a man is to ask yourself how you would feel if you never saw him again. For me, the answer is clear. If Joel were no longer around, I'd be devastated. Yet such intensity of emotion is quite frightening. Joel has very quickly come to mean the world to me. It seemed perfectly natural to confide in him about Mum and Mark Appleton, and it's a relief to share it and no longer feel alone. We've only been out together on a few dates, yet I anticipate these occasions with an excitement that's entirely new for me. From being resolved to steer clear of a serious romantic relationship, I'm fantasizing about being kissed, longing to be with Joel, and looking forward to seeing him at work. These daydreams give me respite from the other weird episodes in my life, yet my concentration is still all over the place. Talking to Joel is a relief. His quiet wisdom and ready support are helpful. He possesses the rare gift of seeing things objectively and has enabled me to look at past events in a new and more positive light. Mum's revelations have undoubtedly been a huge shock, yet now I can finally understand the dilemmas she faced almost daily during my formative years. Past events take on a transformed perspective with this knowledge. It's hard to describe, as if I'm seeing my childhood through a different colored glass, and finally appreciate that things were not what they seemed at the time. Learning Ronald was not my birth father has answered many questions about my past, and many incidents I'd previously struggled to comprehend have now fallen into place. Reflecting on incidents from my childhood, it's finally clear why Ronald couldn't accept me as a daughter, even for the sake of his wife. To him, I was simply Mark Appleton's bastard, a daily reminder of the time Ronald wasn't there to protect the woman he loved. What an impossibly sad situation. At least I've finally stopped blaming myself. Nothing I could have done would have changed how Ronald perceived me. Having dwelt on my childhood so much of late, the picture emerging in my mind confirms that Mum's efforts and energies instigated every good time and happy memory I have. To a great extent, she was a shield from Ronald's shortcomings as a parent and from his flaws, which, knowing the truth, I now see differently. Whatever the circumstances of my conception, my mother made the best of it while having to deal with her husband's negativity, and for her bravery and love, I'm grateful. The paternity issue has taken me by surprise and become of paramount importance, even though the unsavory reality of my conception has left me reeling, and I need to work through the jumble of emotions it's prompted. To anyone else in a similar situation, I would probably say a birth father is just a sperm donor, a clinical view born out of my work and previous involvement with genetics in the lab's infertility section.
But when it's my own genetic makeup, it suddenly takes on much greater relevance. It's personal, imperative, and almost impossible to shake from my mind.
Hello, gorgeous.
Joel startled me. As usual these days, my mind was anywhere but where it should be, as I absent-mindedly checked off supplies in the storeroom. He slid his arms around my waist and kissed the back of my neck, sending a shiver down my spine. I wriggled free. Not at work, Joel. Someone might see. I couldn't help but laugh.
I've locked the door.
He jiggled his eyebrows. You haven't.
You're right, I haven't.
Joel earned himself a playful punch. It's incredible how comfortable we are together. Yes, our relationship is still very fresh and new, but it's a magical time. He's brought a lightness into my life that I didn't realize was missing. Have I really never known how to have fun?
Still on for tonight?
He asked. Can't wait. Are you sure you can cook? Because strictly from a work point of view, you understand we can't both go down with food poisoning. I grinned at him, looking forward to an evening in his company.
You'll be amazed. I've been cooking for myself for 10 years, and I'm still alive and kicking.
Beans on toast doesn't count as cooking, though. Joel silenced me with his lips and left the room before anyone came in and discovered us stealing illicit kisses. A welcome warmth swept through my body. It's ironic that the awful discovery of my true parentage, the very worst time of my life, coincides with the happiest time I can ever remember. With so much happening, impossible revelations and anticipation of future events crowding my thoughts and keeping me awake at night, Joel has become my rock. Not that I constantly talk about my problems, it's unnecessary. We've slipped into an easy companionship, and it's sufficient to know that he's there for me when I need him. Tonight will be my first visit to Joel's home, and his claim to be a good cook will finally be tested. He's off the hook even before the meal, as it won't take much to improve my culinary skills, and I regularly survive on beans and toast. I'm keen for Joel to meet Mum, too. Having told her all about him, she's excited for me, and probably already dreaming of a wedding. I need something good to offset the horrible events of the last few weeks, and Joel is more than a welcome distraction. Before my date, I rang Mum. She'd left a message earlier asking me to ring back with her usual caveat that there was nothing to worry about, a habit of hers which always made me worry. She answered on the first ring.
I'm so sorry, love, but it looks like the police don't have sufficient evidence to charge Mark Appleton.
Mum's words came as a blow. Surely the allegation itself should be enough.
Samantha Freeman is disappointed and insists the case isn't closed, but unless something new turns up, it looks like it might be a non-starter.
Are you all right with this, Mum?
Saddened, really, although perhaps it's not meant to be. I know you were keen to see him charged, but maybe now with Joel on the scene, you can let it rest? It would have been tough going to trial, so it seems we've been spared that ordeal at least.
But, Mum, that man isn't fit to hold office. It's not just personal. What he did to you, he should be exposed for the monster he is. I was angry rather than upset. Poor Mum had been so brave to go this far, but now the police were backing off, saying there was nothing they could do. Forever the peacemaker, she tried to put forward the police point of view and look for the positives, while I felt frustrated and totally impotent. Mum explained that Samantha needed more evidence to proceed, yet neither of us could think of anything to add to make a weightier case.
There's no point in worrying, Anna. Let's just see what happens, shall we?
In her usual caring way, Mum tried to make light of this disappointment, and we ended the call. Seeing Joel later suddenly took on greater importance. I longed to share this new development with him and feel his comforting arms around me. But I couldn't only think of myself and needed to visit Mum soon. These days, our roles were reversed, as she's the one who's alone, with no one to share her deepest thoughts. How she must be missing Ronald. I didn't want Mum to worry about me, as she usually did, so I would see her as soon as possible. Perhaps the coming weekend was a good time. And introducing her to Joel would hopefully provide another focus to take her mind off this latest setback.
17. Jenny. Jenny Newcomb's day proved to be one of the most frustrating since her move to the rank of detective constable. The Appleton case started as a dream, an investigation with the potential to make a difference, the very reason she joined the police force. Jenny believed strongly that people in public office should be beyond reproach, and after hearing Caroline Greenwood's account of Appleton's darker side, the young DC was fired up and keen to pursue justice. Not generally a political animal, Jenny voted for the person who appeared most worthy of her vote, rather than the party they represented, and the previous year, she'd voted for Appleton. The revelation of his true character and her DS's disappointing news that pursuing the case was unlikely was a bitter blow. Jenny's day went from bad to worse when she was called to assist in an arrest which failed to go to plan. The suspect in question was accused of insurance fraud, and DS Matthews' team had been working to gather evidence and were on the point of arrest. The approach was to attend the suspect's residence, where he lived with his wife and children. A female officer was required, and as no one else was available, Jenny was asked to assist. It should have been routine, a simple reading of rights and cuffing of their suspect, but the man unexpectedly turned violent, lashing out at the nearest officer, who happened to be Jenny. A flying fist caught her eye, and the impact unbalanced her enough to stumble down the front 2 steps of the house, twisting her ankle in the process. The arrest was successful, but Jenny's pride was injured as much as her eye and ankle. Back home, a soak in a hot bath and lounging on the sofa in her fluffy pajamas didn't make Jenny feel much better. With an ice pack on her eye and a packet of frozen peas on her ankle, Jenny's boyfriend Stuart was fussing, irritating her even more.
It's no big deal,
Jenny sighed.
You'll just have to order a takeaway or something tonight. I'm not up to cooking.
The incident was more embarrassing than painful.
Do you want to talk about it?
Stuart's face was arranged in what Jenny supposed was a sympathetic expression, which for some reason annoyed her even more.
Actually, this isn't the worst experience of my day. What hurt more is that bloody MP has slipped through our fingers. Without enough evidence to arrest him, we can't get a DNA sample, which is all we need to prove his guilt.
Jenny thumped the cushion she was hugging.
Can't you just ask him for one? If he's innocent, he shouldn't have a problem with it, should he?
Strangely enough, we thought of that, Stuart.
Jenny gave a tight, mocking smile. She was beginning to wonder about her relationship with her boyfriend. Perhaps letting him move in with her wasn't a good idea. It was too soon in their fledgling relationship, and regrets were already creeping in.
We asked him to come in voluntarily to answer the allegation, which rather reluctantly he did. But on request, he refused to give a sample, which he was perfectly entitled to do. So it looks like we're scuppered. And believe me, it hurts far more than this stupid ankle.
Didn't you give him a cup of coffee or something to get his DNA from the cup, as they do on the telly?
If it were up to me, I would have. But taking it without permission would render it inadmissible as evidence. So why bother?
I think the police should hold everyone's DNA profile on record. It would make your job so much easier. Stuart grinned. Jenny had initially found his view of life as simply black and white endearing, but such naivety gradually became exasperating.
And you'd have the Human Rights and Civil Liberties Lobby breathing down your neck for even suggesting it. There's such a thing as a right to privacy, Stuart. We are a democracy.
But if you've got nothing to hide, why would it bother you? Jenny sighed. Stuart honestly didn't appear to understand, and she couldn't be bothered to get into a discussion on such matters. They'd been there before and generally ended up going around and round in circles. Maybe it was time to call a halt on this relationship. If Stuart was irritating her so much now, when they should still be in the honeymoon period, what hope was there for their future? She longed for the comfort of being alone and having only herself to please.
Forget it, Stuart. I shouldn't have mentioned it anyway. I'd just have loved to see Mr. High and Mighty's self-righteous face splashed across the newspapers with the headline, Rapist. And to think I even voted for the pig. Still, it looks like it's not going to happen, so let's drop the subject.
Fine by me. Stuart sounded remarkably chirpy, again something which grated on Jenny. Do you want Chinese or Indian? He smiled.
I think I'll give it a miss and have an early night. You order what you want. I'll see you in the morning.
Jenny escaped to their bedroom. She'd elevate her foot and read the latest Victoria Hislop she'd just started. Perhaps it would take her mind off the day's events and the unfairness of life, with the hope of transporting her to a sunny beach somewhere. But the smug face of Mark Appleton intruded into her thoughts, and she couldn't help but wonder how Caroline Greenwood was feeling. If Jenny was so caught up about Appleton, how must his victim and her daughter be taking the news? 18. Mark. The Honorable Mark Appleton was in a foul mood. Not an unusual occurrence when he was confined to the constituency office, forced to meet with the community and hear their tedious complaints. Interaction with the public had never been his favorite part of the job. In fact, he loathed the necessity of it. Some of the constituents were frightful, and their expectations were totally ludicrous at times. Still, his agent, Tim Baker, and the party whips insisted on a minimum number of surgeries when the House wasn't sitting. Appleton had just managed to get rid of a particularly obnoxious little man who wanted him to intervene in a dispute he was embroiled in with his landlord when Mark's solicitor rang. Mark didn't like Arthur Jensen and had no time for the man, but he was good at his job and asked very few questions, which was essential to the MP, who valued his privacy highly. Mark's secretary, Lindsay, put the call through, and Appleton listened and smiled at what Jensen had to tell him.
I've spoken in length to the DCI at New Midridge Police Station, who's assured me they will not be pressing charges. Of course, I'm not surprised. The police have nothing of substance to go on, and we're simply on a fishing expedition. So we shouldn't hear any more about the incident.
Mark thought he sounded somewhat superior. There was no incident, Jensen. That's the whole point. The woman was a chancer. Out for her 10 minutes of fame, no doubt. But not at my expense. Did the police apologize?
Not in so many words. Perhaps it's best not to push it.
Surely we have grounds to make a complaint. They shouldn't be allowed to embarrass people indiscriminately. It might have gotten the papers.
But they didn't actually arrest you, and it is their job to look into these allegations. They're only public servants, as you yourself are, Mark.
Don't class me with the police. Appleton was angry at the comparison. He found it quite unpalatable to think of himself as a public servant. Okay, we'll let the matter drop. It's probably for the best. With the call concluded, the MP decided he'd had enough for the day. He picked up the phone again and told Lindsay he was going home. The secretary whispered into the phone,
"But there are 2 more constituents here, and they've been waiting for over an hour?"
"Tell them an emergency's come up. I'll leave by the back door." Appleton did as he said and headed for his comfortable home in the suburbs, ready to put up his feet and open the bottle of Jack Daniel's Tennessee whiskey he'd recently purchased. Gold number 27. An extravagance he felt he deserved after a stressful couple of days. The request from the police had been nothing short of irritating, yet Mark was confident it could be consigned to history. He could do without such accusations. Politicians seemed to draw out the worst in people, which Mark generally put down to jealousy. The public assumed they had the right to pick up on any minor incident, past or present, and make an issue of it. Mark generally shrugged such attention off. He'd learned to obfuscate matters with skill or sweet-talk his way out of situations, whichever tactic was appropriate. Still, he was glad to have wriggled out of this one. Mark's career was going well, and he held ambitions to reach the top. A scandal would be most unwelcome. A general election was due sometime within the next 12 months, and Mark's seat was a safe one. Another win would provide the springboard to move up to the next level. Tim Baker was confident Mark could make it all the way, a heady notion that brought a smile to the MP's lips each time he thought about it. But for now, he needed time alone and headed home, glad to escape his tedious responsibilities. 19. Georgia. Georgia Appleton was startled when she heard the front door. Mark was early, and a change in routine was always a concern. Her husband had been more than usually jumpy since the police asked him to go to the station to informally answer questions about an allegation. He told her it was nothing, just some stupid woman inventing stories and trying her luck for compensation. Georgia had married Appleton at the tender age of 19, wildly in love with an attractive older man and dazzled by his wealth, ambition, and charm, all of which he appeared to have in spades. She was an intelligent young woman whose plans for a career, the chance of a university place, and a previously longed-for degree were abandoned to become a full-time wife to a budding politician. Georgia all too readily persuaded herself that her ambitions were inconsequential compared to Mark's aspirations, and that she'd find fulfillment in being his wife, sharing his ambitions and helping him attain his goal. Mark was not an MP when they'd married, yet steeped in local politics, he swiftly rose to the position of leader of the town council, the youngest in New Midridge's history. With what Georgia considered an eye-watering, generous salary and family money behind him, Appleton afforded a luxury home and a certain standing in the community, presenting a glittering lifestyle to captivate his young and impressionable wife. During the first 2 years of their marriage, the new Mrs. Appleton thought she was living in paradise. Mark encouraged her to spend money on extravagant clothes and appeared to enjoy showing her off at the many functions they attended. She was the perfect companion, beautiful, intelligent, and with a sincere interest in people. Georgia was the one to remember the names of those whom her husband thought beneath him. She listened to their stories with genuine interest, and although Mark would never admit it, his wife won him more votes than his own efforts. His occasional moods and outbursts of anger seemed to Georgia a small price to pay for the life he offered, and she understood why he was often stressed. Who wouldn't be with such a responsible job with which to contend? As council leader, Mark entertained many local business people, sometimes at home, but more often dining out at extravagant hotels, generally at the ratepayer's expense. Georgia played the role of a dutiful wife, yet increasingly balked at some of the incidents she witnessed. Handshakes over expensive whiskey with knowing looks and snide comments troubled her, and she wondered at times exactly what her husband was up to. Still, she convinced herself that Mark knew best, and business dealings were beyond her understanding, as her husband constantly reminded her. Eventually, Mark's ambitions were realized, and he was selected to stand for Parliament. Georgia continued to support him, but the cracks were already appearing in their marriage, and she glimpsed a side to her husband which grew more concerning as time went by. Canvassing for the election proved to be stressful for them both. Mark persistently required more and more from Georgia, and her best was never enough. Very soon she was living entirely in his shadow, with any needs of her own constantly dismissed as inconsequential. Her dearest wish was that, after he was elected, their lives would settle down to some kind of normality. But the young Mrs. Appleton was to be disappointed once again. Mark's success brought an arrogance and a self-important attitude which grew increasingly difficult to live with. Some of Mark's contacts, men who Georgia was expected to entertain, were not the easiest or most likable of characters. His agent, Tim Baker, was one in particular, a weasel of a man, both in looks and character. A similar age to Mark, but a good 6 inches shorter, Baker had a squat frame and a head which appeared far too small for his body. His pinprick eyes darted around, continually taking in everything and missing nothing. Georgia was convinced the man could offer a full appraisal of every item in their home. He seemed to absorb every detail of his surroundings. Perhaps this was what made him so valuable to Mark, and why her husband nicknamed him Man Friday. Behind his back, of course. Mark spent more time with Baker than he did with Georgia, yet she no longer resented this. It became a relief. She had long ceased to crave her husband's company. Georgia wanted children, hoping a child would draw them together and bring out the softer side in Mark. Broaching the subject when she felt the time was right, her husband's reaction was to laugh. Contrary to what he'd allowed her to believe before their marriage, a child did not figure in the master plan of Mark Appleton's career, and he refused to even discuss the possibility. Any love Georgia felt for her husband was eroded over the years, initially morphing into indifference, but eventually to a dislike bordering on hatred. It was only fear which kept her with Mark. Fear of what he would do if she left him, and fear of a future alone. Georgia's self-worth had been continually battered during their marriage, to the point where, though her situation may have felt intolerable, it was also impossible to alter. An increasingly depressed and isolated Georgia struggled to meet her husband's exacting standards, and with no life of her own, grew desperately unhappy. Mark was spending more and more time in London and only required his wife's presence for occasions when it was deemed appropriate to have a dutiful wife by his side. Before long, Georgia found herself yearning for the times he was away and dreading his return. When at home, Mark used his wife to meet his needs, without showing any of the charm and tenderness which had won her over in the early days of their relationship. Georgia knew by then, without doubt, that her husband did not love her, and probably never had, and sadly, she admitted that her feelings for Mark had been destroyed by his treatment of her. Georgia sighed as her husband entered the house.
"You're early today. Is anything wrong?"
No. In fact, quite the opposite. Jensen called to tell me the police aren't pursuing that ridiculous allegation. They have a bloody nerve to have asked me in for questioning in the first place, but Jensen thinks I shouldn't go all out for an apology. Let sleeping dogs lie and all that.
Perhaps he's right. It'll be one less thing to worry about.
Huh. They should be made to apologize, but I'll let it drop. I suppose they have a job to do. Right, I'm off to the study for a while. Don't call me until dinner's ready. Mark seemed grumpy despite the good news. Perhaps, Georgia thought, he was restless to be back in London. Home rarely held any attraction for him these days. Secretly, Georgia was disappointed that this recent allegation had come to nothing. She'd rather enjoyed her husband's discomfort and found herself daydreaming about what life could be like without him. If he'd done something to justify a prison sentence, she would almost certainly use the opportunity to escape from their loveless marriage and begin again away from New Midridge, somewhere she wasn't known and could live in peace. Georgia wasn't a vindictive woman, but her sorrow that this incident had come to nothing was palpable, confirming precisely how much she longed to escape. 20. Anna.
Sunday lunch would be the perfect time to introduce Joel to Mum, and as she was always asking me to join her for meals, my mother suspects I starve myself, I accepted her invitation and suggested bringing Joel.
Oh, I'd love that.
Mum couldn't hide her delight, and it was good to see a smile on her face after the discouraging news from Samantha Freeman. "You won't embarrass me, will you, Mum?" I joked. She'd never embarrass me, and that day would be no different. I was confident Joel and my mother would get on like the proverbial house on fire, and found myself looking forward to our lunch with an anticipation I hadn't felt for weeks. Joel arrived to pick me up with a huge, expensive-looking bunch of flowers: tulips, freesias, calla lilies, and gypsophila, heralding the welcome scent of spring. He looked handsome in chinos and an open-necked, soft-checked shirt. I smiled approvingly and moved to take the flowers, but he snatched them away from me.
"They're for your mom. Do you think it's too much? Overkill, perhaps?"
He looked so serious that I giggled, which appeared to make him feel even worse. "No, not at all. She'll love them, and she'll love you, so stop worrying. My mom's the most unassuming, easygoing person I know, and if you make me happy, she'll love you for it."
"And do I make you happy?"
Joe looked so solemn that I found myself laughing again. "Of course you do. I wouldn't be taking you to meet my mother if you didn't." I kissed him gently. He's such a lovely man. Sometimes I can't believe my luck. Tickling Lucy's ears, I assured my cat we wouldn't be long, and we set off on the journey in Joel's car. It was the end of March, and a sense of spring was in the air. Or was it just my mood? This year had been so wet and cold, and it was uplifting to see daffodils growing by the side of the road and blossom adorning the winter bare trees.
"Are there any taboo subjects? I mean, does she find it difficult to talk about your dad? Sorry, Ronald?"
Joel was clearly nervous, a side of him I'd not seen before, and one I rather liked. "Nothing taboo. You'll see." I reached out to touch his hand, wanting him to relax, and delighted that meeting Mum meant so much to him. This was going to be an interesting lunch. I was right. It was quite entertaining watching Joel trying to impress Mum. Not that he was boasting or anything, just on his best behavior. Attentive and interested in everything she said, which came naturally to him. I knew it was genuine. Listening to them discussing how to get the best results for Yorkshire puddings made me smile, but my boyfriend was interested.
"It's all about making sure there's not too much fat in the tins and that it's piping hot."
Mum shared her secrets, and Joel listened attentively. The meal was, as always, delicious, and afterwards Mum declined Joel's offer to wash up and sat us down to serve coffee and cake, as if we weren't full already. Have you thought any more about Samantha Freeman's phone call? I eventually asked. It had been on my mind since we arrived, but it seemed inappropriate to bring it up until we were relaxed in each other's company, and Joel was becoming part of the family. Mum knew I'd shared our situation with him and was comfortable with it, especially now she'd met him.
Surely there's nothing more to think about. If they can't proceed, nothing will happen, will it?
My mother appeared to have accepted. The matter was dropped. I wasn't so sure. Didn't you say Samantha was going to keep digging, and the case wasn't being officially closed?
I think she was probably just being polite, trying to make me feel better by letting us down gently. She asked if there was anything else by way of evidence we could help her with, but there isn't. It all boils down to my word against Appleton's. They've spoken to Ellen, but even her statement isn't considered enough. She didn't actually see Appleton follow me home or force his way inside. Ellen only knows what I told her the next morning.
Mum sounded resigned to letting the matter drop, but I couldn't imagine Samantha saying she would keep the case open unless she meant it.
You could consider a private prosecution.
Joel spoke quietly and looked from me to Mum. That would be brilliant, except we can't afford it. It would probably cost a mint, I replied. Solicitors charge anything upwards from £250 an hour, and we may need a barrister, too. It was an option, but sadly one which was way out of our reach.
Can you get legal aid for a private prosecution?
Joel asked. Shouldn't think so, but could you Google it and see? Joel took out his phone and quickly searched for the information. Mum was frowning, unsure about pursuing other options.
We couldn't get into a lengthy prosecution, Anna.
She almost whispered.
It's one thing to let the police prosecute him, but I don't think I could go through with doing it myself. No, sorry, legal aid isn't available for private prosecutions.
Joel's words appeared to put an end to that particular train of thought.
But maybe you could look into getting a woman's charity to fund you?
He spoke again, and Mum's brow furrowed even more.
I couldn't take money from a charity. But if you win the case, Appleton would have to pay the costs, so they'd recoup any money they laid out.
What a great idea, Joel! I was excited at the prospect. Would you like me to look into it, Mum? Or perhaps even a newspaper would fund us, although they'd expect an exclusive story in return. I was thinking aloud, really, but Mum looked so horrified that I stopped my musings. I won't do anything you don't want me to do. I just don't like to think of Appleton getting away with this. Will you think about it, Mum? And we'll discuss it another time, eh?
Okay, whatever you say. It's just that if a charity funded us and we lost the case, I'd feel terrible. And the trouble with newspapers would be all the publicity. You know I didn't want you dragged into it and named.
If it's the price we need to pay to see that man locked up, then I'm happy to pay it. But it's not a decision we can make immediately. We'll revisit it later, after we've taken time to think it over. I let the subject drop and made a conscious effort to lighten the conversation. Mum had enough to worry about without me adding undue pressure. Yet it seemed so unfair to think nothing more could be done. Joel took my lead and soon had us laughing at one of his anecdotes from work. I could tell Mum liked him. She kept giving me knowing looks and nods. It was great to see her so relaxed and happy. As our visit came to an end, I was surprised at how important it was to me that Mum liked Joel, and that he took to her as well. Could I possibly be falling in love? It was an alien thought, but strangely one which didn't scare me off, instead eliciting a warm glow and a feeling of contentment, of happiness.
Your mum's lovely, just like her daughter,
Joel said on the way home. He came inside with me, and we had the post-mortem on the first meeting over another coffee.
You know I'll help you in any way I can with this Appleton thing,
Joel said.
I think you're both so courageous for wanting to pursue this, especially as it seems like a David and Goliath situation.
He smiled and put his arms around me. As I looked into his eyes, the expression reflected in them gave me hope that perhaps his feelings might match my own.
21. Mark. It was Mark Appleton's worst nightmare. His picture plastered across the front page of nearly every newspaper, nationals and local alike. Most of the photographs were library shots of him smiling and waving during some function or other, but the local paper printed one of him ducking into a car, arm raised to shield his face and turning away from the camera. It was an old photograph, taken after a tedious evening event when he was tired and wanted to get home. The pose, however, suggested he was leaving the police station. At the time, Mark simply wanted to avoid the press, but in the context of what the papers had written, he appeared to be a guilty man. Who the hell leaked this? The question was directed at his wife, who made sympathetic noises and offered more coffee. Perhaps, Mark wondered, he should be more surprised that it had taken so long for the story to leak. Continuing to vent his anger, the tirade was silenced when the doorbell rang. Georgia automatically stood. Don't answer it. It's probably reporters, Mark ordered.
At 7:30 in the morning?
Yes, and stay away from the window. Let them think there's no one at home. He surreptitiously moved the curtain to confirm his guess. At the end of their drive, several vehicles clustered around the gate. Journalists jostled for the best position, cameras at the ready. Mark could hardly go out and shift them, and he doubted the police would help. It was their fault the journalists were there. They probably leaked the story. No, he'd wait them out. They couldn't camp out there forever. The unwanted publicity couldn't have come at a worse time. Appleton had recently been in secret talks about the possibility of a cabinet post in the coming reshuffle. It was the next step on the ladder, a promotion from the backbenches where he'd served more than his fair share of time. To Mark's mind, this step up was long overdue. His right. And many pleasant hours had been spent anticipating the power and kudos a ministerial post could offer. Any kind of scandal held the potential to ruin all he'd worked so hard to gain, just when it was within touching distance. Angry and restless, Appleton rang his solicitor. Jensen, have you seen the papers? No, not yet. They haven't been delivered. The man sounded half asleep. Some bloody idiots told them the police interviewed me regarding a historic sexual assault, and they've run with it. Can they do this? Yes, it's true. But you went voluntarily, and they can't know any details. Yes, they damn well can. They're saying I refused to give a DNA sample. What? Well, I suppose you did, although I don't see how they could know about it. That's not the point. What do we do? They're already at the front door gathering like vultures. A simple statement should suffice, Mark. Would you like me to come round and speak on your behalf? Although I think it would be better coming from you. Simply tell them that yes, you did help the police by answering their questions and they found there was no case to answer. There were a few moments of silence while Appleton considered his position. Take your wife outside with you.
Jensen suggested. A show of marital solidarity always helps. You know, a bit of hand-holding or something.
Fine, I'll do it.
Mark ended the call and stroked his chin thoughtfully. Reading the reports again, it was apparent the press had nothing of substance to go on. It was pure speculation from an unnamed source. Perhaps Jensen was right, and he should face them down and settle it before it snowballed into something bigger.
Right,
Appleton announced to his wife after he'd read the articles several more times.
Here's what we're going to do. I want you to go and tidy yourself up, and put on a bit of makeup, for pity's sake. Then we're going out there to face those imbeciles, and tell them there's no truth in what they're implying. You'll smile sweetly and hold my arm. A united front. Understand?
Georgia nodded and scurried off upstairs. 10 minutes later, Appleton opened the front door and stepped outside, his wife close behind him, holding his arm and mirroring the smile he'd pasted on his face.
Gentlemen, and ladies, of course, I've read your articles and am happy to tell you that for once, you've got your facts right.
He laughed at his joke, which was greeted with nothing more than a few eye rolls and the odd smirk.
I did have the opportunity to help our local police with an allegation they received and was happy to do so. Having answered all questions to their satisfaction, I've been informed since then that they will not be pursuing this ludicrous allegation. Quite simply, there is no case to answer.
Mrs. Appleton, how do you feel about these allegations against your husband?
A voice rose above the others. Georgia looked aghast, but hesitated for only a moment before answering. I believe it is only one allegation, is it not? And as my husband said, the police have decided there is no case to answer.
But,
the reporter persisted, only to be cut off by the MP.
There's nothing more to be said on the matter, and if you'll excuse me, I have a busy day ahead.
The broad smile, as he turned, was wiped off his face, as another voice, a woman this time, shouted out, Mr. Appleton, why did you refuse to give a DNA sample to the police if you're innocent of any crime? Mark ignored the question and moved swiftly back inside his home, his wife still clinging to his arm.
How dare they?
Mark was furious. He'd been confident of the way he'd handled the press, but the final question about the DNA threw him completely and darkened his mood once more. Giving no thanks to Georgia for her support, he marched into his study and slammed the door with such force the nearby bookcase shook. Georgia was almost as restless as her husband. When he was at home, she constantly needed to check herself, putting on a show of sympathy at times like these, even though inwardly she was smiling at the embarrassing mess piling up at her husband's feet. Georgia knew this allegation rattled Mark more than he was admitting. He'd told her at the station Jensen had advised him to provide a DNA sample, no doubt assuming Mark was innocent. His refusal to cooperate didn't surprise Georgia, who believed her husband capable of the accusation, and perhaps even Mr. Jensen doubted his client. Georgia hated standing by her husband. The early morning show of solidarity was abhorrent to her, but as ever, she had no choice but to comply with Mark's wishes, well aware of the consequences of not doing so. The journalists showed no sign of leaving, and Georgia wondered what else they could hope to achieve. Her husband would certainly give nothing more. After a couple of hours, Mark came out of his study and prowled restlessly around the house, checking the window to see if the circus had moved on. Watching him in such a foul mood, Georgia at least felt safe. Surely he wouldn't risk hurting her while there were potential witnesses so near the house, but the almost tangible frustration her husband exhibited was unsettling, comparable to waiting for a bomb to explode. Eventually, Mark could stand it no longer and rang his agent Tim Baker with instructions to drive
to the street 2 blocks away and be ready to pick him up. 20 minutes later, and without a word to his wife, Appleton left by the back door. Georgia watched from the kitchen window with guilty pleasure as Mark hurried down their garden and clambered over the overgrown shrubs into the garden of the house backing their own to effect his escape. If it hadn't been so pathetic, it might have been comical. Conflicting emotions washed over Georgia Appleton as she dared to hope that this was the beginning of Mark's downfall, and with it, her liberty. A swell of excitement grew in her chest at the thought of freedom and a life without her husband.
Hi there. Need a quick breather? Here's a moment of chill music just for you. This audiobook is free. No sign-ups, no strings. Hope you're enjoying it.
Georgia sighed, allowing herself a small smile as she turned to the kettle to make coffee. 22. Samantha. Samantha Freeman caught sight of Mark Appleton's photograph on the billboard advertising the local newspaper while on her way to work. Stopping her car, she hurried through the rain to buy a copy, curious to read exactly what the article said. Other papers ran with the story too, although not with as much prominence as the local rag. The car windows steamed up as Sam sat by the side of the road, hardly believing what she was reading, her mind racing ahead to possible implications. How the hell could they know he'd refused to give a DNA sample? She read the article twice through until interrupted by her phone, the caller informing the detective that the DCI wanted to see her ASAP. Deep in thought, Sam continued her journey to work, automatically starting the car and rubbing the steamy windows with her sleeve. Jenny Newcomb was sitting at her desk as Samantha passed through on her way to DCI Kent's office and dropped the paper in front of her. With a shake of her head, Sam carried on her way. Jenny turned pale. Gordon Kent got straight to the point. His tone was cool, and he didn't look a happy man.
You won't be surprised to hear I've had Appleton's solicitor on the phone. What do you know about this, Samantha?
Absolutely nothing, sir. I was as surprised to see it this morning as you must have been, and I honestly haven't a clue where they've got their information.
Most of the nationals have run it too, although not as prominently as this.
Gordon Kent tapped the copy of the paper on his desk.
And apparently our local MP is spitting feathers. Any idea as to how they found out?
No, sir. Perhaps someone saw Mr. Appleton at the station when he came in for his interview? After reading the details in the newspaper, Sam knew as well as Kent that this was hardly likely.
And this member of the public would know that Appleton was being questioned about a sexual allegation, and that he'd refused to give a DNA sample?
No, sir. I see your point. She could offer no explanation. But I can assure you it wasn't me. That's not the way I operate.
Yes, I know, Samantha. But it must have come from someone who's aware of this case. Who else has been working this one with you?
Only DC Newcomb, so far. We were both disappointed not to take the case further, but Jenny wouldn't go to the press, I'm certain.
And what about the woman making the allegation? Or her daughter? Could they have leaked this in a warped effort to obtain justice by media?
DCI Kent raised an eyebrow and waited for an answer. Strangely, it hadn't occurred to Sam that Caroline or Anna could be culpable, but knowing how Caroline in particular felt about publicity, it seemed highly unlikely. I very much doubt it. Mrs. Greenwood is terrified of her allegation getting into the media. I'm sure it wouldn't be her. Is Mr. Appleton going to make a complaint?
His solicitor hinted at it, but fortunately for us, I think they'd rather not draw any more attention to it than necessary. I did assure him we'd look into the matter and try to find out how this has happened. Perhaps you should have a word with your DC, just to check she's not our leak.
Yes, sir. Jenny's downstairs. I'll speak to her straight away. Sam left Kent's office with a heavy heart. Assured of her own innocence, she could only turn to Jenny as the next possible culprit, yet was confident the younger officer wouldn't have done anything so stupid. The DC was not at her desk, or anywhere else Sam could see in the office. "Have you seen Jenny?" she asked one of her colleagues.
I think she went to the loo, Sarge.
Jenny was stunned by the article in the newspaper, and took only seconds to work out that it may have been her own stupidity which resulted in the leaked information. The staff toilets were mercifully empty as she locked herself in a cubicle, sat on the seat, and pulled out her phone. Dialing Stuart's number, she hoped for reassurance, but doubted she'd receive any.
Stu? It's me. I've just seen the morning papers. Please tell me it wasn't you who leaked the MP story.
Jenny literally crossed her fingers as she braced herself for his reply.
Yeah, it was me. Great, isn't it? Thought we could go out tonight to celebrate, eh?
Her boyfriend sounded delighted. It was hard to believe he was clueless enough not to see the stupidity of what he'd done.
Is that celebrating me getting the sack?
Jenny could barely contain her anger. If he'd been within reach, she'd have been very tempted to thump him.
Damn it. You're so ungrateful. I thought you'd be delighted. The pig needs taking to task, doesn't he?
Stuart still didn't seem to comprehend the position his actions had put her in.
And how is this going to help, exactly?
Jenny was beyond angry.
He'll come under pressure to give a DNA sample, and you'll have your proof. I was doing you a favor.
Some favor? This could cost me my job, Stu. Can't you see that?
But you don't have to say anything. They'll never find out. Or I could come clean and tell them it was me. There's not much your DCI can do to me for telling the truth, is there?
It doesn't matter that it was you who actually told the press. I was the one who told you about the case. You know I'm not supposed to talk about work, so in reality, I'm the one who did it.
There was silence at the other end of the phone, and Jenny could almost hear the cogs clicking in Stuart's brain.
I thought it would help, Jenny. Honestly, I didn't think you'd get into trouble. But they still won't know it was you. It could have been anyone.
There's only been 2 of us working the case, and Sam knows she didn't do it.
Jenny sighed. Talking to him was useless, especially over the phone, and she was angry and upset. Not a good time to talk rationally.
Look, we'll talk tonight. I need to go now, but it's time to have a serious discussion about where we're going in this relationship.
Jenny ended the call before her boyfriend had time to reply. It wasn't particularly brave to have said it over the phone, but it would at least give him time to think about things, to realize she was seriously annoyed with him, and not only about the leak to the papers. Her anger with Stuart quickly converted to tears, and for a moment Jenny seriously considered running home and calling in sick. But that wasn't her way. She'd tell her DS everything and face the consequences. Sam felt a heavy knot in the pit of her stomach. Could Jenny possibly have anything to do with the Appleton revelations? The staff toilets were quiet, with only one stall occupied. "Jenny, is that you?" A sniff confirmed it was. "I think we need to talk." Jenny unlocked the door and came out to face her DS. Her cheeks were red, blotchy, and tear-stained.
"It was me, Sarge."
Jenny couldn't look at Samantha.
"Well, indirectly, anyway."
"I think we need to go to the canteen and grab a coffee. Then you can explain." Jenny sat with both hands wrapped around the thick white mug, apparently drawing comfort from the warmth and preventing her hands from shaking. Sam thought she looked impossibly young. "If it wasn't you directly, then who was it?" Sam spoke softly, even though there was no one else nearby.
"Stuart, the bloody idiot. But it's my fault. I shouldn't have been talking about the case."
Tears again welled in the DC's eyes. "You're right there, but I think we've all been guilty of that one at some time or another. Why did you name Appleton?"
"I don't think I did. But I did say it was an MP and I'd voted for him last year. Even Stuart can put 2 and 2 together. Unfortunately, he didn't think it through, which is so bloody typical of him. He's an idiot. Still, I know it doesn't excuse me. It was my fault. So what happens now? Will I lose my job?"
"It hardly constitutes gross misconduct, but certainly misconduct. I think you know that. My best advice would be to go to DCI Kent and tell him what you've just told me. Holding your hands up and admitting mistakes is always better than trying to wriggle out of them. They only come back to bite you later. You should probably go straight away. I'll come with you if you like."
"No, it's my mess. I should go, but thanks for the offer. Dare I ask if what Stu's done might actually help with the case?"
"I can't see how. Appleton's apparently furious and baying for blood, but the DCI thinks they'll let it drop after making us squirm. He'll want this to go away as quickly as possible. And you know the press. They'll hound Appleton for a while before moving on to the next scandal in a day or two. It probably won't make any difference at all."
"Right. I suppose I should get it over and done with, then."
Jenny gulped down her coffee, wishing it was something stronger, then stood and left the canteen to go upstairs. Her usual lithe, energetic strides diminished to a weary, reluctant gait. 23. Samantha. Samantha Freeman made her way back to her desk. She'd told Jenny the newspaper publicity made no difference to their investigation, when secretly she hoped it would. It was entirely likely that if Appleton was a sexual predator, which she was pretty sure about, there could be other victims out there who might pluck up the courage to come forward. Should they be so lucky, it would then be possible to arrest the MP, if there were enough similarities to Caroline's case. Such a miracle would show the propensity to commit similar offenses and would ramp up the necessity test. Yet it was probably just a wild hope. Her experience generally proved that cases were rarely presented to them neatly wrapped in a tidy parcel, and there was only so much tree rattling they could do to shake down new evidence. As Sam mentally crossed her fingers and hoped things were going well for Jenny, the tall figure of a man in her peripheral vision caught her attention. Heading her way, with his huge trademark grin, was D.I. Ravi Patel, who purposefully approached her desk.
"Hi, stranger,"
he greeted her.
"How've you been?"
Ravi worked in counterfraud and corruption out of police headquarters at Akeley Heads, Durham. "Oh, muddling through, you know." Sam stared into those familiar dark brown laughing eyes, and a multitude of memories flashed through her mind, some of which brought color to her cheeks and a quickening of her pulse.
She and Ravi had been an item for over 2 years. 2 roller coaster years of brilliant highs and intense lows. For most of the time, she thought he was the one, but the pressure of their careers inevitably came between them. When they finally admitted their relationship wasn't working out, the couple parted on good terms. Sam still suffered moments of regret on those lonely nights when company would be preferable to being alone, and a hug more than welcome. Times when she wondered if they could have tried harder to make it work. But mostly she accepted they were better off being friends rather than lovers.
"You're looking good."
Ravi placed a hand on her shoulder. His wavy black hair needed cutting, but his handsome features still maintained the power to make Sam's heart beat faster. And she knew she wasn't the only woman to feel the effect of that piercing stare.
"What do you know about car fraud?"
He held her gaze and laughed at her puzzled expression. "Now, Ravi, you know fraud's not my bag, and car fraud doesn't sound particularly inspiring. You're not going to bore me with a lecture, are you?" She mimed, yawning.
"The case I'm working on is anything but boring, and by the time you've heard about it, I can guarantee you'll be riveted. You may even want to take me out for a drink."
"Try me." Sam pulled over a chair for Ravi, who sat beside her, his proximity simultaneously welcome and unsettling.
"We've been working this one for nearly a year, and it's proving massive, with numerous victims, and therefore very time-consuming. A high-end garage, not too many miles from here, has been consistently turning back the odometers on their cars. Even the new digital odometers can be rolled back by removing the vehicle's circuit board to change the reading, or using equipment which hooks into the vehicle's electronic system."
"Fascinating." Sam rolled her eyes. Ravi grinned and carried on.
"They buy fairly new, high-mileage cars cheaply at auctions, change the odometer, and sell them on at a hugely inflated profit. And we're not talking your average family car. They're all high-end, the sort of vehicles we mere police officers can only dream about. In just a month, they can lose around 100,000 miles off their stock, increasing the value exponentially, and the customer is oblivious that a crime's even been committed." Despite trying not to be, Sam was growing interested. "Surely there are other signs that the cars are well used." "Yeah, but they titivate them up a bit. A respray maybe, and replace the worn pedals with new ones to disguise wear and tear, new tires. It doesn't take much, and the profits far outweigh the expenditure."
"So how many victims do you have so far?"
"We've traced over 600 customers who've bought from them in the last 3 years. And so far, over 400 of those vehicles are showing signs of having been tampered with."
"Wow, business must be good. But why are you telling me this? Are you just missing me, or does your visit to my humble cubbyhole have any actual significance?"
"Be patient, Sam. I'm getting there.
The problem with a case like this, where there's not only hundreds of victims, but a good number of perpetrators,
is pinning down who's involved and who isn't. The garage, executive car dealership, is a limited liability company, and we're fairly certain the managing director is the main man. But the company has a string of directors, and our difficulty is in finding out which ones know about the fraud and which ones don't. You know as well as I do how gathering evidence is paramount to every case we investigate. It's possible the employees and even some of the directors might not be involved or even know anything about it. Remember that fraud case in the U.S. in the noughties? Bernard Madoff, the Wall Street money manager? It was the talk of Hendon when I was there, the biggest Ponzi scheme in U.S. history, and he went down for 150 years with no parole. His brother was charged too, but his 2 sons were either innocent, as they claimed, or the investigators simply couldn't pin anything on them. Over 1,300 investors lost out to them. Even Steven Spielberg and Kevin Bacon were stung, and many ordinary clients faced financial ruin. Well, in my case, the amounts aren't quite comparable, but there are probably just as many victims, and it's still fraud.
This is all very interesting, but it doesn't explain why you're giving me this little lesson.
After seeing this morning's newspaper article, I thought you might be able to help me. You see, one of the directors of Executive Car Dealership is Mark Appleton.
Ravi's eyes sparkled at her stunned expression. Sam's mouth dropped open. Not only was this fine, upstanding politician a sex pest, it seemed he could also be a party to fraud. Wow. How long has he been a director?
5 years. He's one of the longest serving, but I'm sure you appreciate our problem. We can't just swan in and question him without evidence of wrongdoing. He could be completely innocent. When I saw his photo in the paper, I put 2 and 2 together and knew this would be your case. Perhaps we could help each other out?
Ravi wiggled his eyebrows in the way that always made her laugh. That would be amazing, but I'm in almost the same position as you. The allegation of rape is a historical one, over 30 years old, so there's no evidence as such, except that the rape resulted in a child. My problem is getting Appleton's DNA, which will undoubtedly make my case. Sam's mind was whirring with possibilities, or rather, lack of them.
How sure are you the DNA will be a match? It wouldn't be the first time a woman's cried rape to hide an affair when a child isn't her husband's.
Ravi rubbed his jaw as he spoke. My witness is solid. Her husband's dead, so she doesn't need to pretend anything, and he knew about the rape. The one who didn't is the daughter, and you can imagine what a shock it's been to her. She's apparently driving the case, but it looks like we've hit a brick wall unless anything new turns up. But how would our cases tie in?
I need to search his computers, bank records, that sort of thing. If you get to arrest him first, I'd appreciate access. Likewise, if I get to arrest him first, I'll be happy to share.
Ravi tilted his head to one side and smiled. Currently, the likelihood of either of them getting an arrest was pretty low, which they both knew. Sam offered her hand to Ravi, which he shook. Deal, she said with a grin.
It'll be good to work with you, Sam. And if you get there first, I owe you dinner.
24. Caroline. I don't usually buy a newspaper, but Anna's early morning call had me rushing out to get one. She was getting ready for work, and in a hurry, as always. But her garbled words informed me that Mark Appleton's photograph was splashed all over the local paper's front page with an account of how he'd been questioned regarding an allegation of rape. Stupidly, my first thought was that he'd raped some other poor woman. But as Anna continued to speak, it dawned on me it referred to my allegation. My daughter was quite animated. If we were unable to pursue a prosecution, this was a small consolation.
Such publicity would surely make him squirm, and maybe cause his family and colleagues to ask questions.
It could even damage his unmerited, successful career. After reading the article, which didn't contain much fact or content, only limited speculation, I wondered who could have told the papers about Appleton's interview. It surely wasn't the sort of tactic the police would employ themselves. They had to adhere to stringent protocols these days. Anything underhanded would jeopardize their case. It certainly wasn't Anna. She wanted to proceed, but only within the boundaries of the law, as did I. My next thought was whether this could help our case, and the only way of finding out was by ringing D.S. Freeman. Hello, Samantha. It's Caroline Greenwood here. I suppose you've read the newspapers this morning? I probably sounded feeble-minded. Naturally, she'd have seen the papers. Yes, I have. I'm sorry, we couldn't have warned you, but this is the first we've heard about it ourselves. I can only apologize.
I'm not ringing for an apology. I wondered if you knew where the papers got their information? Perhaps I imagined it, or did Samantha hesitate for a moment before answering?
I really can't say, Caroline, but no one will be able to connect this to you or Anna. Whoever leaked it didn't give any names, thank goodness.
The DS didn't sound her usual chirpy self. I thought you might know something. Do you suppose it'll do any good? I mean, are there any grounds for speaking to him again because of this? I don't know what kind of answer I expected. The newspaper article offered nothing new by way of evidence.
I don't think so, but we haven't given up hope yet. Be patient, and maybe something will come of it.
Fine. Thanks for your time. And sorry to have bothered you.
It's no bother at all, and I will let you know if anything does crop up.
Sam said goodbye, and I was left feeling none the wiser. Having pushed the thoughts of Mark back into the recesses of my mind, the newspaper article dredged it all up again and unsettled my mood. I made a coffee and sat down, mulling over recent events. Sunday's conversation with Anna and Joel had troubled me over the previous few days. Did I want to push ahead with a prosecution? Deep down, I was afraid of starting a fight which I might eventually lose. Mark was a powerful man, well-respected, and with the kind of resources behind him that I could only dream of. Anna was my only motivation. I'd do anything to help her come to terms with learning the facts about her conception. It was a dreadful thing to process, and I couldn't begin to imagine what went through her mind as she considered it, which must be often. It was fine for her and Joel to suggest a private prosecution or going to a charity for funding, but it went against my independent nature. Or perhaps it was simply stubbornness and pride. Having always been a private person, the thought of everyone knowing my worst secret rankled. Yet, I would do it for Anna, if it was what she needed to move on from this revelation. Anna rang me later in the day, once home from work, and we discussed the article in the paper. I related my conversation with Samantha Freeman before purposely changing the subject to ask about Joel. Having already told Anna how much I liked him, she chatted happily about the plans for their next date, and I was delighted for her. Joel was exactly what she needed, and this relationship had come along at precisely the right time. The prospect of watching how things developed between them was exciting, a spark of something good, which I hoped would grow. The day passed without further event, for which I should have been grateful. But was this how things would be from now on? Alone and with little purpose each day? I should make an effort to introduce some kind of structure into my life now that Ronald has gone. But in all honesty, this Appleton thing is hanging over me like a thundercloud, and things will probably not settle down until it's resolved, one way or the other. I slept reasonably well, a dreamless sleep, surprisingly undisturbed by the heavy rain, and woke at 7:30 a.m. the following day. Within an hour, I'd showered, dressed, and was preparing breakfast, still unused to making meals for only one, and thinking how much life had changed since Ronald's death, when the doorbell rang. Wondering who could be visiting so early on a Thursday morning, I tentatively opened the door. Standing on the porch, to shelter from the rain, was a tall, slim, well-dressed woman of about 40. The hem of her tailored camel coat met the tops of expensive brown leather calf-high boots, and leather-gloved hands clasped the collar of her coat in an effort to keep out the cold.
Mrs. Greenwood?
The woman asked. Yes?
My name is Georgia Appleton. I wonder if we could talk?
Those 2 short sentences prompted a whole series of thoughts to dance through my mind, and I almost forgot to breathe. The first and most startling thought being this visitor's identity. There was little doubt this lady was Mark Appleton's wife. I'd seen photos of her in the papers with her husband. Should I invite her in or refuse to talk to her? What could she want? To persuade me to drop the allegation? To threaten or even bribe me? The sensible thing to do would be to send her packing, but something in Georgia Appleton's expression resonated with me, and I stood aside to allow this unexpected visitor inside my home. The immaculately dressed MP's wife nodded her thanks, forcing a tight smile which I couldn't interpret. Her fine-boned face betrayed a degree of sadness, with perhaps a little apprehension in her intense gray eyes. I could think of nothing to say, and waited for her to open the conversation.
I apologize for turning up so early and unannounced, but I thought if I rang in advance you might not agree to see me.
She'd certainly got that one right. I led the way into the lounge and switched on the gas fire to warm the room, wondering whether to offer coffee. I decided it would probably be inappropriate, at least until I knew the purpose of her visit. As the fire slowly warmed the room, Georgia loosened the top buttons on her coat. I remained silent, unsure, and more than a little anxious as to how the next few minutes would unfold.
If my husband knew I was here, he would be furious. So in many ways I'm in your hands, Mrs. Greenwood. And I hope you'll not let anyone know about this meeting.
I can't make any promises until I know why you're here, I answered before lapsing again into silence, hoping my unexpected visitor would get to the point. A decidedly uncomfortable feeling was creeping over me, and I wondered if I'd made a huge mistake in allowing Mark Appleton's wife into my home. 25. Caroline. Georgia Appleton removed her gloves and focused on smoothing them on her lap. A slight tremor was noticeable in her manicured hands before she clasped them together so tightly the knuckles turned white. "What is it you want?" I was growing increasingly anxious. Georgia raised her eyes and looked directly at me.
I need to know if you are serious about pursuing this allegation against my husband.
I hesitated only slightly before lifting my chin to answer. "My allegation is true, Mrs. Appleton, but I assume you're aware the police have dropped the matter due to a lack of evidence, so I'm afraid you've had a wasted journey. It looks as if your husband will not be charged for the incident." My words sounded bold, surprising even me, but then another more troubling thought occurred to me. "How did you know my address?"
With Mark's contacts, it was easy, a very simple matter. But I haven't come to persuade you to drop or deny the allegation, Mrs. Greenwood. I'm here to offer my help.
Naturally, I was shocked, but suspicion soon replaced my surprise. Had her husband sent her to trick me into saying something he could use? Georgia Appleton amazed me further by suddenly breaking down in tears, with huge sobs racking her slim body. I was stunned, yet found my motherly instincts kicking into play as I moved over to the sofa and slid an arm around the woman's narrow, trembling shoulders, and heard myself making the kind of soothing noises I'd done so often with Anna during her childhood. The sobs continued for several minutes, as if years of pent-up emotions were finally being released. It appeared Mrs. Appleton had arrived at a breaking point. This outpouring seemed to be long overdue. I stood and left her briefly to move quietly into the kitchen, and after putting the kettle on, returned with a box of tissues. Georgia gratefully took a handful and attempted to pull herself together, mumbling words of apology which I dismissed as unnecessary. Leaving my visitor for a second time, I hurriedly made tea. The universal answer to every problem. 2 steaming mugs, both hot, strong, and sweet. The room had warmed through, and Georgia appeared flushed, her perfectly applied makeup streaked by tears, with mascara running down her cheeks. "Why don't you take your coat off, and you can explain what you mean?" I didn't want to rush matters when the poor woman was so emotional, but I was intrigued and wanted to know what Mrs. Appleton was talking about. I was inclined to believe she was genuine, although Anna always says I'm too trusting and should be more circumspect. Surely this couldn't simply be an elaborate trick to put me off pursuing my allegation. But then Mrs. Appleton would know the police had virtually nothing to go on, unless the newspaper article yesterday made her believe it was still an ongoing investigation. I was also very much aware that neither she nor her husband knew of Anna's existence and her relationship to Mark. It was to take nearly 2 hours to learn the answers to all my questions. 2 hours which completely erased any doubt in my mind as to whether I'd done the right thing in attempting to bring Mark Appleton to justice. George's story was difficult to hear and distressing for the woman to disclose.
I hate my marriage and my husband, but it's impossible to escape.
Her face reflected the wretchedness of her situation. "Don't you have family who could help?" I probed gently, my heart heavy for this poor woman's plight. She shook her head.
My parents are elderly. They were so proud when I married Mark and could see no wrong in him. They still don't, really. I want to protect them as much as possible from what will eventually become public knowledge. My father has dementia, and my mother insists on caring for him at home. If I went to stay with them and the press found me, the shame would kill them. Neither of them is in good health physically either. I couldn't put them in that position. The reality is that I have nowhere to go and no way to support myself. I'm not qualified to do anything other than be an MP's wife.
Georgia paused, gazing around my modest little lounge in a moment of thoughtful silence. I waited until she was ready to continue her story.
Initially, I stayed in the marriage in the hope things would improve, and that when Mark's ambition was realized, he'd again become the man I'd believed him to be. Perhaps I was fooling myself. It's not a marriage of love, and I'm convinced Mark is incapable of loving anyone other than himself. Most people see the beautiful house, the clothes, the glamorous lifestyle, and think my life is perfect. But it means nothing. Nothing at all. Mark has a gift for dazzling people, and can certainly turn on the charm when it's to his advantage. No one would believe me if they knew the truth, so when I learned of your allegation, I thought maybe we could help each other.
Georgia could shed no more tears. Years of sadness and pain were etched in her face, and my heart went out to her. Having known problems in my marriage, although nothing like this, I could understand where this woman was coming from. But where was it all leading? "I can see you've had a difficult time, yet how can that help me?" I asked reluctantly. This woman needed to talk, but it wasn't my role to counsel her, and I was unsure if we should even be having this conversation. And why would you want me to prosecute your husband for something which happened before you even met him? The way things stand at the moment, with the police having no solid evidence, it appears unlikely that Mark will be charged. Georgia's story was a sorry tale of an unhappy young woman, but how this was relevant to my situation was still unclear.
There are other things. Other incidents which would demonstrate the kind of man Mark is.
Georgia looked again to her lap.
After his election to Parliament, his behavior worsened. He's always been aggressive in manner, but it quickly escalated into physical aggression. The work proved more stressful than Mark anticipated, with long hours and endless social functions, many of which he grew to loathe as time went on. He'd never found it easy to tolerate people whom he classes as beneath him, but being an MP involves keeping constituents happy. They elected Mark to represent them, and rightly expect him to do so, a part of the job he despises. Each time my husband returns home from a stressful day, it seems he needs to vent his anger, physically, and I've become the target for his abuse.
Georgia spoke the words with her eyes still lowered, as if ashamed or somehow responsible for her husband's violence. I remained silent, partly as I had no words to offer, and partly as I felt she needed someone to simply listen.
I was shocked the first time he struck me, but put it down to a one-off until it happened again. There's no apology afterwards, and Mark simply behaves as if it didn't happen. I've been too afraid to talk to him about it. Any kind of discussion would be futile, and the beatings have become a regular feature of our marriage.
Georgia lifted her head to look at me, tears again sparkling in her eyes as she continued.
You must think me very weak and pathetic, but I've never known what to do. If time could be turned back, I would have nothing to do with Mark Appleton. Yet, of course, that's impossible, and I'm scared of what he'll do if I try to leave.
I don't see you as weak or pathetic. Quite the opposite. Coming here today is a courageous thing to do, and I admire your strength. Are there places you could go for help?
Oh, yes.
Georgia gave a forced laugh.
There's a shelter for abused women not far from New Midridge, which, ironically, I opened 5 years ago. Mark is a patron and has encouraged me to become involved in fundraising for them. Can you imagine what he'd say if I tried to take refuge there? And it would be the first place he'd look. I'm trapped in this sham of a life. To Mark, everything is about image. Socially, we pretend to be the stereotypical, happy, successful couple, but privately, he treats me worse than he would a dog.
Georgia sighed. It must have been distressing to disclose such personal information to a stranger. I honestly don't know what to say to you, Georgia. If you genuinely want to help, it would almost certainly involve talking to the police and possibly giving evidence in court. Are you prepared to do that? I was talking off the top of my head. Would Georgia's evidence help my case? I had no idea.
I think this is my only chance to get away from Mark. If he's punished for what he did to you, which he should be, then I'll take the opportunity to divorce him and move away to begin a new life. So you see, if I can help you, indirectly it will help me.
And your thought process being that if you were to pursue your allegations against him, perhaps the police could resume investigating my allegation? I could see the possibilities, yet didn't want to speculate or raise my hopes until I was confident Georgia was serious, and exactly how far she was willing to go to help in the case against her husband. It was also a concern that Appleton knew where I lived. Samantha assured me he'd been warned not to make contact, but words can't protect.
And sitting here before me was yet further proof of how violent a man Mark Appleton was.
Yes, that would be my hope.
Georgia looked anxiously at her watch.
I'll have to go. Mark will be back at lunchtime and want to know where I've been if I'm not at home.
But what will you do now? Will you go to the police? I asked, feeling totally out of my depth.
I'll talk to them when I get chance and see what they say. Please don't tell them I've been here, not yet. They might come looking for me when Mark's around. If you could give me a number for the detective who's investigating the case, I'll ring her when I get the opportunity.
Georgia must have noticed the worried frown on my face.
I'll do it soon. Today, if I can. Tomorrow at the latest, I promise.
Thank you. I'll wait until you've made contact, and we'll see what happens next. I quickly wrote down Samantha Freeman's telephone number and my own, and gave them to Georgia, who left, looking completely exhausted, to return to her opulent prison. Having promised not to ring Samantha, I decided to ring Anna instead, to tell her of this remarkable development, but as usual her phone was on message, so I briefly asked her to call back, which she did almost immediately. I outlined the morning's events, and in response received a ticking off, which was nothing more than I expected. Anna launched into a tirade of how idiotic my actions were, scolding me, rather harshly, for even allowing Georgia into my home, and pointing out how risky my actions were. I was criticized for offering tea and sympathy, and told I was too soft, an opinion Anna has previously expressed on several occasions. When she eventually calmed down, my daughter considered how getting the MP's wife on side may help us to get the police investigation moving once again. Yet, for Anna, like myself, the biggest shock was that Appleton knew my address. It's probably relatively easy to find out such things these days with so much information online, but knowing he possesses it was even more of a concern to Anna than me. Anna attempted to persuade me to move in with her, and only after pointing out the many pitfalls of two grown women sharing a one-bedroomed flat did she give up on the idea, and announced instead that she would come and stay with me. Naturally, Lucy would come too, but the little cat is happy anywhere, as long as there's warmth, a sofa to curl up on, and sufficient food to eat. Anna still seemed concerned that there will be times when I'll be alone, mostly when she was at work, but I managed to persuade her that even Appleton wouldn't be so stupid as to try anything in broad daylight. With the compromise reached, Anna promised to come round after work as soon as she'd packed a few things, and we ended the call with her apologizing for being so cross. I smiled at her contrite attitude and loved her all the more for caring enough to be angry in the first place. Anticipating seeing Anna every day was a comfort, and not just from the security point of view. It would be good to have her to care for again, to cook for and to converse with. I found myself smiling at the thought as I went upstairs to prepare her old room. 26. Anna.
I didn't want to be curious about Mark Appleton, the man. I tried to view him clinically, as a sperm donor at best, a rapist at worst, but whatever he was, I couldn't alter the fact that he was my biological father. Naturally, his face was familiar. He'd been on national television often, local news frequently, always opining about something, and most certainly not the shy, retiring type. I'd studied my own reflection in the mirror, searching for similarities in our features, and thankful that all I saw was my mother's face, her nose and mouth, although perhaps not her eyes or height. I'd not actually seen the MP kissing babies, but I imagined Appleton to be the sort who would grasp every opportunity of self-promotion. Yet in truth, I didn't really know the man. How could I, when I hadn't even seen him in the flesh? When I read on Facebook that Appleton was to speak at a public meeting in New Midridge, the temptation to go was irresistible. The desire to see him at close quarters, to appraise this man who inadvertently gave me life, was too great. Telling Mum or even Joel of my intention wasn't an option. Mum would plead with me not to go, as would Joel, although he might offer to accompany me, and this was something I needed to do alone. The meeting was at the town hall, an open event to discuss plans for a new housing development proposed on the edge of the town.
controversial as it was a designated greenfield site. Several ancient trees would need felling for the proposal to proceed. I'm a bit of a closet tree hugger, and I knew which way my vote would go if I had one. There were plenty of alternative brownfield sites in the locality, which would serve the purpose equally well, but I was unsure which side Mark Appleton would come down on. With his eye always on votes, he'd probably base his opinion on whichever way the majority swung. Or perhaps I was doing him a disservice. Okay, I admit to being biased against my biological father, and somewhat cynical about politicians in general. It was a shocking evening, cold and wet, but even the wind and rain didn't deter me, as I set off in good time, unsure how popular these events were. Not that I wanted a front row seat. Appleton might not know me, but I still wanted to sit quietly near the back to simply observe, to watch the man and not be seen by him. If there was any heckling, it wouldn't come from me. No way did I want to draw attention to myself. The hall wasn't the largest one in the town hall, and was pretty full of concerned individuals from all walks of life. I found it somewhat heartening that so many people in my hometown cared about the issue. Watching as the seats filled up, the hum of conversation buzzing around me, it was soon time to begin, and a group of dignitaries marched onto a raised platform, taking their seats as silence settled over the crowd like a blanket. Physically, Mark Appleton stood out. Undeniably handsome, his height and bearing gave him presence. If I hadn't known otherwise, I'd have assumed him to be ex-military. He had an air about him. Mark, long legs crossed and a look of concentration on his face, appeared to be absorbed in what the first two speakers said. Cynically, I believed it to be a practiced pose, a thoughtful, interested expression, his head tilted to one side. My concentration was barely on the topic of the evening, as all I could see was that man using his physical strength to overpower my mother. I shuddered, and had to shake myself from such unpalatable images, unsure by then why I was there, and feeling quite nauseous. The only physical resemblance I could spot was in height and coloring. Being 5'8" was certainly not inherited from my petite mother, and my hair was fair, like Appleton's. Even from the back of the hall, I could see my own blue eyes set in his handsome face, gazing over the room and taking in the mood of the meeting before he spoke. Eventually, Mark took the podium, and I sat up straight in my seat, leaning to the right to see past the rather plump lady with the bouffant hairstyle directly in front of me. Appleton's voice was perfect for public speaking, with a good pitch and tone and clear pronunciation. Cultured, yet not plummy. I could see why he was popular, why he received so many votes, including my own. If I hadn't known the truth about what kind of man he was, I too would have laughed at his amusing anecdotes and believed him when he promised, oh, so sincerely, to look at all aspects of the proposed development. Mark Appleton came over as fair, trustworthy, and genuine, the exact antithesis of what I knew him to be. I didn't realize until much later that he hadn't actually come down in favor of the development or opposed to it. A typical politician. He'd avoided a direct answer to the big question of the evening. As the meeting concluded, Mark worked the room. Leaving the other dignitaries, he moved among those who'd been seated at the front. Who they were, I had no idea, but he smiled and shook hands, the personification of a perfect politician. Anger bubbled in my chest as I watched the man smiling and laughing as if he hadn't a care in the world. I left quickly before he came anywhere near me, for fear I might lash out at him, verbally or physically. I simply couldn't trust myself. Returning to my car, hot tears stung my cheeks, mingling with the heavy rain. I wiped them away and sniffed. He didn't deserve anyone's tears, and I was damned if I was going to cry for myself. Not knowing what to expect from my covert mission, to see my father in the flesh, I felt strangely disconnected. indifferent, almost. Knowing he was a charlatan rekindled my desire to bring the man to justice, to see my mother vindicated and Appleton behind bars where he belonged. Maybe I'd need to look deeper into my feelings and motives at a later date, perhaps speak to a professional about the issues it inevitably raised. Still, my focus was firmly fixed on the pursuit of justice. My view of Appleton as evil was reinforced the very next day when I received the call from Mum to tell me of Georgia Appleton's visit. Perhaps I was harsh with Mum and spoke angrily about the risk of allowing the woman into her home. Yet my mother was hardly the sort to pause and do a risk assessment before making such a decision. She was, and always has been, a heart-led person. The visit, however, triggered shock at the realization that Mum was vulnerable, as Appleton knew where she lived. When I'd calmed down a little, Mum reassured me that she was capable of being sensible and looking out for herself. When do children start believing they know better than their parents? I'd clearly reached that point and tried to persuade Mom to come and stay with me indefinitely. I couldn't bear the thought of her being in danger. My own stubborn streak must come from Mum, because, even without consideration, she flatly refused, and we eventually settled on the compromise of me moving in with her. I could visualize her smile as we agreed on that course of action, and I smiled too. Recent revelations had given me a new respect and understanding for my mother, who is a much stronger, more courageous woman than I'd previously assumed, and I wanted to try to make things up to her. Mum suffered so much to keep me and showered me with the love and care which only a mother can give. With the benefit of hindsight and knowledge of my true parentage, I could more fully appreciate the sacrifice she made. When the shock wore off, and the whole story of Mrs. Appleton's visit related to me, I began to realize how this could possibly help our quest to bring Mark Appleton to justice. The truths his wife revealed also renewed my determination. He was evil, a bully, a wife-beater, and not worthy of public office. Quite simply, the man needed bringing down. Had I possessed this latest insight into Appleton's character, I might have been tempted to approach him at the meeting, to publicly vilify him for his actions. Maybe venting my anger would have given me momentary satisfaction, but in the longer term would have done nothing to help our case for justice. So it was as well I didn't have this information. And so now I find myself back in my childhood home, the little bedroom where I spent so much time hiding from Ronald. Clean, line-dried sheets, smelling of lavender with the familiar ancient silk counterpane, prepared for me once again by my mother, are still strangely comforting, and a small posy of lily of the valley, which Mum had cut from the garden, scent the air. Home cooking will undoubtedly attack my waistline, but with another person to care for, my hope is that Mum will also care more for herself. Now I'm here, it feels right and comforting. Joel will be more than welcome any time, which I anticipate will be often. My mother is almost as taken with him as I am. Together we'll be stronger and face the next few weeks supporting each other in a new and different way.
27. Jenny. Jenny Newcomb spent 2 miserable days wondering if she still had a career in the police force. DCI Kent had been fair, and as Sam suggested, he'd appreciated her honesty and the immediacy with which she owned up. Denying any involvement would probably have made matters worse. The DCI said he would have to wait and see if Appleton made an official complaint before considering his next step, which gave her hope that if there wasn't a complaint, she might get away with a dressing down. Jenny knew it had been stupid to talk to Stewart, but was sure most officers shared with their partners. It was just her luck that Stewart was dumb enough to think he could help. And did he actually expect her to be grateful? Apparently, as when she got home that evening, he was in a proper sulk and barely spoke to her when she walked through the door. His attitude confirmed her decision that it was time for a parting of the ways. After a shower, Jenny changed into jeans and a jumper and went downstairs for the big talk. Stuart acted surprised, although she doubted he was. Their brief phone call and the mood she'd been in must have prepared him for her decision. Sadly, the evening went from bad to worse, with recriminations and bickering ensuing, ending in Stuart packing in anger and slamming the door behind him. Very mature, Jenny thought, saddened that they couldn't have ended their relationship in a more adult manner. Then, after stomping around in an unsettled mood, she opened a bottle of wine and a giant bar of chocolate and consoled herself with binge-watching on Netflix, her own idea of maturity. The following morning, regretting the wine more than the chocolate, Jenny confided in Samantha that her relationship with Stuart was over. "Oh, I'm so sorry. It wasn't the leak to the papers, was it?" the DS asked.
Only partly. It's been coming for a while. We should never have moved in together. It was far too soon. A bad decision, you know?
I'll make sure DCI Kent knows. It might go some way in your favor if he learns how seriously you've taken this betrayal of confidence. Sam also wanted to speak to the DCI about the previous day's intriguing conversation with Ravi Patel. She'd thought of little else since, but was unsure if Ravi's investigation would actually help hers. Before she managed to go upstairs to discuss it, however, she was surprised by a telephone call from none other than Mark Appleton's wife.
"I got your number from Caroline Greenwood?"
The words prompted alarm bells to clang in Sam's head. "Are you telling me you've been in contact with Mrs. Greenwood?" Her tone was sharp. This was a twist to Caroline's case, which she certainly didn't appreciate.
"Yes, but I intend to help. That's what I told Caroline, and that's why I'm ringing you. Is it possible to meet, Detective?"
"I'd be happy to come to see you if it's convenient." Sam's mood softened. She would drop everything for this interview. Excitement swelled in her chest.
"If you could come this morning while Mark's out, that would work well for me. I assume you know where we live?"
"Yes, thank you. My colleague and I will be there within the hour, Mrs. Appleton." Sam ended the call and grinned at Jenny.
Did you say Mrs. Appleton?
The DC asked, her mouth gaping. "Yep, and she wants to help. Don't ask me how, but grab your coat and we'll soon find out." The media circus appeared to have died down outside the Appleton house, with only the occasional reporter appearing at odd times, hoping to catch the MP for a quote or provoke the man to anger to capture his mood on camera. The road outside was quiet, with no cars or people about, when Sam and Jenny arrived.
"Thank you for coming,"
Georgia said, after showing them into the lounge, keeping well away from the window.
"It's been a media frenzy outside since the newspaper article, but it seems to have died down for now, so Mark took the chance to get out of the house. He's like a bear with a sore head when cooped up. He didn't say where he was going, only that he'd be out for lunch."
She offered coffee, which they accepted gratefully, before the three settled down to talk. Sam was keen to get straight to the point. "You said on the phone that you wished to help in the case against your husband? Is that correct?"
"Yes. I went to see Caroline Greenwood and—"
Samantha held up her palm, concerned at the implication of Georgia's words. "Can I just stop you there a minute? How did you know where Mrs. Greenwood lives?"
"It was the first thing Mark did after you questioned him. He rang his agent and instructed him to find out her address. Tim rang back later, and I heard Mark repeat it, as he wrote it down."
"Do you think he intends to visit Mrs. Greenwood himself?"
"I don't know, but I shouldn't think so. Not now. It appears you're not going to charge him."
Sam made a mental note to speak to Caroline about the possibility of staying with her daughter for a while. She didn't want to take any risks. Thank you. Please go on.
Mark is a violent man. I know from personal experience. He's also very cunning and targets the blows where they won't be seen. I think that's a common practice among abusive men.
Sam nodded, encouraging her to continue, while Jenny made notes. Neither of the detectives were entirely surprised at what they were hearing, just that Georgia Appleton should have approached them.
I don't know whether I can testify against him, but I will if I'm allowed.
Georgia paused and sipped her coffee, clearly in need of the hot, sweet liquid. There's no reason why you shouldn't testify, Mrs. Appleton. Are you telling me you want to press charges regarding these incidents of violence?
Yes, if it helps to send him away.
Georgia spoke earnestly, her expression intense as she perched on the edge of the armchair. Mrs. Appleton, do you know anything about your husband's business affairs? Samantha asked, changing the subject for a moment.
Not really. Mark assumes I don't understand business, being merely a woman.
Sam nodded and let the subject drop, still excited at this turn of events. She dared to hope a witness might materialize from the newspaper article, but never did she expect it to be the MP's wife. It was a gift, and she was inclined to believe this woman, yet needed to be absolutely sure this was the truth, and not simply a wife who wanted out of a soured relationship. Gently pushing for details, Sam probed into the personal life of Mark and Georgia Appleton
in an empathic, understanding way.
The more the MP's wife talked, the more convinced the DS became that she was genuine. Dates were sketchy, but Georgia had needed medical attention on a couple of occasions, once with a broken wrist and another with a badly sprained ankle. It would be easy to check medical records to confirm these instances. Georgia continued.
There's something else which might help your case, something which happened about a year ago.
Georgia was halted mid-sentence by the sound of a car on the gravel driveway outside. She jumped up and hurried to the window.
It's Mark! Please, don't let him know I asked you to come.
Gone was the composed woman who'd spoken so bravely. Her voice trembled as she looked to the two detectives for help. Panic evident in her face. Mrs. Appleton, Georgia, if you want to make those charges now, we can arrest your husband immediately and take him to the station. You have a choice here. Sam's eyes pleaded with the woman to help herself.
No, I'm not ready. I need more time. I'll ring you tomorrow, I promise.
It felt as if the air had been sucked out of the room, as a furious Mark Appleton appeared in the doorway, clearly angry to find his wife having a cozy chat with the police. Georgia visibly paled, and Sam noted the fear in her eyes. Good morning, Mr. Appleton. We'd hoped to find you in to ask one or two more questions. Your wife very kindly made us some coffee while we waited, but now you're here, perhaps we could have a few minutes of your time? Sam's calm manner successfully diverted attention from Georgia, but Samantha would have to ask Appleton a few impromptu questions. I thought you'd dropped this matter. His voice was low, almost a growl. And whatever happened to discretion? After that debacle with the leak to the newspapers, I've had the press camped outside my home, and now you have the gall to turn up on my doorstep? Have you come to apologize? Freedom of the press, sir. A price we have to pay, I'm afraid. When I find out who told the papers, I shall be seeking someone's head on a plate. Mark was in full throttle, his eyes blazing. Is that a threat, sir? Samantha asked calmly. Appleton paused for a moment before composing himself and reining in his emotions. No, merely a figure of speech. Sam reached into her bag and withdrew the young Caroline Greenwood's photograph once again, passing it to a more subdued
Appleton. "Could you have another look at this, sir, in case you've remembered this woman since the last time we met?" Appleton barely glanced at it.
No, as I told you before, I don't recognize her at all.
Sam asked a few more questions, mostly the same ones he'd already answered, and the MP's patience was deserting him again.
Look, if you're trying to trap me by asking the same bloody questions, it's not going to work. I've told you all I know. Perhaps you should put your efforts into investigating this Greenwood woman, whoever she is. She's probably deranged and needs locking up. Why aren't you interested in protecting innocent citizens, Detective?
"Oh, we are, sir. Believe me, we are." Samantha stood to leave, thanking Georgia for the coffee and giving Mark a brief nod. Appleton followed them to the hall and slammed the door behind them before returning to his wife.
"What have you been saying?"
he snarled, spittle flying from his mouth. "I've not told them anything which isn't true." Georgia lifted her head and met her husband's stare. Her candor earned a sharp slap across the cheek. Blood trickled from her lip. She smiled vaguely at the cheering thought that she didn't have to take this much longer, didn't have to be her husband's punch bag, or be forced to play the dutiful wife. The notion was heady. Knowing that a beating was coming, Georgia mentally removed herself, repeating in her head that it wouldn't last long, that he'd tire of kicking her around and retreat into his bottle of whiskey.
"It's time you learned some respect and gratitude for the life I've given you."
Mark raised his hand again and slapped the other side of her face. She staggered across the room and fell on the sofa, the metallic taste of blood filling her mouth, her tongue discovering a loose tooth. In an instant, Mark lunged at her, grabbed her by the hair, and lifted her bodily to her feet. With his free hand, he punched her hard in the stomach, and Georgia doubled up in pain onto the floor as he let her drop like a rag doll. She wanted to cry out to the two detectives for help, but they were gone. She should have allowed them to arrest Mark then, as they'd suggested. The kicking started next. Brutal blows which left her reeling and gasping for breath as Mark's leather loafers connected with her ribs. The pain was excruciating, and she squeezed her eyes tightly shut. Georgia rolled instinctively into a ball to try to protect herself, but a sharp kick to the side of her head sent a searing pain through her skull and behind her eyes before the world went suddenly black. 28. Samantha. Samantha was quiet as she drove away from the MP's home.
"I don't know how you kept your cool in there."
Jenny Newcomb turned to look at her boss.
"When he talked about finding out who leaked to the press, I was sure he could see the guilt written across my face. I must have turned bright red."
"He's more bluster than anything, except perhaps with his wife. I hope he doesn't take things out on her, as it appears he often does. Hopefully now our revered MP knows we're still interested in him. He'll restrain himself. I, for one, will be glad when Georgia Appleton rings tomorrow so we can finally arrest that man."
"Why did you ask about his business associates, Sam? It seemed a bit random."
"Oh, yes. I haven't had the chance to tell you yet, but I had a visit from a DI in the fraud squad the other day, and it appears we're not the only ones interested in Mark Appleton. They're looking into a car dealership of which our MP's a director. Currently, they have enough to begin a prosecution on the managing director and some of the senior staff, but they suspect Appleton is also involved. We struck a deal that the first one to make the arrest and get access to his computer will share with the other." Samantha smiled. After the discouragement of being unable to arrest the MP, life was looking so much more positive, and when Georgia came through, they'd finally be able to make their move on Appleton. It was looking as if Ravi would owe her dinner.
"So it appears Appleton's not only a rapist, but a fraudster too?"
Innocent until proven guilty, Jenny. But yes, it looks like our MP's finally going to get his comeuppance.
Once back at the station, Sam went to speak to the DCI, a renewed spring in her step. It was time to update him on recent developments. Gordon Kent was not in his office, and Sam learned he was in a meeting and wouldn't be available until after lunch. The detective sergeant was antsy, never a patient woman. She wanted to do something to move the case forward, but until they had Georgia Appleton's statement, they were at a standstill. Deciding to make a couple of calls, Sam pulled her phone from her pocket and scrolled down to find Caroline Greenwood's number. "Hi, Caroline. Samantha Freeman here. How are you?"
Oh, fine, thanks. Have you some news for me?
"Yes, but it sounds as if you already know. Why didn't you tell me Georgia Appleton had been in touch?" Sam tried not to sound annoyed, but Caroline had been foolish in letting the woman into her home, and needed to understand the risk she'd taken.
Because she asked me not to, and I knew you'd probably lecture me about my stupidity in seeing her, but you needn't bother, because Anna's already scolded me.
It was a risky thing to do, although fortunately it appears to have worked out for the best. Sam conceded that much at least.
You'd have done the same in my position if you'd been here. The woman was distraught. There was no way I could turn her away without hearing her out. Has she been in touch then?
She has, and I've just returned from seeing her. We were interrupted by her husband, but Mrs. Appleton has promised to come to the station tomorrow to make a formal complaint. So it looks as if we'll be able to proceed, Caroline. Good news all around. The fly in the ointment, however, is that Appleton has your address. Perhaps you'd consider moving in with Anna for a while, at least until we arrest the man and make it part of his bail conditions to keep away from you.
Again, you're too late. Anna had the same thought, but I won't be driven from my home by him, so she's staying here with me. She moved in last night, and her boyfriend Joel has already fitted a chain on the front door and locks on the windows. They've arranged for a burglar alarm, too. Things have been taken out of my hands. Samantha could almost hear the smile in Caroline's voice. The woman would surely enjoy having her daughter staying, and the concern they were showing. So, is the investigation official again?
Caroline asked. It is. And when Mrs. Appleton has made her statement, we'll be able to arrest her husband and take his DNA, which will prove, despite his denials, that he most certainly did know you. I'll keep you in the loop, Caroline. Something should happen pretty soon now. Sam ended the call and scrolled her contact list to find Ravi Patel's number. He answered immediately. "Just thought I'd give you the chance to save up for the dinner you owe me," Sam greeted him.
You've had a breakthrough?
Another witness. Well, a different complaint, really, but one which will allow me to arrest Appleton and secure a DNA sample. From then on, it should be plain sailing.
What? Did someone else come forward after the newspaper interest?
You could say so. It's his wife. It appears she's reached the end of the road living with an abusive husband. After she rang me this morning, we paid her an initial visit. We were interrupted, but she's coming in to make a formal statement tomorrow. Sam knew she sounded smug, when, in reality, there'd been a good dollop of luck involved.
You jammy devil. It's fallen into your lap, hasn't it?
Oh, yes? What about my dogged persistence and brilliant investigative skills? She laughed. Anyway, I'll call you as soon as the wheels are in motion, and I hear that new 5-star hotel in Malden serves a good dinner. Ravi laughed.
I'd better arrange a second mortgage, then.
Next, Sam, who was feeling restless, went in search of Jenny, who she found in the canteen having an early lunch. Do you know how many calories are in that pastry? Sam looked enviously at the apple turnover Jenny was just finishing off. Yes, and I need every one. What did the DCI say?
He's in a meeting until after lunch. I'll try again later. There shouldn't be any problems now, though. With Georgia Appleton on side, the case is virtually assured.
You don't think she'll change her mind, do you?
Jenny popped the last piece of pastry into her mouth and licked her lips. You saw her. Didn't you think she was serious?
Yes. She appeared to be a woman at the end of her tether. She's had enough of her husband, and it couldn't have come at a better time for us.
Agreed. Now, did they have any more of those things left? Sam thought she could do with some calories herself.
Sorry, I bought the last one.
DCI Kent didn't return to his office until nearly 3 p.m., by which time Sam was itching to get moving. She'd updated the policy file with details of her conversation with Georgia Appleton and was hopeful of having Mark Appleton in custody within 24 hours. Kent listened carefully to Sam and Jenny. He was particularly interested in the fraud connection and asked more questions than Sam could answer. He eventually praised the two officers.
Good work. If Mrs. Appleton comes through, we should be able to arrest our MP and find out what he has to say about his wife's allegations. If it goes our way, I shouldn't think Appleton will want to pursue the leak to the papers. And if that's the case, then I believe no more action will be necessary, Jenny. Sam told me you've split from your partner. I'm sorry it's come to that, but I trust you've learned from the experience.
Absolutely, sir. It won't happen again.
Jenny's face reddened under the scrutiny of the DCI. The two women grinned at each other as they left Kent's office. I think we should call it a day, Jenny. Tomorrow's chance to be a long day, but hopefully a rewarding one, too. Sam could barely keep the satisfaction out of her voice as she said goodbye to her DC, and they went their separate ways. 29. Samantha. Samantha was not good at waiting. Her role as a detective undoubtedly benefited from her drive and tireless pursuit of justice, but occasionally a degree of patience would have made life easier. She blamed her impetuosity trait on her mother.
Have you heard from Mrs. Appleton yet?
Jenny asked for the third time that morning. No, but it's only midday. She'll probably have to choose her time carefully. Sam sighed. She understood Jenny's impatience. They were both restless, itching to get the case moving, and to see Appleton's face when they turned up to arrest him.
The poor woman will probably have her every move watched. What a bastard that man is. It makes you wonder how many other women he's assaulted and got away with. Will you contact her if you don't hear anything?
It was almost personal for the detectives now. They both hankered for a good outcome. We only have their landline number, not a mobile, and I wouldn't want to put her at risk by alerting her husband to the fact she's been talking to us.
She'll probably ring soon. She certainly seemed keen, and I believed everything she said. Shall I look into those incidents at the hospital when she needed attention?
Better wait until we have her permission. I want this all done by the book, Jenny. We don't want to give him a reason to complain or use some technicality to get off. Sam went to make yet another coffee, although she felt awash with it, and tried to knuckle down to a case which needed tying off. However, concentration was difficult. Her thoughts wandered to the Appleton household and to the endless scenarios which could be playing out inside those walls. She also knew Caroline and Anna Greenwood would be anxiously waiting for news, yet presently there was nothing to report which would encourage them. A call from Ravi Patel irritated Sam when usually she'd be happy for the distraction. He wanted an update, assuming the case was moving forward, but the conversation was short as there was nothing to tell. When the clock finally ticked round to 5 p.m., Sam's patience deserted her, and she decided to call Caroline Greenwood on the off chance Georgia had contacted her. She'd gone to Caroline before. A long shot was better than doing nothing. Sorry, no. I was assuming she was with you, and that Mark would have been arrested. You don't suppose she's changed her mind, do you?
Caroline sounded anxious. I'm sure she hasn't. The most probable reason is that Mark's been with her all day. I'm sorry to have bothered you. Perhaps tomorrow will bring better news. Sam didn't admit the idea of Georgia changing her mind had occurred to her, too. Or that Appleton may have persuaded her against bringing charges. Her phone's ringtone broke into her thoughts and made Sam's pulse race, but it was only DCI Kent.
Has Mrs. Appleton been in touch yet?
It appeared she wasn't the only one to be concerned. No, sir. It looks as if she'll not ring today. Perhaps she simply hasn't had the opportunity, but she has my mobile number, so she can contact me any time.
Good. Maybe tomorrow, then.
The DCI rang off. Most likely he'd be able to put it out of his mind and go home to his family, but Sam was frustrated and doubted she'd get much rest that night until she'd heard from Georgia Appleton. The following day, Samantha arrived at the station early, hoping perhaps Georgia was there in person or had rung and left a message, but the DS was to be disappointed yet again. 4 hours and as many cups of coffee later, Sam was impatient and growing increasingly worried. Jenny tried to reassure her that something would happen soon, but even she appeared restless. The waiting game was a long and frustrating one. By lunchtime, Sam decided to go to the DCI's office and ask permission to visit the Appleton house. She wasn't entirely sure this was the best course of action, hence seeking advice and another opinion.
Are you thinking of an informal visit or anything specific? Because we're nearing the point when Mr. Appleton can justifiably claim harassment.
Gordon Kent warned. I don't suppose there's enough to consider an arrest, is there? Sam looked hopeful.
No, apart from your chat with his wife, who has yet to follow through on her promise to make a complaint, we have nothing new. The debacle with the press hasn't helped either. You know we have to tread softly with this one, Samantha. We need the wife's statement before we can act.
But I'm growing increasingly concerned about Georgia Appleton. If you'd seen her, you'd know how afraid she is of her husband. What if he's done something to her? DCI Kent raised his eyebrows and looked over his glasses at his DS.
When the man knows we're looking at him for a historic rape, I hardly think he's likely to commit another crime. We have to give him credit for some sense. He is an MP.
If the situation hadn't been so serious, Sam would have laughed at that last remark. Instead, she tried another tack. Perhaps he wouldn't do anything if he was thinking straight, but he's a volatile man, and I believed her when she told me of his previous violence. Is it possible to put surveillance on the house, sir? I'd be happy to do it myself, except Appleton knows me.
If we've heard nothing by tomorrow, you can have one car to watch the house. Will that suffice?
Samantha wanted more, and sooner, but she knew the DCI was sympathetic and burdened with the broader implications of a case involving an MP. It appeared they'd have to wait another day, and hope Georgia would be in touch before then. By the following morning, when there was still no word from Georgia Appleton, Sam arranged for surveillance outside the Appleton home. DC Paul Roper, who was familiar with the case, was assigned to observe the property, and Sam hoped that if Mark left, Roper could risk approaching and make contact with Georgia. The DC had Sam's direct number and instructions to ring her if anything at all happened. Midday came and went, with nothing to report. At 2 p.m., Sam received a call to say Appleton had left the house. She gave specific instructions for DC Roper to approach the property only when he was sure the MP was well away, and to look for any signs of life. After a tense 15 minutes, a second call from Roper informed her there was no answer to the doorbell, and no sign of life in the house or garden. The upstairs curtains were drawn, and he'd looked in the downstairs windows, but seen no movement of any kind. Sam gave him the order to stay there and report in as soon as Appleton returned. DCI Kent didn't seem surprised to see Sam Freeman in his office again and looked up from his desk expectantly. DC Roper reported Appleton leaving the house at 2 p.m. As instructed, he approached the property and, on receiving no answer, looked around the house and garden. He says there's no sign of movement, but the upstairs curtains are drawn.
Which tells us absolutely nothing. Mrs. Appleton could be out or even in bed, ill.
Kent put down his pen, looked at his DS, and sighed.
What have you in mind, Samantha?
I'd like permission to call at the house when Mr. Appleton returns, sir. I'm becoming increasingly concerned for his wife and would like to ask to speak with her. Appleton's reaction will determine where we go from there. Sam's expression reflected her determination, and Kent finally agreed that the situation was concerning.
Right, but a casual approach, please. Sunday manners, and then report back to me.
Samantha didn't need telling twice, and set off even before DC Roper updated her on Appleton's return, wanting to be in the vicinity and ready to act swiftly. 30. Paul. DC Paul Roper yawned and stretched his arms behind his neck. Surveillance wasn't his favorite activity, but a few notches up the scale from being on call on a Saturday night. DS Samantha Freeman certainly seemed fixated with this MP, and although Paul knew there'd been an allegation, he also knew the investigation hadn't thrown up the evidence the DS needed to take it to the next level. Jenny Newcomb was also working this one, and she too seemed unusually keen to make an arrest. The Appleton house was something else. A large, detached property, the type Roper would never be able to afford, unless it appeared he went into politics. When Appleton left, Roper had a good mosey round, as instructed, and with no answer to the doorbell, was satisfied the place was deserted. At the rear of the property, a huge garden was screened by mature hedging and, in places, a 6-foot fence. Just as well, as a hot tub steamed away outside the French windows. Roper peered through the windows into a large conservatory furnished with wicker sofas and black glass tables. All was quiet. No movement or sound from within. With the house situated well away from the road, he was free to walk around the exterior, unobserved, and look in all the windows. When he rang in, Paul told the DS it was quiet as the grave. The only slightly unusual thing being the closed curtains in the upstairs front bedroom. Roper returned to his car and twiddled his thumbs for another hour until he spied Appleton's car turning into the drive. He immediately rang DS Freeman's number, hoping his surveillance duty would now be over. "Wait there, just in case I need you. I'll be with you in 5. The DS sounded harassed, but sure enough, her car pulled up behind his in less than 5 minutes. Samantha exited her vehicle and walked over to DC Roper, who wound down his window as she leaned in. "I'm going in, but I don't expect an invitation inside. If I do get in, and haven't come out within, say, half an hour, come and ring the bell." It seemed somewhat cloak and dagger to Roper, but he was good at taking orders and nodded his understanding. Sam walked briskly up the drive and disappeared from his view.
What the hell do you want now?
Mark Appleton looked far from his usual suave self. In fact, Sam thought he probably hadn't shaved for a couple of days, and his clothes looked as if he'd slept in them. There was a distinct smell of alcohol emanating from the man, too. "I wondered if I could have a word with your wife, please, sir?" Sam smiled. She'd noticed that George's car wasn't on the drive, but it could easily have been in the garage.
"Oh, you're not content with hounding me? You have to start on her now, do you?"
"Actually, I just wanted to give her these leaflets. She was telling me about the good work she does at the Women's Refuge, and I said I'd drop some information round for her." Sam waved a handful of brochures she'd grabbed on her way out of the station and smiled her sweetest smile.
I'll take them.
The MP made to grab the leaflets, but Sam pulled them away. I'd really like to see Georgia, please, to continue our discussion from the other day. I promised to call again.
Well, she's not here. She's gone away for a few days.
Mark's face was darkening. Sam persisted. Oh, she didn't say she was going away.
Why the hell should she tell you? It's not a crime to go away now, is it?
Only because I said I'd call around, but it's no problem. Perhaps you could give me a mobile number for her, so I can explain the leaflets?
No, I bloody can't. Now will you leave my property and refrain from contacting my wife or me again?
I couldn't help noticing that the curtains upstairs are closed, sir. Sam was pushing it. Gordon Kent's warning about harassment crossed her mind, but only briefly.
So I'm a slob at housekeeping when my wife's away. Is that a crime too these days, Detective Freeman?
Mark slammed the door shut before Sam could say more, leaving her standing on the porch, the leaflets still in her hand. The visit raised more questions than it answered, and Samantha's concern was increasing. Going back to her car, she gave a thumbs up to D.S. Roper and waved him away, then found Jenny's number and called her as she headed back to the station. Jenny, I want you to type this up and then go to see the DCI. We're going to apply for a search warrant.
Why? What have you found?
It's more a case of what I haven't found. There's no sign of Mrs. Appleton, and her husband's acting very strangely. He refused to give me her phone number and says she's gone away for a few days.
Perhaps she's left him after all,
Jenny offered. I'm pretty sure she's not the sort to say she'll ring and then disappear. No, I think we need to search their home, and you'll have to get Kent's approval. Take this down, then type it up, and I'll meet you at the court in half an hour. Sam began to dictate. Concerns. Formal allegation of historic rape by a reliable witness, supported by first disclosure witness. Denial by Appleton of knowing the woman or recognizing her photograph. Refusal to provide a voluntary DNA sample when requested to do so. Possible implications in an ongoing vehicle fraud investigation. Verbal allegations by Mrs. Appleton of instances of violence by her husband and failure to contact police when she agreed to do so, and seemed determined to press charges. Subsequent whereabouts of Mrs. Appleton unknown. Husband refuses to give details or phone number to contact her. Mark Appleton's behavior suspicious when asked about his wife. His appearance disheveled, with a strong smell of alcohol on his person. It was a brief summary of what was in the detective's policy file, updated with Sam's impressions from this most recent encounter with Appleton. Tidy the language up a bit, Jenny. That's your forte, not mine. And then take it to DCI Kent. The last one I've thrown in for good measure. Appleton's appearance was decidedly scruffy and his attitude obstructive. I think we have sufficient there to apply for a search warrant. Georgia Appleton's safety is now in question.
I've got it, boss. I'll see you outside the court building as long as DCI Kent goes along with it.
Jenny hurried back to her computer to type up the request. The court building was next door to the police station, and as Sam pulled up outside, a grinning Jenny Newcomb waved a sheaf of papers at her.
DCI Kent agreed immediately. He says Georgia Appleton's safety is now our top priority, and if her husband is obstructive, then a search warrant is in order.
The two women hurried into the building, hoping a judge or magistrate would be available to consider their request. They were kept waiting for 10 minutes, time Sam used to ring the office and instruct one of her team to begin a risk assessment on the Appleton property. They were aware of only 2 adults living there,
but it was a fact which needed confirmation before entering.
Do you think we'll get it?
Jenny asked. It wasn't a given that a warrant would be issued simply because they applied. Public privacy was currently a hot topic, and with Appleton being an MP, everyone was treading carefully.
With a woman's safety being in question, I think the judge or magistrate will agree to it. I just hope they don't want to go into every aspect of the investigation so far. The clock's ticking on this one, and I have a very uncomfortable feeling. Appleton makes my skin crawl. Jenny's brow creased into a frown.
You don't think he's done something to her, do you?
I'm trying not to think that's the case, but it's a strong possibility. A woman approached the detectives.
His worship, Mr. Jonathan Bridges, is available now, if you'd like to follow me.
She led the way through heavy swing doors and down a long corridor. At the last door, she stopped and knocked, opening it when a voice inside called to come in. D.S. Freeman approached the desk. Sir, thank you for seeing us and considering our request. Jonathan Bridges was a 60-something veteran of the courts who'd seen more than his share of the baser side of humanity, deliberated over hundreds of cases, and issued even more search warrants. He read through Jenny's brief, but comprehensive, application, then looked at the two women.
This fraud investigation.
He tapped his finger on the paper.
It seems somewhat out of place with the rest of your submission.
Samantha nodded. Yes, sir. The fraud squad have an interest in Appleton, who is a director of a motor company, which they're interested in. We're investigating the other allegations, but we'll share all relevant information.
Is it a local motor company?
I believe so, sir. Executive car dealership? They sell high-end vehicles. It's a rather complicated inquiry with several hundred vehicles involved. The magistrate nodded thoughtfully, took up his pen and signed the search warrant without further question, and passed it back to Jenny. Thank you, sir, they said in unison, then hurried from the room. Jonathan Bridges sat back in his chair. He, too, had been approached by the fraud squad recently with a request to examine his recently purchased Range Rover to ascertain if the odometer had been tampered with. Bridges would be pleased to see a successful prosecution of those involved in a scam in which he'd unwittingly been a victim. Samantha and Jenny hurried back to the station to immediately begin working the phones, organizing a team to conduct the search, and finalizing the risk assessment. There was no time to waste. Sam intended to execute the warrant as soon as possible, fearing the worst, that it could be a matter of life and death. Both detectives were alert and fired up as they made their final preparations. 31. Georgia. Georgia's entire body ached. A painful throbbing sensation, unlike anything she'd experienced before, seemed to be pinning her to the bed. As she attempted to open her eyes, the left one refused to obey, the lid tight and swollen shut, and the room swam around her in a watery blur, seen only from the periphery vision of her right eye. A shard of sunlight flooded the room, hurting her good eye, and she was surprised to realize that she was in her bedroom. Attempting to move her head, a sharp pain shot across her face to her temples, making her cry out, a muffled sob. Events slowly seeped back into Georgia's mind, the details hazy. She remembered Mark's anger, the pain, the beating, her husband's feet connecting with her body, and then, thankfully, nothing. A black void, welcome oblivion from her suffering. Mark must have carried her upstairs to their room, an assumption as her mind was a blank. Attempting to shift position was agony as Georgia's chest and shoulders burned and a searing pain gripped her body, taking her breath away. Her mouth was dry, lips cracked and swollen. She needed water but was unable to move. Nausea and dizziness overtook again, and Georgia drifted back into the velvety blackness. It was dark when Georgia woke again, and Mark was beside her bed. Or was it a dream? He was standing, silently staring at her, as she made a feeble attempt to lift her head.
excruciating pain forced her down again. She desperately needed water, yet couldn't form the words to speak. Concentrating hard, she tried to ask her husband for help, but it was impossible. Her tongue filled her mouth, swollen and painful, and all that came out was a whimper. Mark remained still, quiet. It must be a dream, Georgia concluded, as she, again, drifted into oblivion, grateful to escape the intense pain of this frightening nightmare. Later, although she had no idea of time, the room was dark and quiet. Georgia was alone, a fact which elicited both relief and fear. A shooting pain across her chest made breathing difficult, and as her mind cleared, she became aware of how serious her injuries were. Why wasn't she in a hospital? Clearly she needed medical attention. How long had she been there? And where was her husband? Georgia's mind reeled with questions for which there were no answers, only that Mark caused her injuries. He was responsible for the agony she was suffering, yet she doubted he would raise a finger to help her. Mark paced the room downstairs, knocking into a side table and sending a coffee cup tumbling to the floor, shattering into dozens of pieces. He ignored it, lost in the confusion of his mind, troubled as to his next move. The visit from the detective unnerved him. She couldn't know anything for certain, but the woman seemed more perceptive than he'd initially given her credit for. The nonsense about giving Georgia some leaflets didn't fool him in the least. Yet did his story of his wife being away seem any more plausible to her? Appleton's instinct was to make a fuss, to ring Freeman's boss and shout about harassment, but drawing attention to himself was probably the last thing he should do. Another visit from the police, even if it were to apologize, would be unwelcome. Mark had instructed Lindsay, his secretary, to cancel all appointments for the next few days, claiming a virus and the need to stay in bed. She'd voiced the usual sympathetic words, but he could hear the relief in her voice at not having him in the office for a while. He really should sack the woman and get someone more efficient. But Lindsay had a healthy fear of him, which he liked. It suited his purposes. The woman was too afraid to question his orders or his often erratic decisions, which was fine by him. So now, over a glass or two of whiskey, he contemplated his next step, surprised and spooked by the police's continued interest, when he was convinced they had no evidence to arrest him. Arriving home to see Georgia talking and drinking coffee with the police had unnerved and angered Appleton. His wife needed to be kept quiet, under control. So, when the officers left, he decided to teach her a lesson, by the usual methods. But his temper got the better of him. Anger and frustration took over, and Mark lost control, resulting in another problem, as Georgia lay upstairs, battered and bruised. With Georgia still in the house, he would need to remain quiet, lay low for a few more days. But how long could he continue to do so without arousing suspicion? And then there was the unthinkable. What if his wife didn't get better? She looked dreadful, half dead already, but getting medical attention was simply not an option. A few drinks later, the seed of a plan formed in Mark's mind. A permanent way out of this troublesome situation. But he'd need help, and the only person he could trust with such a task was Tim Baker. And Tim owed him. Picking up the phone, he summoned his agent, instructing the man to drop everything and get to his house as soon as possible. While he waited, Mark mentally refined his plan, deciding on a venue and an explanation. Another whiskey, and he relaxed, proud of himself for hitting upon the perfect solution to this predicament. Mark Appleton smiled into his glass, delighted with such an inventive idea. 32. Tim. "You've been drinking." Tim Baker greeted the MP as he stepped inside the house. "Hell, Mark. This place smells like a brewery. And why the mess? Where's Georgia?" Baker was none too pleased to have been called out on a sudden whim.
Appleton seemed to think he had nothing better to do than be at his beck and call 24/7, and the MP looked a wreck.
Come with me, and I'll show you.
Mark's face was set in an odd expression, a wild combination of confusion and smugness, which made Baker wonder precisely how much he'd drunk. He followed up the stairs, half afraid of what Mark wanted to show him, and into the master bedroom, where the inert figure of Georgia Appleton lay on the bed. A cover was over her, but she was fully clothed, clothes which were crumpled and stained with blood. Tim gasped at the awful sight and hurried over to the bed to take a closer look. Initially, he thought the woman was dead, but she was still breathing, shallow, labored breaths. Her face was deathly pale, beneath cuts and bruises which Tim assumed her husband had inflicted.
How long's she been like this?
He snapped at Mark, who stood by the door apparently detached from the whole situation. He shrugged indifferently, leaning heavily on the door jamb, as if unable to support himself.
A couple of days, maybe more.
2 days? She should be in a hospital, man. What do you think you're playing at? Has she come round at all?
She's opened her eyes a few times, but not spoken.
Mark was almost smiling, which both annoyed and concerned his agent. Tim Baker knew Appleton better than most, probably even better than his wife, but this surreal situation appalled even him. He wasn't surprised to learn that Mark was violent towards Georgia. He'd long suspected such, but the stupidity of beating her almost to death amazed him. Even to Tim's untrained eye, Georgia looked seriously injured, and who knew what internal damage there could be? The woman could very easily die without medical attention.
Well, don't just stand there. We need to ring for an ambulance.
Tim shouted at Mark, and made to push him out of the room. Mark stumbled slightly and went ahead down the stairs, but he grabbed Tim's arm as his agent reached for the telephone.
No, that's not what we're going to do. Listen.
He pulled a struggling Tim into the lounge and pushed him forcibly down onto the sofa.
We're going to take Georgia to Black Cliff Edge in her car, where she'll take a little tumble over the cliff. Then you're going to bring me back here. Together we'll find her suicide note and ring the police to report her missing.
An ugly grimace crossed Mark's face as his agent gaped at him, wide-eyed, stunned. Mark Appleton must surely be mad.
Don't be so bloody stupid, man. You're drunk. You're not thinking straight. Look, I've done some pretty questionable things for you in the past, but this is simply crazy. You need to get her to the hospital. She's your wife, damn it.
It's too late for that now. Think about it. If we take her to hospital and she recovers, she'll talk. On the other hand, if she dies here, I'll have to answer no end of awkward questions. It'll ruin my career.
Mark's words were slurred, his eyes bloodshot.
You should have thought of that before you beat her to a pulp.
I didn't, did I? So now we have to do something about it. So my friend, can't you see? This is the perfect solution. Georgia will be no more and can't go complaining to the police. She's probably going to die anyway, and I get to keep my career, which benefits you too. Remember all our plans and ambitions? They're within reach, Tim. A cabinet post. Then who knows what could be next? Hell, I might even get more votes. The sympathy vote for a poor, widowed MP.
A strange, ugly laugh escaped Appleton's lips.
Mark, this is crazy, and I won't be a party to it. You're drunk. But you're right about one thing. Your wife will die if we don't get her to hospital.
The increasing tension between the two men was suddenly interrupted by the doorbell, and they both froze, their eyes swiveling towards the window, through which they could see the steady pulse of flashing blue lights.
What the hell?
Mark jumped up and ran to the window. 3 marked police cars screeched to a halt in his drive, and several officers exited hurriedly and headed to the door. "I gather you're not expecting this?" Baker joined him at the window, his anger transforming to fear. Why the hell had he come round at Appleton's beckoning?
Too right I'm not. That bloody woman was here earlier asking after Georgia.
Mark nodded towards D.S. Freeman, who stood at the door. The bell rang, but neither man moved. "And what did you tell her?" Tim tried to process the situation. Common sense told him it could only end in disaster.
"I said Georgia was away for a few days."
A woman's voice shouted through the letterbox. "Police! Mr. Appleton, please open the door. We have a search warrant, and if you don't open it, we'll be compelled to break it down." Mark's face took on a look of sheer panic as he turned to Baker, his eyes silently pleading for help. "There's nothing you can do, Mark. You have to let them in." Tim moved towards the door to open it, still pondering how to explain his own presence without implicating himself.
"But they'll find her upstairs."
"It's over, Mark. Can't you see? Let them find her and get her to hospital." Tim Baker opened the door, and the hall suddenly filled with police officers. A younger detective waved a piece of paper in front of Appleton's face and asked him to return to the lounge with her. Tim followed them.
"How dare you burst in like this? I want my lawyer to see this so-called warrant before you go anywhere."
Mark blustered, the wronged MP act coming instinctively into play. Baker stood by and shook his head. "Georgia's upstairs. You'll need an ambulance." He addressed both detectives, and the younger woman hurried off up the stairs, with two uniformed officers close behind her. "And you are?" the older woman asked. "I'm Tim Baker, Mr. Appleton's agent. I'm afraid Mark's had rather too much to drink. His wife requires medical attention, and he needs his lawyer. May I ring him?" When the detective, who introduced herself as D.S. Samantha Freeman, nodded, Tim pulled out his phone to search his contact list for Arthur Jensen's number. Mark was seated on the sofa, head in hands, his shoulders shaking, and Tim felt nothing but contempt for the man. 33. Samantha. D.S. Freeman looked at Appleton's cowed figure with disgust before leaving the room. A uniformed officer remained in the lounge to guard the two men while Sam took the stairs, two at a time, anxious to see what Jenny had found. "I've rung for an ambulance, but she's in a pretty bad way." Jenny was leaning over Georgia Appleton, a woman who was barely recognizable. Her face was swollen and bruised, not fresh bruises either, judging by their color. Sam thought they could be a couple of days old, which meant Appleton had probably done this soon after she and Jenny had visited the house to speak with Georgia. "I can't rouse her, but she's still breathing. Her pulse is very weak." Jenny's concerned expression reflected Sam's own frame of mind. Why the hell hadn't the man called for medical attention? Yet she knew the answer. If Mark could sit it out and Georgia recovered, he might stand a chance of getting away with this latest beating, and his wife would be too afraid to cross him again. Sam shook her head, hoping they'd got there in time. An uneasy sentiment that she was somehow culpable was hovering uncomfortably in the back of her mind, but in reality, she would do nothing differently if given the chance to go back and relive the last few days. The search was paused. Their priority was to get Georgia to the hospital. The paramedics were at the house within 10 minutes of the call. After a swift assessment of their patient, they carefully lifted her onto a stretcher and into the ambulance. Then, blue lights flashing, sped towards the hospital. "Your wife is critically injured, Mr. Appleton." Sam stood before the pathetic figure of New Midridge's MP and waited for an explanation. None was forthcoming. "Mr. Appleton, we are arresting you on a charge of assault. D.C. Roper here will read you your rights, and you'll be taken to the station for interview. Meanwhile, my officers will seize your computer and any documents which we feel may be pertinent.
She was unsure if Appleton even heard her words, but desire to get the man out of her sight was growing, her disgust for him palpable. After Mark Appleton was formally arrested and taken to the police station, and Georgia was safely on her way to the hospital, Sam wanted to speak to the man who'd introduced himself as Tim Baker to find out exactly what part he played in this debacle. The man was lingering by the window, watching the MP being taken away in a police car. Baker was a small man with pinched features and worry lines which highlighted his narrow, tight mouth. "Mr. Baker, I need to ask you some questions about your involvement in this incident."
Look, I know little more than you do, honestly.
The man held his palms up in front of him, as if in surrender.
Mark rang me a couple of hours ago and asked me to come around. I arrived about 40 minutes ago and found Mark in a state and Georgia in bed. He was drunk and not thinking straight, and I was pleading with him to call an ambulance when you arrived. Do you think she'll be okay?
"I don't know, Mr. Baker. I'm not a medic." "What reason did Mr. Appleton give for his wife's condition?"
He said she'd had an accident. A fall, I think. But she'd refused to go to hospital.
His face colored with the lie, as Sam's eyebrows raised in disbelief. "Do you live in New Midridge, sir?" she asked.
No, just a few miles south of here. Kirkdale Village.
"And you say you are Mr. Appleton's agent?"
Yes, we work quite closely together, but I wouldn't say we were friends.
Sam stared at the man in silence for a moment, trying to decide if she believed anything he was saying. Baker clearly wished to distance himself from Mark, and for that she gave him some credit. "Okay, sir. If you'd like to give me your full address, I think you can leave now. But we'll most likely need to speak to you again sometime soon."
Thank you.
Tim Baker recited his address and promised to be available at any time before he hurried from the house as if the place were on fire. Sam returned to the job of searching the MP's house and instructed the team of officers. "I want any mobile phones you find bagged up. All business documents, too, particularly anything relating to a firm called Executive Car Dealership. Bank statements and, of course, computers. There'll probably be more than one. We'd better get the CSIs here, too, to confirm it was Appleton who beat his wife. I wouldn't put it past him to say a third party did it." Jenny Newcomb was in the lounge and called her boss over.
Look.
She pulled back a throw, which covered the sofa to reveal several dark patches, undoubtedly blood. A rug was also askew on the floor, and when Jenny pulled it away, it too exposed similar stains. "The bastard," Sam muttered. "I only hope the poor woman lives, and we can put him away for this." An hour later, the CSIs were suited up and taking various samples and photographs. Simultaneously, the MP's home office was being combed, several items already bagged and waiting at the door to be taken away. A rather magnificent bureau needed breaking into, and as Sam rifled through the contents, she experienced a distinctly unprofessional feeling of satisfaction at turning Appleton's private space upside down, and almost wished he could be there to witness it. When eventually satisfied that most of what they needed was on the way to the station, Sam and Jenny left the CSI team to complete their work and headed back to the station to interview Mark Appleton. As they left the house, Sam rang DCI Kent to update him on the search. Giving a brief report, she then answered his questions and winked at Jenny as he praised their actions. Finishing the call, she sighed. "And there's one happy bunny." As they climbed into the car, Sam put her hand on Jenny's arm. "Don't hurry back. In fact, we'll call and get some decent coffee and a tray of donuts for the team. They deserve it. Appleton can stew for a while." The donuts were welcome. Sam was ravenous and ate 3 before deciding to ring Ravi Patel to let him know of their arrest and search.
What? That's fantastic. Amazing work. When can I see his computer?
Ravi offered to come straight over, and Sam laughed at his schoolboy enthusiasm, imagining his broad smile and the twinkle in his eye. Hey, you know the deal. We get first dibs, and it'll probably take some time. The computer's with the tech guys as we speak, but even they can't work miracles. Although I'll see if they can copy stuff over to you, as and when. I'm about to interview Appleton, but my focus will be on his wife and the historic rape. Your fraud case can wait a while longer. It'll be interesting to see what his reaction will be, whether he'll stick to his belligerent, innocent story or realize the game's up. Then you can have your turn, Ravi. Maybe tomorrow, if the documents throw up anything of value.
Well, I suppose I've waited this long. Another day or 2 won't matter. Do you think you'll be able to charge him with both offenses?
His wife? Yes. Sadly, it's not a given that she'll pull through. We're waiting on an initial assessment from the hospital, but he'll find it difficult to explain her injuries, whatever happens. With the rape case, it all hinges on the DNA. I've no doubt Anna's will be a match, and if our MP continues to deny ever encountering her mother, he's in for quite a surprise. A match should make the charge stick.
Go for it, Sam, and good luck.
Ravi rang off a happy man, and Sam next rang the PC who'd accompanied Georgia to the hospital.
It's not looking good,
the constable said.
She's severely dehydrated with multiple injuries. They've just taken her to X-ray with a suspected broken collarbone, wrist, and several ribs. She's lucky the ribs didn't puncture her lung. They may have to operate on her spleen, too. If she'd had immediate attention, they say she'd be on the mend by now. But the dehydration is a major factor. It affects all the organs. Has she been able to say anything? Sam was ever the optimist. No. She's full of pain meds now, and they're talking about an induced coma after the op.
The news was disappointing. The poor woman was fighting for her life and unable to help them with charging her husband. But surely the man would admit his guilt, even show some remorse? Sam would find out soon, as she and Jenny made their way to the interview room. 34. Mark. Mark Appleton had been waiting for nearly 3 hours. A few cups of what passed for coffee helped to sober him up, but he was not feeling good, physically or mentally. His solicitor, Arthur Jensen, arrived at the station shortly after Mark, having been summoned by Tim Baker, and the two were allowed to speak privately before the interview. Jensen asked endless questions, prying questions, which made Mark want to shut him up, to tell him to mind his own business. But he knew they were the same questions he would face from the detective before long. Mark thrust out his jaw, averted his eyes, and would admit nothing. Not even to his solicitor, whose job was to defend him. Appleton's mind had been working overtime to find some way of explaining George's condition, but he had no idea what his wife would tell the police. He was reasonably sure she wouldn't be able to talk to them for some time, as she'd been unable to speak for the 2 days he'd kept her in their room. Perhaps if he could see her before the police did. As they waited for the interview, Mark asked Jensen what would happen next, hoping to be released on bail and go to see Georgia. If he could make up a plausible story about his wife falling downstairs, surely they wouldn't be able to hold him without proof to contradict him. And if he could persuade Georgia to support his story, the police would have nothing to hold him on. Wasn't it all about evidence these days? DNA and that kind of thing? Jensen agreed he would probably be released on bail, but there would be conditions, one of which would likely require his agreement not to see Georgia. Samantha Freeman and Jenny Newcomb entered the room and Appleton was immediately annoyed that only a DS was to interview him, and a woman, too. A senior officer would surely be more fitting and respectful of his position. The MP shuffled uncomfortably in his seat. Sam commenced after Jenny had switched on the tape recorder and recited the names of those present. Mr. Appleton, may I remind you that you are still under caution and this interview is being recorded. Can you explain your wife's injuries, sir? Sam's emphasis on the word sir was a little overdone. Mark bristled.
She tripped on the landing carpet and fell down the stairs a couple of days ago. I carried her up to bed where she wanted to stay, sleep it off, you know?
The detective persisted, meeting the MP's stare, not in the least intimidated by him. Why did you not seek medical attention? It's obvious even to a layman that her injuries are serious.
Georgia refused to allow me to call the doctor. She insisted that a couple of days in bed would see her right and wouldn't hear of any fuss.
Your wife's face is badly swollen. I'd have thought it was difficult for her to express such an opinion.
Is that a question, Sergeant, or do you doubt my word?
Sam didn't miss a beat. The latter, sir. Mrs. Appleton also has a suspected broken collarbone, ruptured spleen, for which she may need surgery, and several broken ribs. She is also severely dehydrated. Perhaps your wife refused water as well as medical attention? Samantha's eyes flashed at the arrogance of the man. Lack of medical attention has put your wife's life in danger, Mr. Appleton.
I didn't know how serious it was. I'm not a doctor. Georgia knows more about medical matters than I do, so I was guided by what she wanted.
Arthur Jensen was sitting in silence, clearly stunned by this exchange. Sam watched the solicitor's face and wondered if Appleton had told him how seriously his wife was injured. If Georgia didn't pull through, Jensen could be defending his client on a murder charge. Sam wasn't going to make this easy for the MP. When we found your wife, she was unconscious. Did that not alert you to the seriousness of her condition and the need for medical attention?
She's been sleeping much of the time. Are you qualified, Sergeant, to decide if Georgia was unconscious or just asleep?
Mark countered. Yes, sir, I am, and as she couldn't be roused, I'm confident that she was unconscious. Her reply caused Mark to raise an eyebrow, before folding his arms and turning slightly away from the detective. Jensen found his voice and half-heartedly tried to support his client.
My client has told you he is not a doctor, Detective Sergeant, and if his wife insisted on refusing medical attention, is it not reasonable for him to concur with her wishes?
Not in my book, no. Sam was adamant. She knew she was right, and so did the solicitor. Looking to Jenny, whom she'd prepared before the interview, Sam nodded for the DC to take over and change the subject.
Mr. Appleton, we recently spoke to you about an allegation regarding a historic rape. Is there anything you would like to tell us about that incident?
Now, wait a minute.
Jensen's reactions were immediate.
My client's here to answer a charge of domestic assault. He has already refuted this spurious allegation.
But we're pursuing the allegation, reopening the case, using your DNA to prove your involvement conclusively.
Jenny's eyes danced as she looked from the MP to his solicitor. Appleton's face blanched.
I've already refused to supply a DNA sample, and I haven't changed my mind.
In the light of today's charge, you are now obliged to give a sample, sir. It's the law. I'm sure you understand.
Jenny smiled briefly and continued.
Mr. Appleton, you previously stated that you'd never heard of Caroline Greenwood, nay, Fraser. Do you still maintain you do not know her?
Mark sat with his arms across his chest, staring into space as if he'd not heard the question.
My client does not know this woman, now or at any time in the past, and does not wish to answer any more of your questions on this matter. Perhaps we can stick to the charge in question."
Jensen seemed harassed, but the DC persisted.
"Mr. Appleton, could you take a look at this photograph, please? This is a picture of the lady concerned, taken around the time we're talking about. Perhaps this will jog your memory?"
She slid the picture of Caroline, which he'd been shown before, across the table where both men could easily see it. Appleton glanced at Jensen, who gave a slight nod. Then the MP picked up the photograph.
"Never seen her before."
The chin rose again, and his focus returned to the ceiling.
"Are you certain?"
Appleton's nostrils flared.
"Of course I'm bloody certain."
Jenny appeared happy to help him along a little.
"And we spoke before about the Majestic Dance Hall. Is this a venue you visited frequently in the 1980s?
And as I told you before, I don't know the place and have never been there."
It's true that the Majestic no longer exists. It was on Station Road, but was demolished in the 1990s to make way for the Ring Road. Perhaps you remember it now?"
"No, I told you I've never been there."
Appleton looked directly into Jenny's eyes, and she could detect a slight smile on his face, an arrogance which challenged her to prove what he so vehemently denied. Jenny held his stare.
"That seems strange, sir, as we have a witness who can place you in the Majestic on the evening of 1st May 1982.
Ridiculous. How could anyone remember a specific day from so long ago?
Because it was the witness's birthday, and she particularly remembers you being at the dance hall on that evening. At the same time, she and Caroline Greenwood were there. It was the evening you followed Mrs. Greenwood home and forced your way into her house before raping her."
Appleton's face was bathed in a sheen of sweat.
"No, that's a downright lie. I've never met the woman, and this witness must either be mistaken or lying."
Arthur Jensen placed a hand on his client's arm and again entered the conversation.
"My client has told you repeatedly that he doesn't know this woman or this venue. If all you have is an unsubstantiated allegation of a woman and a sighting from over 30 years ago, I strongly suggest you cease this line of questioning. My client is distressed by the news of his wife's condition and needs a break."
"Of course, sir. I'll have some coffee sent in."
Jenny and Sam stood to leave.
"A short break would be appropriate,"
Jensen continued.
"After which I was hoping to arrange bail and get Mr. Appleton home to rest."
"I'll send in the coffee, and then we'll talk about bail," Sam said. Then the women left the room. 35. Mark. Mark Appleton knew he was in a fix. It would take some clever talking to get him off the charge of assault, but it was doable. This old charge, however, was troubling. Surely after 30 years there couldn't possibly be anything to incriminate him, and he was at a loss to know how a DNA sample would help the police. Jensen assured him that if he was innocent, he had nothing to fear. It was simply procedure. Mark agreed. He suspected the vindictive detective sergeant was trying to intimidate him, a tactic he assumed she was using due to lack of evidence. Well, it wouldn't work. If D.S. Freeman thought he'd confess to rape just because they were charging him with assault, she needed to seriously revise her thinking. Appleton hated being in the ghastly police station, but remained confident that there was no way the police could tie him to the rape. They were just trying to scare him with talk of DNA. After 30 years, there couldn't possibly be any physical evidence, and no one on the planet could remember what they were doing so long ago. It all boiled down to a simple matter of her word against his. He was a respected MP. She was a nobody. It bugged him somewhat as to what Caroline Greenwood hoped to achieve with this allegation. But her motive was irrelevant. The woman was heading for a fall, and about to make a complete fool of herself into the bargain. Why couldn't she have kept her mouth shut and forgotten all about it, as he had done? Appleton's thoughts drifted back to his wife. Once he secured bail, he'd go and see Georgia in hospital and persuade her not to press charges. She'd never done so before, and he was sure he could convince her to keep quiet this time. And if she died, it would certainly make D.S. Freeman's job all the more difficult. How would she prove he was lying without his wife's testimony? The coffee brought in for them was undrinkable, a disgusting liquid resembling dishwater, complete with floating scum. Mark pushed it away and drummed his fingers impatiently on the table.
How long can they keep me here?
He asked his solicitor.
They'll have to let you go soon. I can make a good case for bail, but there'll be conditions.
Whatever. I just need to get out of here. I can't think straight when I'm cooped up like this.
Before further discussion was possible, D.S. Freeman and D.C. Newcomb entered the room. The younger woman switched on the recorder and they resumed the interview. Mark jumped in first.
Can we organize bail now? I really must get to the hospital to see Georgia.
He arranged his expression to one of concern. Our latest update on your wife is that she's presently in theater, undergoing surgery to remove her spleen.
What? Why wasn't I informed?
You've just been informed, sir.
Then I must get to the hospital to be there when Georgia wakes up.
I'm afraid that won't be possible, Mr. Appleton. One of the conditions of bail is that you do not make contact, directly or through a third party, with your wife.
Why the hell not? I've told you, she fell down the stairs, and if I'm not there when she wakes, it will only add to her distress.
Mark was barely controlling his anger, and could see no reason why he shouldn't visit Georgia. Mrs. Appleton intimated, quite recently, that she wished to make a complaint about your violent behavior towards her. Bearing this in mind and her present injuries, my priority must be your wife's safety.
This is ridiculous. Jensen, tell them this isn't acceptable.
Arthur Jensen again put a restraining hand on Mark's arm.
It is quite usual, given the circumstances, Mark. We can appeal the bail conditions later. Let's just get this sorted out and get you home.
Jensen turned his attention to D.S. Freeman.
What other conditions are you looking at, Detective?
Well, home is another thing. As this is also Mrs. Appleton's address, we require your client to provide a different bail address.
You can't do that,
the MP protested.
Where the bloody hell can I go?
If there's no one who will offer you accommodation, a hotel will suffice. But it must be at least 3 miles from your current address. The same conditions also apply to Mrs. Caroline Greenwood. You are not to attempt to contact her directly or indirectly, and you are not to go within 1 mile of her current residence.
Jensen, can they do this?
Mark snapped at his solicitor, who kept his attention on Samantha Freeman and merely nodded in reply. Thank you, the detective said. Before you leave, someone will be along to take a DNA sample, Mr. Appleton. And once the paperwork is in order and you can provide an address, you may leave. We require you to report to this station every week and surrender your passport as soon as possible.
Then I'll need to go home to get my passport, and I assume I'll be allowed to pack some things.
Mark looked smug, as if he'd finally scored a point in this game of cat and mouse. Certainly, sir. An officer will accompany you to your home for that purpose as soon as we're finished here. Appleton was left alone in the room to await someone to take a swab, while Jensen went to the desk to finalize the paperwork and ring Tim Baker at his client's request to ask if the MP could stay with him for an indefinite period. Over 7 hours after he'd arrived at New Midridge Police Station, Mark Appleton was released on bail. The final humiliation came in the form of 2 journalists waiting in the lobby.
Mr. Appleton, can you tell us why you're here today?
Appleton averted his eyes, ignoring the question, and quickened his step to exit the station as swiftly as possible. To his annoyance, he was not in time to avoid the flash of a camera before being bundled in a police car like a common criminal and taken to his home by 2 uniformed police constables to collect his passport and pack a suitcase. The house was in darkness as they pulled into the drive, and Mark wished he could simply go inside alone and pour himself a large whiskey before sleeping for hours. He needed the solitude. But apparently it was to be denied, and he was forced to rely on his agent to house him for goodness only knew how long. Appleton opened his front door and switched on the light. Immediately, he knew things were not right. He was aware that the police had obtained a search warrant, but assumed they were searching for Georgia and nothing more. Looking from room to room, it was apparent the police had searched everywhere, and thoroughly, too. All of Mark's possessions had been handled, the thought of which both infuriated and concerned him. As he hurried to his study, both officers followed him. It seemed he was to be watched in his own home. Surely an affront and a violation of his privacy. Mark paled when he saw his bureau, his eyes scanning the broken lock, taking in the missing contents.
"This is criminal damage,"
he shouted at the young officers.
"If we have a valid search warrant and keys are not available, we have powers to break a lock, if necessary. But there's not much damage. It should repair pretty easily."
The constable appeared unconcerned, but it wasn't the damage Appleton worried about. It was what police might have found inside the bureau. A search of the now unlocked drawer confirmed his bank statements were missing, as well as several other more personal papers. Anger and frustration welled inside the MP, and a deep fear was settling in his gut.
"But why the hell did they need to search for paperwork when the charge is assault?"
he asked, staring at the empty spot where his computer usually sat, immediately grasping the implications.
"It's procedure, sir. You'll get everything back in due course."
The constable followed Mark as he marched angrily upstairs to pack a bag. Much to Mark's annoyance, the officers didn't let him out of their sight for a moment. Still, as the things he really wanted to take, such as his laptop and the contents of his desk, were with the police, he packed other necessities quickly, and the 2 officers drove him to Tim Baker's house. It was late, and Mark was glad of the cover of darkness, as he sat in the back of the car, angry and indignant. As the significance of what the police might find rattled around his brain, Appleton was feeling more than a little nauseous. 36. Tim. Tim Baker had devoted 10 years of his life to Mark Appleton, but now it appeared he'd backed the wrong horse. It was time to look for another politician whose coattails he could ride. The MP had seemed to have everything going for him, yet was acting like a bloody fool, and his greed and selfishness were coming back to bite him where it hurt. His career, and possibly his freedom. Tim wondered, not for the first time in Mark's case, why successful people are never content with what they have. They craved more fame, more power, more wealth, more. It was always the same with Appleton's type. The MP may have been blessed with good looks, a good education, money, and popularity, but it still wasn't enough. Not that Tim himself was a saint. He wasn't, but he knew his limitations, and what he could, and, more pertinently, what he couldn't get away with. He'd assumed Appleton was the same, and the MP possessed the intelligence to know when to be satisfied, and when something was going to break him, as it appeared to be doing now. Confident the MP was going all the way to the top, Tim had cleaned up more of Appleton's messes than he cared to remember. Not always pleasant tasks, but necessary ones, or so he thought. Mark's ambitions ran parallel to his own.
and Tim would be along with him for the ride. They could have made it, too. Mark was popular, personable, with good looks and a pretty wife, which he erroneously believed was all he needed for success. Tim was the one who put in all the work, and so far he'd been content to wait for his reward, to become the power behind the throne. If Appleton made it to number 10, Tim would be his chief advisor. A heady prospect. Some derided the title spin doctor, but Baker coveted it. It correctly described what he aspired to, and felt he deserved. The dream was seductive. Tim was confident in his own ability and possessed good instincts, which enabled him to read the mood of the people as well as that of the house. Together, he and Mark could have been great, with the potential to achieve the highest accolades and line their own pockets in the process. Mark would have been welcome to the fame. Tim only wanted the power. But now, due to the man's stupidity, his promising golden career was proving to be no more solid than a house of cards, tumbling down around the MP's feet, and Baker most surely did not intend going down with him. All too aware of Appleton's corruption and hypocrisy, Tim was generally able to turn a blind eye, yet he'd been shocked to see what the man had done to his wife. And then the ridiculous suggestion of killing her. It must have been the drink talking. Even Mark couldn't believe he was so invincible as to get away with such a stupid idea. The sight of the poor woman confirmed what Tim already knew. The MP had no humanity in him. No redeeming features. And now Tim wished he'd never met the man. It wouldn't bother him if he didn't lay eyes on Appleton again, although he feared that might not be possible for some time to come, at least. When the phone call came from Arthur Jensen, Tim's mood took a second massive downturn that day. Mark Appleton was to be released on bail and insisted Baker provide him with accommodation, as he was forbidden, unsurprisingly, to return home. The man's audacity stung, but Tim was in a rather precarious situation. He needed to keep on Mark's side, as unfortunately, the MP knew almost as many of his secrets as Tim knew of Mark's. As Jensen outlined the conditions of bail set by the police, it became clear he was not only expected to provide accommodation, but also to babysit the man. Tim groaned deeply at the thought. Jensen solemnly stated the obvious.
He really needs to be kept out of trouble, Tim. Mark doesn't seem to grasp the seriousness of his situation and appears convinced that if he could see Georgia and persuade her to back up his story, he'll somehow get off all charges.
The solicitor's words didn't surprise Baker at all. He'd wondered earlier if Mark was becoming unhinged with all his talk about getting rid of his wife. Was the man still functioning in the real world, or was he losing it altogether? Reluctantly, Tim agreed to billet the MP, who'd be arriving later with a police escort. It was hoped Mark's whereabouts could be kept a secret, but for how long was uncertain. It was nearly 10 p.m. when Appleton arrived at his agent's home, and Tim was shocked to see how unkempt he looked. Even more so than earlier in the day, although at least he appeared to have sobered up. A day at the police station was seemingly an effective antidote to drunkenness.
Tim, first thing in the morning, you've got to go to the hospital and speak to Georgia.
Mark barked orders almost as soon as he walked through the door. Jensen, however, had outlined the conditions of bail, and Tim knew he couldn't possibly become a go-between for Appleton.
I can't, Mark. The police will probably be guarding her. They won't allow me in.
Why the hell not? You're a valued family friend, and you're bound to be concerned about her. Surely you can visit in your own right?
No, it's out of the question. You have to play it by the book now, which means absolutely no contact with Georgia.
Baker was firm. If he were to play the minder, he'd also lay down the conditions.
But if she talks, tells them what happened, I'll be ruined.
At last, reality and the seriousness of his predicament seemed to be dawning on the man.
You should have thought about that before the beating you inflicted on her.
Tim really didn't want this man in his house, but was trapped, obliged to accommodate him.
Look, we'll talk about this in the morning. You're exhausted. I've made up the spare room. Come on, I'll show you upstairs.
Mark wearily followed his host upstairs, where, without offering any food or especially drink, Tim left him and returned to the sanctuary of his study. Tim Baker lived alone, which at that point in his life was precisely how he liked it. He'd tried marriage but found himself unable to put in the time or effort to succeed with such a commitment. Consequently, he'd been divorced for several years. There were no children, which he occasionally regretted, but then again, he would have had little time to devote to children. He'd accepted he was a selfish man, so it was probably for the best. His work and ambition were all-consuming, and mostly satisfying, until Appleton went too far, dragging Tim into his chaos. Flopping down in his favorite chair, Tim rubbed his temples with his fingers, mentally and physically exhausted after such a grueling day, and unable to decide how he was going to extricate himself from this mess. If he severed ties with Appleton, there would be repercussions. Mark knew too much about his dealings, particularly those of the financial kind, and Tim was in no doubt his friend would use such knowledge to blackmail him and to insist on his help. Perhaps he, too, needed to sleep on the problem, if sleep was possible. Pouring himself a large whiskey, Tim drank it straight down, the burning sensation in his throat a much-needed comfort. But having witnessed what effect drink had on Mark earlier in the day, he would stop at one. At least, one of them should keep a clear head. The primary concern troubling Tim Baker was whether Appleton had been serious about killing his wife. And if the man was so far gone, would Baker be able to sleep with a potential murderer under the same roof? 37. Anna.
Living back at home with Mum isn't as arduous as I expected it to be. Perhaps we're both overly conscious of the other's feelings, but that's a good thing, surely. And Mum's undoubtedly happier now than she's been since Ronald died. The circumstances for being here aren't ideal, yet it's presented the opportunity for us to draw closer together. And I admit to enjoying being spoilt as much as Mum appears to enjoy spoiling me. Joe makes himself very much at home here, too, and comes for his evening meal most days after work. He appreciates my mother's cooking, which is so much better and healthier than a diet of hurried snacks or convenience foods, but Joel insists on contributing to what he eats. Half the fridge contents seem to be little luxuries he's purchased for us, so by the time things return to normal, I'll probably roll home barrel-shaped. Arriving home from work today, the news that Mark Appleton had finally been arrested greeted me. News tainted by the awful circumstances in which it happened.
Samantha Freeman said he'd beaten his wife so severely that she might not survive. The poor woman's in intensive care.
Mom told me. She was both horrified and surprised that Mark could be so violent. My mother always wants to see the best in people, which, it seems, includes the man who raped her and impregnated her with me. Are they just charging him with assault, or does this mean they can now proceed with our case? The news was bittersweet, but it made me wonder if it could be to our advantage.
As yet, they've just charged him with assault, but they've taken a DNA sample, and Samantha said once they have the results, they can proceed with the rape charge.
I smiled at the thought. Mum, however, looked upset by the news.
Anna,
she continued thoughtfully,
do you think we've done the right thing in pursuing this. I mean, if we hadn't, perhaps Georgia Appleton wouldn't be lying in a hospital bed now, near to death. I somehow feel responsible.
Oh, Mum, you mustn't think like that. The only person responsible for what happened to Georgia is her husband. She told you he was violent towards her. Who's to say he wouldn't have done this at some time in the future? I hugged my mother and felt her shoulders heave as she wept quietly for a woman she'd only met once, but for whom she felt great empathy. I tried to reassure her. You've done the right thing, and we're going to see this through together. That man shouldn't be in a position of authority, so exposing his true nature is, to my mind, nothing short of a public service. You should get a medal. Mum smiled as she dried her eyes.
Do you think I could go to see Georgia? She must feel very lonely.
You can always ask Samantha, although I shouldn't think it's a good idea. It might somehow prejudice the case. She's not your responsibility, you know, Mum.
But I feel terrible about what happened to her. She was only trying to help me.
I think there's more to it than that. Yes, she was brave to offer help in your case, but Georgia's a woman at the end of her tether. This is her chance to get away from Mark, so it's mutual. Anyway, Joel will be here soon, and here we are standing blethering when there's no dinner on the go. What are we having tonight? Mum was happy to turn her attention to practical matters.
Beef casserole. I made it with that lovely, lean beef steak Joel brought in last night. He really shouldn't spoil us so much.
I think it's you who spoils him and me. We went into the kitchen together to prepare the meal. Later that evening, after we'd eaten and Joel insisted on washing up, our conversation inevitably turned again to Mark Appleton.
At least now you won't have to consider a private prosecution, or look for funding to do so.
Joel pointed out when he joined us in the lounge.
And I'm not sorry.
Mum sighed.
I didn't want to go down that route. I like to keep our business private, if possible. Actually, that reminds me, D.S. Freeman said there were a couple of journalists outside the police station when Mark was released, so we should expect the story to appear in the papers, possibly even tomorrow.
But they'll only know about the incident with his wife, won't they?
Yes, and Samantha assured me Mark's been warned not to approach Georgia or me as part of the bail conditions. It seems he isn't even allowed to go home. He's staying with a friend a few miles away.
If the press hound anyone, it'll be Appleton. They'll find him in time. Nothing's so sure, but they don't know about you, Caroline. So you have nothing to fear.
Joel assured Mum. And you've got me here to look after you, I said.
Oh, I thought I was looking after you.
Mum laughed. Mum was discreet enough to go to bed early to allow Joel and me some time alone, but it wasn't the same as being truly alone, and I found myself longing to go back to my little flat where Joel could stay as long as he liked. Yet in my heart, I knew I was in the right place. Mum needed me, and strangely, I needed her too. Although wanting to be the strong one, emotionally I was still shaky, and there were times when depression threatened to settle over me. Still, with my mother to consider, and Joel to support me, I was getting through what was undoubtedly the most traumatic period of my life. When Joel eventually left to go home, I was sorry to say goodnight. In my single bed, alone, much later, I allowed the tears to flow, not fully understanding why I needed the release they offered, but knowing that this surreal situation would one day be over. It was impossible to predict the outcome. There were so many variables at play here, and we were at the mercy of the justice system, which notoriously moved at a snail's pace.
One thing I would have liked was to be a fly on the wall when Samantha Freeman told Appleton about me. How would he react to the news that he had a daughter and that she was the one pushing for his prosecution? Sadly, I would only learn of his response secondhand from the police. Turning my thoughts to be more positive, in particular, my deepening feelings for Joel, I eventually drifted off into a deep and dreamless sleep.
38. Samantha.
It's coming together nicely, Samantha.
DCI Kent smiled at his DS after listening to her latest update on what was now a fast-moving case. Yes, sir. We've recovered Appleton's computer, his phone, and several items of paperwork which I'm sure will prove valuable. The fraud squad are standing by to examine his computer as soon as we release it. Sam had pulled in a few favors to jump the queue, keen to proceed.
Good work, Samantha. Of course, there's the possibility this could escalate to a murder charge. I'm sure you've thought about that.
It's to be hoped not, sir. Sam feared what was coming next. Her expertise was in the field of rape, sexual assaults, and sadly, increasingly these days, historic childhood sexual abuse. She'd assisted in a couple of murder inquiries before, but was in no way experienced in taking the lead. Was the DCI about to take the case from her to give to a detective inspector? She held her breath as Kent took his time in replying.
With any luck, Mrs. Appleton will recover. But if not, I'm afraid I'll have to pass the case on to Harry Owen. Your talents are better spent with your present caseload, which I assume is as heavy as ever.
It is, sir, but if we remain at the level of attempted murder, will I be able to stay on the case? I'd like to see it through. Sam's eyes pleaded with her boss. The last thing she wanted now was to lose the case to a DI after all the hard work she'd put in. Harry Owen was a good detective and no doubt would do an exemplary job, but she felt possessive of this particular case and didn't want to let go. DCI Kent looked at her for a fraction of a second before replying.
Yes, I have no problem with you handling an attempted murder, Samantha. If, as you seem to think, the wife will give a different story to her husband's, it should be a pretty straightforward charge. And then there's the historic rape. I presume with a DNA sample, the charge will be able to progress now, too.
Absolutely, sir. And thank you for your confidence in me. Sam smiled, relieved and fired up to get back to work.
I won't keep you any longer, then, and I appreciate the regular updates.
Kent gave a nod of dismissal before settling back at his computer. Sam made her way downstairs to be greeted by Ravi Patel, perched on the corner of her desk, drumming his fingers. "Couldn't you sleep, Ravi?" She grinned at him. Like herself, Ravi was an early riser and on the job before most of their colleagues were in the office.
Just wanted to congratulate you and thank you for the help so far.
Congratulations might be a bit premature. The situation with Appleton's wife is uncertain and he still denies the rape. Although the DNA should prove it, and he won't have a leg to stand on. Although he's a slippery fish.
The emails your DC sent over have proved to be the pot of gold I've been looking for. A bunch of them, between him and his agent, Tim Baker, are a gift. Or a starting point, anyway.
Baker's provided him with his bail address. Appleton's staying there for the duration. Ravi's eyes widened.
Really? How interesting. Tim Baker is also a director of executive car dealership.
Their conversation was interrupted by Sam's phone, which she answered immediately. That was the hospital. George is awake and asking to speak to me. Sorry, Ravi, but I'll have to dash.
Can I tag along? I might pick up something useful.
Okay by me, but the doctors might not want us to question her yet. We'll only get a few minutes if we're lucky.
I'll take the chance.
He followed Sam to her car. A watery sun was breaking through the clouds. The detective thought it an image of her case. A breakthrough at last, and good news about Appleton's wife, too. Georgia looked dreadful. Some of the swelling had eased, but the bruising was darker and more widespread across her face and arms. No doubt the rest of her body would be a similar patchwork of color. She turned her head as Sam and Ravi entered the room and winced at the pain it triggered. Several stitches zigzagged her forehead and cheek, and her left eye was barely open. "Hello, Georgia." Sam moved close to the bed. "This is D.I. Patel, a colleague. How are you feeling?"
"Awful,"
came the honest answer. "We don't want to tire you, and the nurse has us on a stopwatch, but you asked to see me?" The MP's wife appeared to struggle to summon up enough strength to talk. "Would it be easier if I asked you questions?" Sam offered. The sad figure in the bed nodded briefly. "Who did this to you, Georgia?" It had to be the first question.
"Mark."
The word was barely a whisper, but plain enough. Sam needed clarification. "Your husband, Mark Appleton?"
"Yes."
Georgia coughed and grasped at her chest. Sam poured water from the jug by the bedside and held it to Georgia's lips. It was clearly an effort to raise her head to drink, but she managed a sip before sinking back into the pillow. Sam waited a moment before asking her next question. "When DC Newcomb and I visited, there was something you wanted to tell me, but we were interrupted when Mark came in. Can you remember what it was?"
"An email. I saw an email to Tim on Mark's computer about a payment to a woman."
Georgia paused and swallowed. Her lips looked dry and cracked, but she continued.
"Mark had assaulted her and asked Tim to pay her off. He didn't mention a name. Called her that bitch."
Georgia looked anxious, as if she wanted to say more. "That's good, Georgia. Really helpful. We have Mark's computer and can look for the email, which we'll find even if he deleted it." Sam turned to Ravi, who also wanted to ask a question. They were both aware their allotted time was running out. "Mrs. Appleton, I'm with the fraud squad. We're investigating your husband in connection with irregularities at Executive Car Dealership, where he's a director. Do you know anything about his business dealings or his associates?" He looked hopefully at the woman in the bed.
"Had to entertain some of them. Not nice men. Didn't say much in front of me."
Was there anything at all you can remember? Perhaps something they said which might be of help? We believe they were fraudulently altering odometers on the cars they bought for resale."
Georgia looked as if that somehow struck a chord. Her eyes widened, and she tried to sit up. "Lay back and take your time. Is there something you remember?" Sam asked.
"At dinner about a year ago, Mark said they'd lost thousands of miles that month. They laughed and I asked what they meant, but they just sniggered. Said I wouldn't understand."
Ravi thanked Georgia for her help, and Sam asked if they could fetch her anything, a request to which she shook her head.
"Where's Mark?"
Georgia's eyes filled with fear. "Staying with his agent. Under bail conditions, he isn't allowed to come near you or your home. The hospital staff are under strict instructions not to let any visitors in without clearing it with us first. And when you do get out of here, you'll be safe to go home. You've nothing to fear now, Georgia." Sam gently squeezed the woman's arm and smiled her thanks. "We're going to leave you to rest, but if you want to talk again or there's anything I can do, ask someone to ring me and I'll come back." Ravi added his thanks, assuring her she'd been most helpful, and the pair left.
"She's a gem of a witness. You don't think she'll retract anything when she gets out of the hospital, do you?"
Ravi asked. "I very much doubt it, especially if she knows Mark can't get at her. Having come this far, I'm almost certain she'll go through with testifying against him. She can hardly go back, can she?" As they walked to the car,
Sam rang Jenny to see if anything was happening at the station.
I was just going to call you, boss.
The DC sounded excited.
The DNA results are in, and it's a match. Not a jot of doubt whatsoever.
Great. Ring Arthur Jensen and tell him we want to see him and his client at the station ASAP. This is one interview I'm really going to enjoy. Sam told Ravi about the development, and he grinned.
That's fantastic. When we get back to the station, I'm heading off to see Mr. Tim Baker. It'll be a good time to speak to him while Appleton's with you, unless you'd like me to sit in on your interview.
He tilted his head to one side and turned those puppy dog eyes towards her.
No way.
Jenny's earned the right to be in on this, and you'll get your turn with our esteemed MP soon enough. Don't be greedy, Ravi. 39. Arthur. A gloomy Arthur Jensen picked Mark up at his agent's home and drove him to the police station.
Can they do this?
Mark snarled at Jensen as they sat in a stuffy, windowless room waiting for D.S. Freeman to come.
Drag me in here on a whim at a moment's notice. They're playing games, aren't they? She could do this every day in her pathetic attempt to unnerve me.
Yes, Mark, she can do this, and we don't know it's just on a whim, do we? I rather suspect there might be a development. I only hope it's not bad news. Did you ring the hospital this morning to see how Georgia is?
Jensen was concerned that his client was once again uncooperative. Appleton had little respect for the police, and it showed in his attitude.
I rang, first thing. But all they'd say was that she'd had a comfortable night and was as well as could be expected. Even when I told them I was her husband, they wouldn't say any more. Bloody cheek.
Jensen didn't comment. Mark seemed to have no genuine concern for his wife's condition, except as to how it would affect him. The solicitor had rarely had a more obnoxious client. There was a time when he held Appleton in high regard and thought he'd go far. He'd been proud to be the MP's solicitor, but now the man was showing his true colors, and Jensen regretted ever getting involved with him. It was a frightening possibility that Georgia Appleton might die, and Mark would be facing a charge of murder, but the man still blustered, full of his own importance.
Good morning, gentlemen.
D.S. Samantha Freeman and D.C. Jenny Newcomb entered the little room. The space felt even more claustrophobic as they sat down and the D.C. switched on the tape recorder.
Interview with Mr. Mark Appleton, commencing at 12:05 p.m. Those also present, D.S. Samantha Freeman, D.C. Jenny Newcomb, and Mr. Arthur Jensen, solicitor.
Jenny politely reminded Mark he was still under caution. The suspect said not a word and glared at the two officers.
I've been to visit your wife this morning, sir.
Samantha sounded chirpy, a fact which registered more with the solicitor than his client. Mark remained silent, not even asking how Georgia was.
You'll be pleased to hear she was awake and talking.
She had asked to speak to me. Only then did Mark react, as he pushed his chair back and turned his face away from Sam, his expression darkening.
Your wife's version of events differs in almost every detail from your own, and she informs me that you inflicted the injuries she suffered. That's a bloody lie. She's just trying to get back at me,
Mark blurted out, pushing his chair even further away from the table.
Get back at you for what, sir?
Sam asked calmly, and paused to give him chance to reply. Mark sniffed and folded his arms, so Sam continued.
In light of Mrs. Appleton's statement, we are proceeding with the charge of assault, aggravated assault, and possibly attempted murder. She paused again to look at the MP, who refused to meet her gaze. Then she resumed, trying to keep the satisfaction from her voice. We are also arresting you in connection with a rape which occurred on 1st May 1982. You do not have to say anything, but it may harm your defense if you do not mention when questioned something which you later rely on in court.
Anything you do say may be given in evidence.
This is preposterous. You're just slinging accusations left, right, and center in the hope something will stick.
Mark attempted to stand, but his solicitor pulled him back down again and took over the dialogue.
May I ask what evidence you have for this latest charge, D.S. Freeman?
Certainly. We have a positive match for your client's DNA with Miss Anna Greenwood, the daughter who is the consequence of the incident. Now Sam really did have to stop herself gloating. Jenny, too. The air in the room seemed to grow hotter, the tension palpable. Mark finally turned to look at Sam, his face pale, his mouth open. This was clearly not what he'd expected. The sudden news he'd fathered a child appeared to stun him.
But that can't be,
he stuttered. All energy seemed to drain from him as Jenny pulled the DNA results out of a file and spun the paper round for the two men to read. The solicitor spent a minute studying the words. Mark was too shocked to read. I can assure you, sir, it can and it is. The science confirms it. You have a biological daughter, conceived on the night of 1st May 1982. I'm sure you can work out that this child is now 32 years old.
In the light of this new evidence, I'd like a few moments alone with my client, Detective Sergeant.
Jensen asked politely. Understandable, Mr. Jensen. Interview suspended at 12:28 p.m. Detectives Freeman and Newcomb leaving the room. Jenny switched off the tape.
Please don't bother with coffee,
the solicitor said as they left the room. Samantha and Jenny hurried to the canteen to enjoy a quick sandwich and coffee, relishing their triumph and poring over every angle of Appleton's reaction.
He didn't see that one coming,
Jenny said. I only wish Caroline and Anna could have seen his face. In a way, I feel sorry for his solicitor. The poor man's being bombarded with surprises. I bet he wishes he'd never met Appleton. Sam took a bite of her sandwich.
D.I. Patel's going to be pleased with how things are going, Jenny said. I've been wondering what the story is between you and the dishy D.I.
She leaned in closer to hear the answer.
It's history, Jenny. Rather like you and Stuart, but we've remained friends.
I did think we'd make a go of it at one time, but you know how it is. The job gets in the way. She sighed at the memories.
Doesn't it make it easier with you both being detectives? Part of the trouble with Stu was that he could never understand the level of commitment required to the job.
Yes and no. We often hardly saw each other, which was a strain and a big part of the problem. We're still friends. It's probably better this way, and he owes me a meal for getting to Appleton's computer first.
Oh, yes? So there's still something there?
Mischief danced in Jenny's eyes. Never you mind. Now finish your coffee and we'll get back to the job in hand. I'm rather enjoying this.
Me too.
10 minutes later, they returned to the interview room, eager to hear what story their suspect would come up with next. Taking their seats, Jenny repeated the formalities before asking the question,
Have you had time to reflect on this latest evidence, sir?
Jensen answered,
Yes, thank you. My client has had time to consider and thinks perhaps he does recall the lady in question. However, he remembers the incident as being one of mutual consent and insists that in no way did he force himself on this lady.
I see. Sam leaned forward and rested her elbows on the table. So now you're faced with irrefutable evidence of a sexual relationship with Caroline Greenwood. You wish to change your statement, Mr. Appleton. She stared at the MP.
It's not a matter of changing anything,
Mark retorted.
I've simply had time to consider that period of my life, and I do vaguely remember an evening with a woman who must have been Caroline Greenwood. It was a one-off affair, which is why I didn't remember before, but it was most certainly consensual.
That's not how Mrs. Greenwood remembers it, Sam stated.
Then the lady is mistaken.
And there's the evidence of Ellen Harding, who also remembers that evening.
But she wasn't there afterwards, was she?
Mark persisted. No. Mrs. Harding visited Mrs. Greenwood the following morning and found her in a distressed state and quite severely bruised.
Oh, come on. Anything could have happened by the next day. I can promise you, Detective, the woman was fine when I left her.
By anything, do you mean she might have fallen down the stairs, Mr. Appleton? Sam was reining in her anger, channeling it into sarcasm.
It's quite possible, Detective Sergeant.
Mark's mouth twitched. Jensen resumed.
D.S. Freeman, my client has given you a satisfactory explanation of this incident. I really don't see the point in prolonging this interview. If you feel you have a case to pursue, then please do so through the proper channels. If there are no more questions, Mr. Appleton would like to leave now.
Sam knew Arthur Jensen also wished to leave, every bit as much as his client.
I would also like to be able to visit my wife.
Mark pushed. I'm sorry, sir, but your bail conditions stand, and your wife has expressly said she does not wish to see you. Sam concluded the interview, and the two men left the station.
Does he think we're complete imbeciles?
Jenny's anger showed in her face.
That he supposedly remembers an evening with Caroline, now he's been caught out?
I don't think our MP would know the truth if it slapped him across the face. Truth to him is fluid. He thinks he can mold and shape it to suit his purposes, but not this time. He's told one lie too many, and been found with his hands in the sweetie jar. Sam was delighted with the way the case was panning out. But we've still got work to do. Jenny, I want you to get onto the tech guys and ask them to search the emails on Appleton's computer, specifically for any
Hey there. You've been watching for a while now. Let's take a short break and enjoy some relaxing music. This audiobook is free for you to enjoy. If it's not your thing, feel free to skip. Thanks for being here.
Between him and Tim Baker, which mentions paying off a woman. Georgia saw one in which they referred to her as that bitch. It will most likely have been deleted, but if they can restore it, I'd like to see it. Caroline Greenwood was probably not Mark's only victim, and if we can trace another, it can only strengthen our case. We've got him on the run, Jenny. Sam was having a hard time keeping the satisfaction from her voice. 40. Arthur. Arthur Jensen dropped his client at his bail address after answering a barrage of questions throughout the 30-minute journey. Mark was still looking for a way out, searching for loopholes in both charges, no matter how outrageous they seemed.
Georgia's been depressed of late. What are the chances of her getting assessed as unbalanced or mentally ill? I mean, no one's going to believe I would actually do such a thing to my own wife. And as for that Greenwood woman, she's probably after money. We'll root out the reason for her ridiculous allegation, and then she'll get what's coming to her.
He sounded almost enthused at the idea of a good fight, and Jensen despaired. Would this man ever concede defeat? There was concrete evidence for both charges, but no matter how many times Jensen pointed this out or suggested a guilty plea, his client stubbornly refused. Fight and deny seemed to be his mantra. Couldn't the man see the evidence stacking up against him?
I think there's very little chance of proving your wife is depressed. Has she seen a doctor about it? Is she on medication?
Jensen tried to appeal to Mark's common sense, yet the man appeared to have none.
No, she wouldn't see a doctor, but surely we can get an expert psychiatrist to examine her and say she's deranged.
Mark, I think you should just settle down and take time to consider the events and charges of the day. There's much to process here, so I suggest you think about it, and we'll meet tomorrow after you've slept on it.
They finally arrived at their destination. Jensen was relieved to make those his last words on the subject as he came to a stop outside Baker's house, and Mark jumped out of the car. The solicitor breathed a sigh of relief and drove swiftly away before his client thought of another ridiculous idea. Tim Baker rolled his eyes as he heard his front doorbell. Appleton was far from the easiest house guest, and he was already longing for him to leave, although when that could be was uncertain. Baker was tempted to hide the whiskey bottles while the man was out, but decided it would be childish. A step too far, even though the MP was clearly drinking far too much. Tim opened the door, and Mark pushed his way inside.
Apparently my dear wife is awake and talking.
Mark launched straight into his problems without any kind of greeting.
She wants to press charges, and they still won't let me see her. Would you try, Tim?
He asked, pushing again at the bounds of a friendship which at best was tentative.
No, Mark, I told you before, I can't.
And you know that bloody woman who says I raped her? Well, it turns out she has a daughter, and the DNA test proves she's mine. Of course, I told them it was consensual, and it is 30-odd years ago, so it's only her word against mine. I should be all right there.
Tim was amazed at the blasé attitude of the man. Did he ever take responsibility for his actions? It appeared not, but Mark was about to hear more bad news, and Tim was worried how he'd take it.
Sit down, Mark. We need to talk.
Tim's demeanor was serious. He, too, had had an eventful morning, and as the two men sat in the conservatory, Baker was about to impart two vital pieces of news which would disturb the MP even more.
I had a visit from a D.I. Patel of the fraud squad after you left. They've been investigating Executive Car Dealership for several months, and he asked some pretty awkward questions.
Damn it, Tim. I hope you didn't tell him anything.
Mark yelled, running his hands through his hair.
Actually, I did.
And don't shout at me in my own home.
He's got his information from your computer. Emails you sent to me which should have been deleted or not sent in the first bloody place, so if there's any blame to be apportioned here, it's on your head.
Tim's anger matched the MP's.
If you hadn't beaten up your wife, they would never have found those emails. So it's all on you, Mark, no one else but you. You knew they'd been sniffing around the garage, and we were confident they'd found nothing incriminating. But now you've given them exactly what they need.
Mark was stunned, silent for only a moment before rising from his seat.
I need a drink.
He moved to the drinks cabinet and helped himself.
Better make it a large one. There's more.
Tim saw the MP shudder. He took the drink back to his seat without offering one to Tim.
Go on, then. It can't get any worse, surely.
Don't you believe it? I received a phone call from the party whip. They're suspending you pending the outcome of the charge against you.
They can't do that. What happened to innocent until proven guilty?
Of course they can. And they only know about the charge of assault. What do you think will happen when the rape charge gets out? And if the fraud squad find anything? You have to be realistic here, Mark. Unless you can prove your innocence unequivocally, you're in deep trouble. You'll almost certainly be expelled from the party.
Huh? What about loyalty? Surely they should be backing me up, showing a little solidarity, as should you as my agent.
Don't be so bloody naive. You've been in politics long enough to know that's not how it works. One sniff of scandal, and they disown you. Come on, Mark, get real. Your photo is splashed across every newspaper, and they'll have a field day when they learn you have a daughter. It's simply a matter of time until the press finds out you're staying here, too. The media will be relentless. They'll camp outside, and you'll drag me down with you. In fact, perhaps it would be a good thing if you moved on elsewhere.
Mark ignored the last sentence.
But I could still come out of this unscathed. I'm a popular MP, the people love me, and surely the onus is on the police to prove guilt. I shouldn't have to prove my innocence.
Tim sighed. The man was delusional. If he expected his colleagues to line up in support, he was going to be sorely disappointed. The reality was that although Appleton might be the people's darling, he was not a popular MP among his peers. Even the party leader refused to comment, other than to say, when asked publicly after the news broke, that he had every confidence in the police to find out the truth of the matter. An ambiguous statement, if ever there was one. Tim tried to reason with Mark.
Look, there's no point in arguing. The party have to be seen to be doing something, so it's best to accept their decision with good grace. If, however, you are found guilty of either charge, then you'll have to face the fact that your career is over. And then there's the fraud investigation.
Stop it,
Mark shouted.
It's not going to come to that. I'll sort it, and you're going to help me.
No, Mark, I'm not. I've already made a statement to the police, told them everything I know, and I would suggest you do the same. It's over, man. Can't you see? They have evidence, not just for the fraud, but from Georgia and that Greenwood woman, too. You'd do far better to own up to your crimes and get a good barrister. That's what I intend to do.
You bastard! Some friend you've turned out to be.
Mark hurled his glass at the wall, smashing the crystal. He turned and pushed past Baker, knocking him over before running to the door. As Tim picked himself up, he heard the slam which shook the hall and the sound of Mark's car starting up and roaring away down the road. Tim was sorely tempted to bolt the front door so Appleton couldn't get back in, but fearing the man would cause a scene, he decided against it. With a bit of luck, Appleton would find somewhere else to stay the night. A hotel, perhaps, where he could drink himself into a stupor. The next day was Saturday. Tim would be more assertive and tell Mark he needed to leave. Period. It was time to wash his hands of Mark Appleton for good. 41. Mark. Mark was livid. His wife was proving to be anything but loyal, and now his agent was turning against him. He left Tim Baker's house and headed to his own home. Who would even know he was there? He doubted the police were watching it. They didn't have the resources for that kind of surveillance. And why shouldn't he be allowed to stay there? He owned the house, not Georgia. He had rights too. It felt different, somehow, walking into the house when it was empty. Georgia was nearly always at home, waiting with a meal or a drink ready for him. Pouring his own drink, Mark looked around. Now that he was alone, he could more fully take in the extent of the damage the police search had left in its wake. Books were out of place, drawers not properly closed, but the worst intrusion was the damage to his desk, the broken lock, and the missing papers the police had taken. Anger welled up as he wandered from room to room, assessing the damage to his privacy. Mark was basically a very private man. Some would say secretive, and knowing that the police had searched every room and still had his computer was a bitter pill to swallow. When this was all over, he'd make someone pay. Preferably that jumped-up little detective sergeant. Back in the lounge, Mark's eyes were drawn to the bloodstains he'd hastily concealed. The rug had been rolled back, and the throw from the sofa was missing. Those ugly dark stains were now visible, a reminder of Georgia's betrayal. But Mark felt no remorse, only anger. Without a doubt, he knew he should have killed her.
that his plan to push her over Black Cliff Edge would have been the best solution all around. If only the police hadn't arrived with that damned search warrant, he could have done it, even without Baker's help. Now his only chance was to get Georgia certified as insane, which she surely must be. Mark couldn't believe she wasn't backing him up. That she'd told the police he'd assaulted her? Maybe it was time to pay his wife a little visit at the hospital, perhaps in the morning. If the police weren't guarding his house, it was unlikely they'd be at the hospital either. Mark poured another generous drink for himself and took it upstairs. The bedroom he shared with Georgia smelled of her perfume. An image of her in the bed, as he'd last seen her, battered and bruised, flashed through his mind. Damn the woman. Why hadn't she died? Her presence was all around. Perfume bottles on the dressing table, a scarf draped across the back of the chair. Hadn't he given her everything she could want? And the bitch repaid him by talking to the police. Mark picked up a figurine from her bedside, one of a collection she loved, and suddenly threw it across the room. The sound of breaking porcelain strangely satisfying. A perfume bottle followed, aimed at the cheval mirror, but not heavy enough to smash it. Shards of the glass bottle tinkled on the floor. Mark trampled over them, enjoying the sound of crunching glass beneath his feet. He picked up a chair and threw it at the mirror, this time with the desired effect of smashing the looking glass into tiny pieces. Mark threw his head back and laughed, imagining Georgia's horrified expression when she saw her beloved possessions. His wife's clothes were the next target. Dragging them in armfuls from the wardrobes, Mark tugged at them, ripping them apart at the seams. Why not? His money had paid for them. She'd brought nothing to the marriage. Why should she take anything away from it? The following half hour was spent in wanton destruction. Not content with thrashing the bedroom, Mark returned downstairs, into the dining room this time, where he emptied the dresser of every item of china and threw it into the hearth. Every piece of the Royal Worcester dinner service Georgia's parents had given them for a wedding present, and which he knew she loved, went the same way. Laughter shook his body as he vented his anger at his wife, his agent, the police, and the world in general, only stopping when his rage was spent and he was exhausted. In need of another drink, he poured himself a generous measure of whiskey and, taking the decanter with him, flopped down on the sofa. Swilling the amber liquid in the glass, Mark grew more and more maudlin. He'd grown up near New Midridge, the privileged only son of wealthy parents, but now he couldn't wait to get away. The place was stifling, full of small-minded people. Yet he was trapped there simply because it was the constituency which was a safe seat for him. He longed to be back in London, in the chic little flat he kept only a 10-minute taxi ride from the house. Mark could be himself there, do what he liked, without anyone looking over his shoulder spying on him. He hated the North, and the people who lived there with their inbred village mentality, thinking they had a right to know everything about you, to pry into your private life in the guise of friendship. Well, he'd had enough. Mark would insist on another constituency before the next election, move well away from here, and make a fresh start. He might even dump Georgia. It appeared she'd reached the end of her usefulness and could no longer be trusted. His weasel of an agent would have to go too. Yes, Mark would reinvent himself, gather more loyal supporters around him, and work to fulfill his dream, to finally reach number 10. By 1:30 a.m., Mark Appleton was curled up asleep on the blood-stained sofa in his lounge, surrounded by the detritus of his violent rampage. His sleep was restless, and lasted only until daylight intruded into the room, when he woke with a throbbing head, his mind full of unfinished business. Outside, rain lashed against the windows, driven by strong winds which whistled around the house. Gray skies reflected Mark's mood as he stretched his aching limbs and went in search of food. Sniffing at a carton of sour milk made him feel nauseous, so he abandoned the idea of eating and decided instead to go straight to the hospital.
The car park was only half full at 9 a.m., as Mark parked near the visitor's entrance. Assuming his wife was on the medical ward, he took the lift to the 4th floor and pushed open the swing doors. 1 or 2 people looked at him, recognition and surprise in their eyes, and only then did he realize how disheveled his clothes were, the same ones he'd slept in. His hair was wild and he was in need of a shave, but he didn't care. Mark Appleton was determined to have a conversation with his wife, to put her in her place, to make her see sense and retract those ridiculous allegations she'd made to the police. As he'd assumed, no one guarded any of the rooms off the corridor of Ward 46. In fact, very few staff were about. Just a woman pushing a trolley full of dirty dishes and a nurse at the station at the far end who hadn't noticed him enter the ward. Most rooms accommodated 6 patients, but some appeared to be single rooms. Mark passed by them all, glancing into each one in turn, searching for his wife.
"Excuse me," the nurse spoke firmly. "It's not visiting time yet. I'm afraid you'll have to leave."
She stood up and moved towards him. A 40-something plump woman with red hair tied back in a bun. Mark kept going, smoothing his hair and pasting on his best smile as he neared her.
I'm so sorry to interrupt, but it's vitally important that I speak to my wife, Georgia Appleton. If you could just tell me which room she's...
"I know who you are, Mr. Appleton. And I'm sorry, but there's no way you can see your wife."
As she spoke, a male nurse came out of a side room, having heard his colleague's raised voice.
Anything wrong, Julie?
Appleton turned to try his charm on the young man as the nurse repeated emphatically that he could not see his wife.
Look, I'll only stay for a few minutes. I've been concerned about her, that's all.
"No, Mr. Appleton, you won't stay at all, and if you don't leave now, I'll call the police."
She pulled a phone from her uniform pocket, and Mark instinctively grabbed her wrist to stop her from making the call.
You don't understand. The police have got it all wrong, and I need to speak with Georgia to straighten things out.
As soon as Mark touched the nurse, her male counterpart grabbed him by the shoulder and pulled his arm behind his back.
Get off!
Mark snapped.
This is assault.
No, sir. This is simply me restraining you. Now will you leave of your own accord, or do we call the police?
Okay, I'm going,
Mark shouted.
But you haven't heard the last of this.
He shrugged out of the nurse's hold and turned to go back through the doors. 1 or 2 patients stood in their doorways, craning their necks to see what the fuss was about, and Mark hung his head, fearful of being recognized. In a side room at the far end of the corridor, just past the nurse's station, Georgia Appleton lay rigid in bed, frozen with fear at the angry exchange she'd just heard. If Mark had reached her, who knows what he might have done? He sounded desperate. The nurse hurried into the room.
"It's okay, Georgia. He's gone now, and I'm going to call the police. You've nothing to worry about, love. I can handle him. Our MP seemed more than a little hungover, but I've served my time in A&E and handled more drunks than I care to remember. Your husband's no different."
The woman smiled reassuringly at her patient.
"Now then, a nice cup of tea, perhaps?"
Samantha Freeman was at home when DC Paul Roper rang.
Sorry to disturb you on your rest day, boss, but I thought you'd like to know we've had a call from the hospital. Mark Appleton's attempted to see his wife.
Is she okay? Sam asked.
Fine. The feisty red-headed nurse saw him off with a male colleague. They're better than a police guard any day.
Right. I'm on my way in. See if you can track down our errant MP, Paul. He's in serious breach of his bail conditions, and we need to have him down at the station for a talk. Sam had been enjoying a PJ day and was in the middle of a thick slice of toast and marmalade with a mug of hot chocolate when the call came. Pushing them aside, she hurried upstairs to dress and then set off for the station, adrenaline pumping through her veins and hoping Paul Roper would have located Appleton by the time she arrived. 42. Anna.
We'd decided on a quiet weekend. Truthfully, they're all quiet at the moment. Just Mum and me and frequent visits from Joel. None of us has an appetite for going out, except when necessary. Perhaps the recent news from Samantha Freeman prompted the current heavy atmosphere. Although undoubtedly good news, the DNA proved conclusively that I was Mark's daughter and would silence the doubters for good. The man was now claiming the sex was consensual. Not entirely unexpected, but it would be an uphill struggle to prove otherwise, and a burden which would fall mainly on Mom, an element of pursuing this case I regretted bitterly and would gladly take from her if at all possible. Mark's character was under scrutiny in the press and among his peers, and with Georgia Appleton pressing charges, Sam was confident there was sufficient evidence to prove her case and that Mark would be advised to plead guilty. But I wasn't holding my breath. Yet if Mum was spared the ordeal of giving evidence, I'd count it as the best possible outcome. Samantha was also trying to trace another woman who she thought might be able to help, although she was a little vague about how exactly. Even with evidence stacking up against him, I wasn't confident Mark would plead guilty. He'd have much to lose, and seemed like a fighter to me. An arrogant one, too. It was mid-morning, and we hadn't been up for very long. Joel wouldn't be arriving until after lunch, so I was lounging on the sofa. Mum's voice interrupted my thoughts as she moved away from the window and sat beside me.
That car's been across the road for an hour or more. The driver's just sitting there and keeps looking over at the house. You don't think it's a reporter, do you?
She chewed on her thumbnail. That would be a nightmare, but surely the press couldn't have found out Mum's name, and certainly not her address. I wasn't even certain they'd know about Mark's arrest yet. I got up and went to the window to look for myself. She was right. The man glanced over at the house as I moved the curtain to get a better look at him. I couldn't quite make out his face. He had a baseball cap pulled low over his head, but I had my suspicions, and a feeling of dread crept through me. I'm just going upstairs to get the binoculars and look at him from the bedroom window. I dashed off upstairs.
Anna, it's probably nothing.
Mum's voice followed me up the stairs, embarrassed that she'd even mentioned it. Grabbing Ronald's old Navy binoculars from the bookcase on the landing, I hurried into the front bedroom and looked out of the window, feeling rather stupid, but with a knot of fear building in my stomach, and hoping to be proved wrong. My hands shook as I turned the dial to focus the binoculars, and I gasped as my fear was confirmed. Mark Appleton was sitting in his car directly opposite the house. He looked straight ahead, but his gaze kept shifting to the side, and then behind him, as if searching out potential threats. Unfortunately, it was a quiet day, with only the occasional passing car coming into view. My heart beat rapidly. Whatever did he want? Was it simply to see where we lived, or did he intend to approach us? Or a bid to intimidate us? My primary concern was for Mum. We were alone in the house. I went back downstairs and found my mother in the kitchen. "It's Mark Appleton," I said simply, and watched her face paled and her eyes reflected fear. A protective instinct emboldened me, and I made a snap decision to go outside and confront him.
We must phone the police.
Mum was forever the sensible one. I'm going out to speak to him. He shouldn't be here. He can't do this. I moved to go outside, but my mother grabbed my arm.
You mustn't, Anna. He knows you're his daughter now. It could be dangerous.
Or perhaps he's just curious. I remembered my own curiosity, the urge to see my father in the flesh when I'd gone incognito to the meeting where he was speaking. I'll be fine, Mum. If he gets out of the car, or you become concerned, ring Samantha Freeman. But please don't worry. As you say, I'm his daughter, and he probably just wants to see me. Natural curiosity. Moving towards the door to open it, I sounded braver than I felt. Mark saw me coming almost immediately. As I crossed the street, he sat up in his seat, removed the cap, and wound down the window. My heart was pounding, but I stood tall, ready to confront this man who had caused my mother so much heartache and inadvertently given me life. I spoke first, standing near enough to hear, but an arm's length away, as if he might reach out and grab me. "What are you doing here?"
"I'd like to get to know my daughter."
He almost spat out the words as if they tasted sour. "That's not going to happen." Should I turn and leave? It would be the sensible thing to do, but my natural inquisitiveness vied internally with my fear and eventually won.
"Why don't you get in the car so we can talk?"
Mark softened his voice, a half-smile on his lips. An image of the wolf in the story of Little Red Riding Hood flashed into my mind. "We have nothing to talk about." I started to turn, to do the wise thing.
"How about your mother? We can discuss ways to avoid this becoming even nastier than it already is for her."
He was toying with me, but was there a chance I could make him see sense? If so, should I take it? "There's only one way I can think of to do that, which is for you to admit you raped her. Do the decent thing for once." Fired up, my fear was washed away by the anger flowing through my veins.
"For once? You don't even know me. How can you make that kind of judgment? Come on, Anna. Get in the car so we can talk properly."
He'd called me by name. Had Samantha Freeman told him, I wondered? I stared at the man sitting in the car. It wasn't easy to think of him as my father, or even as the proud, confident MP, the role he'd assumed when I last saw him. After a brief internal struggle, my impulsive nature got the better of me, and I walked round to the passenger side of the car, opened the door, and climbed inside.
"Thank you,"
Mark said simply. His eyes turned towards me, regarding me as I had him the first time I saw him in the flesh.
"You don't look much like me."
No. I wanted to say more, to offer some caustic or withering remark, but nothing came to mind. We were seated side by side, and I was unsure of myself. Should I even be here? Mark made no move to turn on the car engine. He left his window open and visibly relaxed, sinking back into his seat. It eased my fears to a small degree.
"So, tell me about yourself."
He smiled at me, and anger infused my very core. "I'm not here for a cozy chat. You said you wanted to talk about sparing my mother. Are you going to admit what you did?"
"Hey, slow down a bit. Can't we get to know each other a little first? It's not every day you discover you have a daughter. I'm still getting used to the idea."
"No, absolutely not. I don't want to get to know you. This isn't some kind of game, you know. My mother suffered for years because of you, and you have the audacity to sit here and smile? To try and make small talk?" I couldn't believe the man. Was he really so stupid?
"Now, Anna, let's calm down, shall we? And start again. Having a daughter is all new to me, not something I ever expected, and I'm still coming to terms with it. I might even get to like the idea, eh?"
I'm not discussing this. You're my father in the biological sense only, which is the way it's going to remain. What I want to know is what you intend to do to atone for your actions. Are you honestly going to keep on denying what you did to my mother and to your wife? Because if you do, you're going to come out of this looking rather shabby. But it's not too late to own up to your crimes. I thought I was remarkably calm, and hoped my words might somehow reach him. Surely there was some iota of humanity in this man somewhere. How wrong I was.
"Oh, come on, Anna. Drop the righteous act. You've only got your mother's word for what happened, haven't you? You could at least give me the chance to tell my side of it."
His lazy smile turned into an evil grin.
The way I remember it, your sweet little mother was gagging for it. It was me who had to fight her off.
He laughed then, and I was horrified. I wanted to hit out at him, to physically hurt the man. But I was stunned, unsure what to do or say. I reached for the door handle. It had been a huge mistake to get into the car with Mark Appleton.
43. Anna.
The soft thunk of the door locking mechanism was followed by the purr of the engine as Mark floored the accelerator until we were speeding through the built-up area, his driving reckless to the point of madness. I instinctively drew the seatbelt around my body, securing it with trembling hands as the speed increased exponentially. "Stop, please!" I yelled. Fear pressed me back into the seat. "This will only make things worse. Let's stop and talk about it." My words were met with a feral laugh as he swerved past traffic on the increasingly busy road, heading north out of town. What was he doing? Where were we going? Mark's face was closed, inscrutable, but I knew instinctively that this wasn't going to end well. How could I have been so stupid as to get into the car with this madman? And what would my poor mother be going through? Hopefully she'd have rung the police. I silently prayed that the traffic police would spot us and stop him as his driving became increasingly erratic, dangerously wild. He was in peril of killing us both, and perhaps other innocent motorists, too. The thought then struck me that maybe this was his intention. "This is madness, Mark. Please, stop."
Madness? I'll show you what madness is, bitch.
He drove even faster, out of control. We were on the edge of town now, moving parallel to the river, which was swollen with the recent heavy rainfall, bursting its banks in places. When he overtook a beast of an articulated lorry, I closed my eyes as the driver honked his horn in angry protest. Surely this was a nightmare, but the fear in my body spoke of reality, an appalling, terrifying reality which I was certain could not end well. My thoughts turned to Joel. What would he think about my stupidity? I suddenly felt sick at what I'd done. A car traveling in the opposite direction swerved to avoid us as Mark veered across lanes. The car ran off the road onto a grass verge. I swiveled my head to look back, praying no one was hurt. Other vehicles were blaring their horns as I sat helplessly, tears streaming down my face as Mark rampaged on, wild and unchecked. A police car appeared, and my heart lurched. But it was on the opposite side of the road. Would it be able to turn and catch us? It sped past, and as I followed it with my eyes, it disappeared from sight, taking with it my last hope of being saved. As we almost bounced over the brow of a hill, Mark fiddled to unfasten his seatbelt, and I heard it click into place behind his seat. The significance escaped me until suddenly he swung the steering wheel sharply to the left. The car veered through a wooden fence, shattering it as if it was mere matchwood. We were flying, nothing but air beneath the wheels for what seemed like minutes, but must only have been a couple of seconds. The car struck the ground forcefully at a 45-degree angle, the sound of grating metal filling my ears. I was instantly blinded by the airbag, suffocating in the folds of fabric which threatened to smother me. I fought to drag the bag down to see what was happening as the car bounced twice more like a rubber ball before the front end hit the water and slowly began to submerge. Pinned to my seat by the seatbelt, I turned to my right and saw Mark's body, thrust forward by the sudden impact. Lifeless eyes stared back at me. Blood leaked from his nose and mouth, and his head nestled in the now deflating airbag at an unnatural angle. I turned away, nauseous. My screams filled the vehicle, sounding hollow and distant as a whooshing noise surrounded me. Was it the blood pounding in my ears, or the swollen river seeping into the car? "No, no!" I shouted, banging my fists onto the window, but it was futile. Struggling in vain to unfasten my seatbelt, freezing water was covering my ankles and then my knees.
I'm going to drown, I thought, as the water oozed into the car and very quickly reached my thighs. I banged again on the steamy window and rattled the door helplessly. In a last-ditch effort, I reached over Mark's motionless body and fumbled for the keys in the ignition. But would they turn? Would I be able to unlock the door? My fingers couldn't reach, and I fell back into the seat, exhausted and sobbing. The water covered my chest and continued rising. It was freezing and stank of sewage. Lifting my chin to keep it from my mouth made breathing difficult. Dirty, foul-tasting water was gushing into my mouth. My nose became submerged, and then finally my eyes. I was cold, so cold, and afraid. As I screwed my eyes tight shut and held my breath until my lungs felt they would burst, I knew I was going to die. Mark Appleton, a man I'd pursued relentlessly and who had won the final battle, was dead. The very man who had inadvertently given me life was now taking it away.
44. Anna.
I opened my eyes with a jolt, but could see nothing. Noise filled my ears, but different sounds this time. The clattering of trolleys and distant voices. My skin felt warm, no longer numb with cold. Was the freezing water just a nightmare? Where was I? Hospital? As my eyes slowly focused, the first person I saw was my mother, tearful as she clasped my hand. Joel sat on the other side of the hospital bed with a stern-looking Samantha Freeman standing behind him. I'm alive. Talk about stating the obvious. My voice was hoarse and barely a whisper. Relief washed over me as the memory of the cold, dirty water rising around me and filling my mouth rushed back into my mind. Then, suddenly I couldn't breathe again. I was back in the car with Mark Appleton, his dead, empty eyes staring at me. I sat up, panicking, and greedily gulped in the clean, dry air, but the taste of cold, dirty water lingered in my mouth.
It's okay. You're safe now.
Joel stroked my hair reassuringly, gently pressing me back down onto the bed. What happened? My breathing steadied, and curiosity took over. How had I gotten out of the car? Samantha spoke, her voice solemn.
It was touch and go. Your mother rang us when you got into Appleton's car, and we arrived in time to see him driving away with you beside him. You probably didn't notice us behind you. He was driving like a madman, but we managed to keep up. It wasn't safe to stop him on the road. There would have been too much collateral damage, and we knew he'd have to stop sometime, so we kept you in sight, with other units joining us in the chase. We assumed it was only a matter of time, that we could outrun him, but when he drove the car into the river, it appeared to be all over. The recent rains had raised the water level way beyond normal. It was only the quick thinking of DC Paul Roper which saved you. He was in the second car following you and must have anticipated Appleton's actions. When we stopped, he had the presence of mind to grab the jack from the boot, slide down the bank, and wade in the river. The water dragged the car under almost immediately, but Paul was determined. He managed to smash the window at your side and drag you out, unconscious by then, but still alive. Not so Appleton, I'm afraid.
Samantha paused and looked directly at me.
I don't need to tell you what a bad idea it was to get into his car, do I?
She half smiled to soften the words, but I still felt like a naughty schoolgirl, and deservedly so. No, and I'm sorry to have caused such trouble. He tricked me, but that's no excuse. My actions were stupid, inexcusable. Please thank DC Roper for me. I know how lucky I am to be alive. My mother was sobbing quietly beside me. It's okay, Mum. It's over. And I feel fine. Honestly. She simply shook her head. A man losing his life isn't a good outcome in any situation, even if he was a rapist, and I knew Mum would feel this acutely.
The doctors are amazed you have no physical injuries, but they want to keep you here overnight for observation.
Joel spoke softly, but I wondered if I'd be getting a lecture from him too when I eventually returned home. All I could do was smile and nod. We could discuss the details later. Samantha left us then, but Mum and Joel stayed until a nurse tactfully suggested I needed rest, and they left, promising to visit in the evening at the correct time. My lungs and throat were sore, and I felt filthy, in need of a shower. A nurse helped me out of bed, and surprisingly, I managed to walk to the bathroom unaided. It was a relief to stand under the hot, clean water, to let it rinse away the smell of the river from my tangled, filthy hair. I used almost a whole bottle of shampoo and was in the bathroom so long that the same nurse came to check I was okay. Eventually, the taste of the river dissolved in the hot water, but the memory of it would remain with me forever. Returning to bed, I slipped gratefully between the clean, warm sheets. Sleep came, probably from sheer exhaustion, and I woke rested and keen to get home. But not wanting to cause any more trouble, I agreed to stay overnight. Being agreeable was the least I could do. Joel arrived that evening, spot on visiting time, and I smiled at the sight of him and the look of concern in his eyes. I think we were both pleased to have some time alone before Mum arrived. Maybe she'd hung back deliberately. It was the sort of thing she'd do.
You had me so worried, Anna.
His words piled on the guilt. I was well aware it had been a foolish thing to do. I'm sorry. I know it's not an excuse, but Mark tricked me. He said he wanted to discuss making things easier for Mum, but I should have known better. It was stupid of me, and I'll regret it for the rest of my life. My emotions suddenly let me down, and I found myself sobbing on Joel's shoulder. He must think me a right blubberer. He held me until the tears ceased, kissing me gently on the forehead.
I love you, Anna. If anything happened to you, I don't know how I'd have coped.
Joel had tears in his eyes, too. We held each other for several moments, drawing comfort from the physical contact. Eventually, he pulled away and looked at me.
My timing's never been very good, but this experience has given me such clarity as to my feelings, Anna. And I want you to marry me. Will you? Please? I know it's an inappropriate time to ask, and we should be in some romantic setting, but I can't wait any longer. I need to know if you feel the same way I do.
Hardly believing what I was hearing, I knew I didn't deserve this wonderful man, but I wasn't going to refuse. It was what I wanted too. Oh, Joel, yes, I'll marry you. If you're sure you want me. I love you too, and your timing's perfect. We sat there like two soppy teenagers gazing into each other's eyes, which is how we were when Mum arrived. For the next hour, we didn't talk about Mark Appleton, an unspoken agreement that he dominated our lives for too long, and there were other subjects to discuss, happier prospects to consider, so we pushed him and the events of the day to the back of our minds. Mum and Joel stayed until the visitor's bell rang, and I was glad we would only be apart for one night. Once alone again, I tried out what would be my new name, repeating it aloud and rolling it on my tongue. Anna Amos. A new alliterative name for a new phase in my life. It sounded perfect. Tossing and turning that night with far too much on my mind to sleep, I vacillated between joy and sadness. Did I deserve to be so happy? I know Mark was a rapist, and more, but my mind reeled with the thought that if I hadn't got into his car, he might still be alive. It may have been indirectly, but I was responsible for a man's death, and I knew it would always haunt me. 45. Samantha. Sam reported the tragic events to DCI Kent late on Saturday afternoon before going back to the scene of the tragedy to see how the cleanup operation was progressing. The site was cordoned off, shielded from the gathering press and public view by canvas screens. Yet, sadly, sightseers were gathering by the riverbank, and press photographers risked a soaking in their attempts to secure a good angle for the best shot. Sam couldn't believe how people would come to gawp at the sight of such a tragedy. A recovery lorry had already winched Appleton's car from the water, his body no longer inside, having been recovered shortly after Anna's rescue. Sam watched the car being loaded onto a truck and covered with a vast tarpaulin before being taken away for forensics to begin their painstaking examination to rule out mechanical failure. There was little doubt that their assumptions would be confirmed. It was a deliberate attempt at murder-suicide. Sam had seen enough. It was time for her to go, her mood one of sadness and regret at the way the case had ended. For once she had no desire to go back to the station, where no doubt they would be inundated with calls from the press, frantic for information. In due course, a press statement would be released with the wording carefully formatted, but not until Appleton's family were informed of the tragedy. Wearily, Sam headed home to spend the rest of the weekend alone with her thoughts. She'd instructed Jenny to take time off, and Paul needed a medical checkup, after which he too needed to go home. They would make their official reports on Monday. The only other person she spoke to during the weekend was Ravi Patel, who she rang on Saturday evening.
"Want some company?"
he offered, when he'd listened to her sorry account of the day's events, but she declined. Sam had drunk a couple of glasses of wine by then and intended having a couple more before going to bed and hopefully sleeping through until dinner time the following day. Ravi sympathized and attempted to cheer her up, but to no avail. Eventually she ended the call and went to open another bottle of wine, which would hopefully do the job Ravi had failed to do. Sam's feelings were an enigma, even to herself. Appleton was undoubtedly a corrupt and immoral man, yet she took no pleasure from his death. Undoubtedly, the choice had been his, and even in death he'd tried to take his daughter with him. Perhaps in a warped attempt at revenge, to make others suffer in the way he perceived he was suffering. But it was only conjecture. No one could ever know what was truly in the mind of another, especially a character as complex and ruthless as Appleton. On Monday morning, after the initial shock of Appleton's death and his attempt to take his daughter with him, the mood at New Midridge Police Station settled into an uneasy despondency. An underlying anticlimax pervaded the atmosphere, now that the case, which had built so swiftly to a head, was suddenly over.
"I found those emails about paying off that woman, but I suppose it's irrelevant now?"
DC Paul Roper asked Sam. She nodded solemnly. What was to have been the icing on the cake in proving Appleton's true character was now immaterial. There was no doubt in her mind other victims would have come forward once the case was in the public domain. But the MP had taken the decision to avoid conviction in the most permanent of ways. Roper tried to cheer up his DS.
"There's always the fraud case. D.I. Patel can still proceed with the other perpetrators, and Appleton's computer and papers have been integral to his case."
Sam smiled her thanks for what he was trying to do, acknowledging the truth of his words, yet it remained a bittersweet triumph. A selection of the Sunday papers sat on Sam's desk, which she read half-heartedly. The circumstances of the MP's death were highlighted and embellished. His recent arrest for assault against his wife was chewed over, and there was speculation as to the identity of the young woman with him in the car. Most accounts hinted that it was a lover, the reason perhaps for Appleton's marital problems, and Sam would be satisfied for it to remain the consensus of opinion. It would ease the burdens of Caroline and Anna Greenwood. Ravi Patel rang her again.
Hey, I tried to reach you yesterday. Are you okay?
His voice held concern, and Sam was touched. Yes, thanks, Ravi. Sorry, but I switched my phone off. Slept most of the day. You know.
Understandable. You must be exhausted. It's been rather full on, hasn't it?
So as long as you're okay? Yeah, but it's over for me now, apart from the paperwork. How about your case? Anything new to report?
Actually, yes. I didn't want to tell you on Saturday. You had enough to think about. But Appleton's agent is cooperating. I saw him on Friday, and he's decided to help us in the investigation. Those emails you found for me probably tipped the balance, so thanks. Good work there, D.S. Freeman.
Ravi was attempting to keep the conversation light, to be positive. Sam was pleased to have been of help. The emails and bank statements gave Ravi enough information to close down an executive car dealership indefinitely and pursue his case.
We'll have to fix a date for that dinner I owe you,
Ravi said hopefully. Yeah, just give me a little time first. The conversation ended and Sam went in search of coffee. Anything wet and hot would be welcome. Was she, the detective asked herself, sulking that her big case was snatched away? That if you looked at it one way, Appleton had gotten the better of her, and she was denied the opportunity of seeing him hauled into court for his misdemeanors? No. Sam wasn't generally an introspective person. Such thoughts were unworthy, and she dismissed them. The reality was that she shared Caroline Greenwood's view. Any life lost was a tragedy and a waste. Stifled by the atmosphere in the station, Sam sought out Jenny Newcomb. Come on, we need to see the Greenwoods. She grabbed her coat, with the DC hurrying to catch her up. It wasn't a priority to visit Caroline and Anna, but there were loose ends to tie up, and the time was as good as any. Anna would almost certainly be at home with her mother. A look of surprise crossed Caroline's face as she opened the door, but she smiled and stepped aside for the detectives to enter. Jenny was the first to speak.
How's Anna?
Oh, remarkably well. Thank you, considering her ordeal. She's in the lounge. Come through.
Anna was reading, or at least going through the motions. Her look was of apprehension, as if expecting bad news. Nothing to worry about. Sam held up her palm. This is more of a courtesy visit than anything official. Firstly, to see how you are.
Absolutely fine. At least, physically. I can't seem to get the taste of that awful river water out of my throat. But otherwise, I can't complain. Thank you again for your swift action, and D.C. Roper. I'd like to thank him personally.
That should be possible, just as soon as you feel well enough. We need you to come to the station to give a formal statement about Saturday's events to enable us to wrap things up, you know?
Anna nodded. Did they get the car out?
She remembered the incident again. Would she ever forget? Yes, it's being processed with forensics, but with your account of events, any mechanical breakdown or accident will almost certainly be ruled out. Sam didn't need to emphasize that Appleton's act had been a deliberate attempt at suicide and murder. It was in everyone's mind. Caroline looked to the detectives for their view on the accounts.
We saw the reports in the papers yesterday.
Mostly speculation, as expected, but the press office will be making a statement later today. The papers already know about the arrest for the assault on Caroline, which we'll confirm, and they know about his interview and subsequent refusal to give a DNA sample, but they'll not hear anything more about your case from us. Caroline's shoulders relaxed. Clearly, she was still concerned for her daughter's privacy.
Mom, whatever comes out is okay. It's over now, and we'll all die down in time,
Anna assured her mother. Caroline then inquired about Georgia Appleton. Jenny assured her that Georgia was coping well and improving slowly.
Right. Well, I'll make a pot of tea, shall I?
Caroline bustled out to the kitchen, and the three younger women sat back. Tea would be welcome. Mum's enjoying having me here to fuss over. Anna nodded towards the kitchen door. It's her way of coping. There won't be any backlash about me getting in the car with Mark, will there? I still feel an awful sense of guilt at what happened. Stepping into a car isn't a crime, Anna, Sam assured her. You had no idea how things would end up. It was unfortunate, not illegal. When Caroline came back with the tea and a plate of homemade biscuits, she couldn't resist telling the detectives that Anna and Joel were engaged. Her daughter blushed. Mom, they don't want to hear about that, she protested.
Oh, but we do. Congratulations, Anna. That's wonderful news.
Jenny spoke for them both.
Good news is always welcome in our line of work.
Before Sam and Jenny left, they agreed that Anna should go to Green Street Station the following morning to make her statement, after which they could hopefully draw a line under recent awful events. 46. Georgia. While Georgia Appleton's physical injuries healed slowly, she knew the emotional scars would last much longer. During her 3 weeks in hospital, 1 or 2 setbacks hampered her recovery, the most serious being a collapsed lung a week into her stay. She remembered only the sudden pain and the fear of being unable to breathe before medication eased her panic and the ministrations of the hospital staff restored her once again. DC Jenny Newcomb was the officer who came to break the news of her husband's death. Until then, Georgia assumed that when she was discharged, it would be necessary to face Mark again, even if only across a courtroom. Jenny's news relieved her of that fear, but prompted a whole new gamut of emotions. No one wishes to see another human being die, and when the person is the man you have lived with for over 20 years, it hits hard. Even though love for Mark had died long ago, she still experienced a deep sorrow. Georgia cried at the news, and the young DC comforted her as best as she could, seeming in no hurry to escape what must have been a harrowing job. When the sobbing ceased, curiosity edged into its place, and the MP's wife asked questions, the answers to which she had a right to know. Jenny was cautious. There were still things not in the public domain, the most significant being that Appleton had a daughter conceived through rape. Was it the right time to reveal this information to his wife? Jenny decided there was no choice. With the press aware, there'd been a woman in the car with Appleton when he killed himself. At best, there'd be speculation. At worst, they would discover the truth. Georgia Appleton should know that truth first. Jenny held Georgia's hand as she spoke softly.
Your husband wasn't alone when the car went into the river. There was a young woman passenger with him.
What? Who? If he deliberately drove into the river, then did he intend to kill her too? Not only himself?
We can't say definitively what your husband's intentions were, Mrs. Appleton, and probably won't fully know even after the investigation is complete.
So who was she?
Jenny hesitated. Before visiting Georgia, she'd asked Sam how much to tell her, and they decided on the whole truth. Georgia had a right to know all the facts, and it would be better to learn them from the police rather than another source.
The woman in question is Caroline Greenwood's daughter, and also your husband's. Anna was conceived when he raped Caroline over 30 years ago.
No, Mark didn't tell me. Did he know?
It was a huge shock to take in, especially straight after the news of her husband's death.
Not until we arrested him for his assault on you. Only then did we take a DNA sample to confirm Anna's parentage. While Mark was released on bail, he drove to the Greenwoods' home and somehow persuaded Anna to get in the car with him. Then he appeared to snap and drove away with her beside him.
But she is okay. She's not dead too, is she?
No, she's relatively unharmed. Her seatbelt saved her, and one of our officers managed to get her out. Your husband had removed his belt and was already dead when the car hit the water. Are you all right, Mrs. Appleton? Would you like me to get a nurse for you?
No. I need to know. I'm just struggling to understand how Mark could have done this. To take your own life is one thing, but to try and take someone else's...
Georgia looked up at Jenny, her eyes brimming with tears.
I shouldn't be surprised, though, at what my husband was capable of. I came close to being killed by him, too.
Jenny remained silent for a few moments before leaving to allow the patient to rest, promising to keep her updated on any new developments. Georgia's state of mind wavered between depression and euphoria, the latter of which appalled her and filled her with shame. With more time to think than she wished for, her mind was ever active, worrying about the coming days and weeks. Making tentative plans for the future was terrifying, a complete unknown. The only certainty for Georgia was that now she was in control of her destiny. Mark no longer dominated her present or future. Georgia was still in the hospital when the police released Mark's body for burial. The MP's elderly parents took on the responsibility of making the arrangements, and she could only imagine how awful they must have felt. They visited her once in hospital, primarily to ensure she had no problem with their taking control, which naturally she didn't, and their distress was evident. Mark's mother could hardly bear to look at Georgia, and her injuries were not mentioned, nor how she sustained them. An inquest had recorded a verdict of suicide, but Appleton's parents insisted on referring to their son's tragic accident. Georgia didn't enlighten them regarding the sordid truths of their son's life and death. They would see much in the paper, but would choose to believe their own version of events. How many of us would care to admit that our children were capable of such atrocities? A feeling of guilt descended on Georgia on the day of her husband's funeral. She was grateful for still being in hospital and too ill to attend. It would have been hypocritical to be present at a funeral service for the man who had abused her so callously, and to play the role of a grieving widow when her feelings were of relief at his death rather than any genuine sorrow. Samantha Freeman visited the hospital several times to update Georgia until the case was finally closed. The detective briefly informed her of the fraud case, simply to prepare her for seeing her husband's name in the press. But Georgia was pragmatic, having grown hardened to Mark's illegal exploits, and made it clear that if she could help the fraud detectives in any way, she would be willing to do so. During each visit, Sam always asked if she could do anything for Georgia, and eventually, after the offer had been repeated several times, the woman took her up on it.
If you could put me in touch with a solicitor, not Arthur Jensen, a good, honest solicitor, I think I'm going to need help in sorting out my financial affairs.
She apologized for having no one else to turn to for help. The following morning, Sam arrived at the hospital with a short list of local solicitors whom colleagues had recommended. Georgia tearfully thanked her. She was a woman who'd gone the extra mile, over and above her duty. The last days of Georgia's stay in hospital were spent in planning. One of the solicitors on Sam's list happily came to the hospital for their first meeting and took on the task of guiding her through the tangled web of sorting out her husband's affairs. Georgia secretly labeled these meetings an escape committee. Her new life was taking shape. Epilogue. 1 year later. Tim Baker kept his promise to assist Ravi Patel with the fraud case against Executive Car Dealership's other directors. He sang as sweetly as any canary
and was rewarded by receiving only a suspended sentence, a heavy fine, and an order to serve 200 hours community service. His career as a political advisor and agent was over. Tim acknowledged such, but as so many of his more nefarious secrets died with Mark Appleton, he considered himself to be a fortunate man. Baker was a survivor. He would bounce back. Georgia Appleton disappeared from New Midridge altogether. Discharged from hospital 3 weeks after being admitted, she frustrated news-hungry journalists by staying with a friend at an unknown location. The MP's widow returned to the family home only once to collect a few personal belongings. The devastating sight which met her eyes horrified her, yet she wasn't entirely surprised and knew instantly who was responsible. After recovering very few possessions, Georgia left her marital home for the last time. And with no heart for ever returning, she employed a professional house clearance firm to empty the property. The damage caused by Mark's vindictiveness prompted only sadness at the waist, but no regrets. A clean break was all she wished to take from her years of marriage. The house was eventually put onto the market, and the press, try as they might, found no trace of the disgraced MP's wife. Caroline, however, received regular letters from her. The weeks Georgia spent staying with Caroline after her discharge from hospital were some of the most peaceful, soothing times she'd experienced for many years. Caroline provided the space she needed to plan for the future, and the two women became firm friends. They both considered this to be the most satisfactory conclusion to Georgia's tragic story. Georgia moved south as soon as she was strong enough and lived in a picturesque village in Devon, her anonymity intact, having reverted to her maiden name. According to her frequent letters to Caroline, she'd taken a job in the local library, made new friends, and had never been happier. For Anna, the year had been a journey, one fraught with danger and heartache, yet ultimately joy. Learning the truth of her origins initiated a roller coaster journey of discovery and peril. Decisions were made, some which she bitterly regretted, and others which proved to be positive. Her relationship with Joel being by far the best. Anna learned that life doesn't come with guarantees, and no one can predict what's waiting around the next corner. Grateful for her second chance, she was seeing a counselor to discuss the many issues her parentage and near-death experience had thrown up, and was successfully working through them. Anna's youthful insistence that she would never marry, and the single life she'd previously mapped out for herself, was forgotten. Joel changed her view of life and love for the better, and she'd be eternally grateful for the support he offered at the time she most needed it. Surviving those dark days, which Anna thought of as the Appleton episode, was made so much easier with Joel beside her. Little more than a year earlier, Caroline feared she'd lost her beloved daughter, as well as her husband, and didn't know if she could bear it. But then a miracle happened, and Anna was snatched from the brink of death. It took Caroline a long time to recover from those events, and she still had moments of guilt when she regretted her decision to tell her daughter the truth. Was it the right decision to reveal the circumstances of Anna's conception? The answer to that haunting question might never be known, but her motives at the time were sincere, and, to some extent, successful, as her daughter now had a greater understanding of why her relationship with Ronald was strained. Caroline's husband had tried yet failed, but Anna now understood and was able to forgive him his frailties. Anna and Joel were married in the same church where Ronald's funeral had been held. A wedding was precisely what was needed to turn the Greenwoods' lives around. Preparations for the big day drew mother and daughter even closer together, and the time they spent in each other's company was precious. Joel was very much the son Caroline would have loved to have, and Anna often complained that her mother and future husband were so close she felt excluded. Untrue, of course. The three had grown into a tightly knit unit. and Caroline rarely experienced the loneliness which had marked the early days after Ronald's death. The only thing which would complete her happiness would be to become a grandmother, but she had no intention of pushing for that. Well, maybe just an occasional hint. It was a hot July day. The sun shone through the stained glass windows, casting spears of light of every hue, which danced on the golden wood of the pews. The scent of roses filled the air, and the atmosphere was one of festivity and hope, as family and friends crowded into the church to celebrate with the happy couple. As Anna stood in her wedding dress at the entrance to the church, her heart swelled. Caroline waited beside her, ready to walk her down the aisle, to give her daughter away with her blessing. Joel gave an excellent impression of the proverbial cat who'd got the cream as he turned to see his fiancée walking towards him. From the day he started his employment in the same laboratory as Anna, he knew she was the only girl for him. It had just taken time and patience to convince her of that fact. Their marriage was his dream as well as hers, and he even liked his mother-in-law. Samantha Freeman and Jenny Newcomb sat in the church awaiting the bride. Their invitations came out of the blue and delighted them both. They'd been happy to accept. Over the months since Caroline and Anna first approached them, many other cases crossed their desks, other victims for them to help. In the busyness of their work, the Appleton case was relegated into the realms of history. Ravi Patel kept Sam informed on the fraud case, which was wrapped up much sooner with her assistance, and at far less cost to the taxpayer, always a plus. There were also 2 promotions at New Midridge Station. Sam was now a detective inspector, and Jenny, who passed her sergeant's exam with flying colors, a detective sergeant. Continuing to work as a team, their expertise proved invaluable in the cases they investigated, and their friendship grew. The detective stood alongside other guests and smiled as Anna walked down the aisle with her mother. Jenny wondered if she would ever meet a man like Joel Amos and get to look as fabulous as Anna did in that moment. Sam's thoughts were of Ravi. They'd started seeing each other once more, and she was seriously considering making a go of it with him again. The Greenwood case had undoubtedly been an unusual one, and one which had challenged Sam's views. Would they all have been better off if Caroline Greenwood had kept her secret? Mark Appleton would almost certainly be alive. So is it always better to know the truth? Samantha couldn't recall who said, "The truth is rarely pure and never simple." But she agreed, wholeheartedly. This recording of The Shape of Truth was presented by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Narrated by Caitlin Kavanaugh. Produced by Michael Jones. Text copyright 2023 by Gillian Jackson. Sound recording copyright 2023 by Dreamscape Media, LLC. This recording may not be copied or played for an audience without the written permission of Dreamscape Media, LLC. Thank you for listening. Please check dreamscapepublishing.com for Dreamscape's latest releases.